$2.5 billion. That's how much N8N is worth of. After the AI evaluation, our life has completely changed. A lot of our daily works right now has completely replaced by AI automation. And it's getting more popular day by day. AI automations are making our life far easier than we ever imagined. And today in this video, we're gonna create our own AI automation sets from scratch by using Next.js. At the end of this video series, you will have your own AI automation sets ready. So I'm super excited to start this project series. Don't wasting time, let's see a quick short demo of what we're going to build from today. Alright, right now we are launching our FlowX website landing page, and this project name is FlowX. And you're watching here that automate everything smarter. We're mentioning it on our hero part, meaning we're actually making an automation SaaS here. So FlowX is the next generation open SaaS to build and run workflows with AI superpowers, connect any service, automate any process. We can hit this get started free, then it will actually open this authentication model, which I will show you after some time. After that, here is on like sections, which is explaining how it actually works. So at first it's gonna trigger on like endpoint. It's gonna trigger on nodes. Then you have to build on workflow. You can run and monitor it, and you can scale and optimize it. Yeah, and everything you need to automate. It's just like some designing thing. And payment gateway, we have normal card payment, and we have also cryptocurrency payment. For the first time on Becodemy channel, we're implementing cryptocurrency payment with this Cryptomus payment gateway, so that you can receive cryptocurrency payment inside your any SaaS or inside your application as like Stripe. And then start from templates. We have so many ready-made templates. This is, by the way, not any true number. We don't have 200 plus more templates. No, it's just on like static number. We do have actually 4 or 5 templates, I think. I will show you that after some time. We have here 3 pricing plan. First one is free, where you will be able to run actually 1000 workflow. It's a mistake. It should be 1000, not 100. And 5 active workflows. And with Pro, you'll be able to run 10,000, not 5,000. And the pricing will be $19.99. I forgot to change it, I guess, since it's static right now. And it's the landing page. That's why it's just some like minor mistakes. Since it's the first part, that's why you're watching some minor mistakes, like some static values, which we should change before deploying it. And you can see we haven't deployed yet. It's still on localhost. That's why. After this, on just like on marketing line, and then on our footer, and that's it. We should not waste time on landing page. That's why I just tried my best to keep it as small and as modern as possible. Then we can hit this get started free, and we have sign in, register, and forgot password. And for authentication, we're using here Better Auth, which is on very popular framework right now for authentication, and Better Auth really works very well. So yeah, now in this register part, let's do register. I'm writing my name, first name, last name. Email, we can say support@becodemy.com. Let's write here on password something like this. Then we can accept the terms and condition. We can hit this create account button and check your email for activating your account. You will see an email here right now, and here you go. I know it was loud, but this is the email. And let me open it from my browser, not from my phone. The notification was actually from my phone. So let me show you the email right now. You can see, welcome to FlowX. Please verify your email address to get started. Hello, Shahriya Shajib. Thank you for signing up for FlowX. We're excited to have you on board. If you hit this verify email address, it's gonna actually activate our account. You can see verifying your email. And here you go. Email verified. Your email has been verified successfully. Right now you can do login. That's it. So we can close this email as well right now. Yeah. Now let's come back here and hit sign in, and let's do the login right now. So something like this. For the password, let me write the password, remember me, and sign in. So here you go, done. We're right now logged in. You can see this is our account name, and right now we can hit this dashboard. By the way, this dashboard overview is still static, it's not dynamic. We just made this templates dynamic. We're gonna make it dynamic for this video. For the first part, we're gonna make this templates to dynamic. And billing, yeah, we're also gonna make it. So here you can see it's right now free. Current plan, this is free, and this is the pro plan. And let me show you the most interesting thing, that the templates. So I'm just testing these templates, this Gmail AI summarizer and Discord. So hit use template, and this is our main page. Here you can see we have one workflow nodes. Here we will be able to add any nodes. You can see the integrations. We have Gmail, Slack, Discord, Notion, Google Sheets, Stripe, Webhook custom app, then OpenAI, Claude or Gemini. Then we have Webhook triggers, then schedule triggers, HTTP requests, send notifications. So let me connect Gmail here. So if we hit this connect Gmail, it's gonna redirect us to do login to our Gmail. So let me do login to my Gmail. I just did login to my account, and it's asking me for my Gmail password, and I'm hitting continue. And you can see this will allow Becodemy to view your email messages and settings, send email on your behalf, then read, compose, and send emails from your Gmail account, see, edit, create, or delete all your Google Sheets and spreadsheets. We can hit allow from here, and this time it's again redirecting us to these templates with this connected Gmail. It means Gmail is right now connected. If you double click that again, you'll be able to see that we have connected our Gmail in here. So we can click save configuration. Now AI generate, we can definitely delete it. We can add here different nodes if we want, but for now AI generate is fine, since this templates is for summarizing on email. So we can say we can add here on prompt. This is definitely optional, but it's recommended. So we can say summarize the email, and we can hit save configuration. Now we have to connect our OpenAI model. So we need our OpenAI API key in here. So we can connect OpenAI or either Gemini, or like, you can also connect the Claude or any other, not any other. For now, only OpenAI, Claude, and Gemini. And I'm hitting this save configuration with my OpenAI API keys. Yeah. So OpenAI model setup done. Now Discord. Since we are right now in localhost 3000, I can definitely connect Discord, but it's not gonna work. Why? Because Discord doesn't work with localhost. Gmail work with localhost, but Discord doesn't work like that. That's why we cannot set up Discord right now. After deploying, definitely Discord is also going to work, because we're gonna connect all of these OAuth providers into this video, and you will be able to see how you can connect all of these, and it's gonna actually work. But since we're still in development mode, still we're in localhost, that's why for now it's not gonna work, except this Gmail and Google Sheets. Yeah. So instead of that, we can add here an HTTP request, and we can actually connect it. Yeah. So step 3 and step 4. You can notice one thing: when I'm deleting something, I'm adding another step. It's automatically updating the number, interestingly. And that's what we will do. We have to write so many logic for that, and we're gonna do that into this video. Now here, let me write here on endpoint, which I created for just showing you. On API endpoint, you can definitely add here any API endpoint you want, but for you, I just created here on small API endpoint. This is the endpoint. You can see API summarizer. Okay, and it will just receive the response. Okay, that request.json, the response body. So yeah, that's what I want to show you. So API, then summarizer, and we can hit save configuration, and we can hit this test button right now. You can see it's testing everything, and no error message. And you can see workflow is working. It means it's actually working. Now let's come back here, open our terminal, Here you go. Did you notice this console log body? See, this is the body response. So this is the summarizer. Which email is it summarizing? Let me show you the email at first. Then you will understand. It's definitely summarizing the unread emails. Okay. Not all the emails. When any email status is unread, then it's summarizing that. So let me show you. This is our email. And funny thing that it's actually summarized this security alert because I did log in from an incognito mode. That's why you can see it's very funny. This is the summarizer. The email is a security alert notifying the recipient about a new sign in to their Google account. So it provides instructions on what to do if the sign in was not authorized. So it's funny, but let me send a real email from one of my another email so that you can understand how the summarizer is actually working in here. And instead of this actually our API endpoint, if we connect Discord, it will just like easily send the same summarize message to the Discord. It's like very easy thing. But the main thing is how it's working. Is it summarizing the message perfectly or not? If it's doing it, then we're good to go. Yeah. So let me send it again. I just want to forward an email I have received it from Bolt. So I just want to forward it. Yeah, perfect. Now, if we again test this workflow, this time you will see different result. So let's come back here. This time you can see it's saying this is the email subject, this is the from, this is the snippet, but this is the summarized one, the summary version. This email is forward from Eric. See, it's even saying that this is a forwarded email from Eric at Bolt New about new updates in Bolt, including security scans, Google sign-in for users, and verified experts on contract. So it's just like giving us a proper summarize. And who giving it? OpenAI is doing it, since here we connected OpenAI properly. So that's it. This was just an example of one template. We're going to actually check all the templates one by one. And in the first part, we're not saving this workflow. We're going to do it at the last part of this video series, meaning the next part, because in this series, we'll have two videos. This one and the next one will be the last one. So that's it. This is what we're going to do today. We're going to do a lot of work. We're going to actually connect all of these OAuth providers, and then we're going to implement this testing outflow features and so many more things. Yeah, that's it. I don't want to extend this demo part to more long. Right now, don't wasting time. Let's start the coding part. All right, let's start by creating a new folder here by giving name FlowX and YT, meaning YouTube. And let's open it inside our Visual Studio Code. And let's hide the right sidebar. Let's open our terminal and write this that npx create next app and added it latest. What is your project named? We can give it FlowX and -yt. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, we want to use TypeScript. Which linter would you like to use? We don't want to use any linter. So Tailwind CSS, yes. Source directory, yes. App router, yes. Turbo pack, no. Custom alias, no. That by default alias is good enough for us. Right now it's installing the dependencies and also installing the dev dependencies. Definitely it will take some time. You can see our project, everything is here right now. We can come back to this page.tsx. We can delete everything and we can write this RAFCE. If it's not working for you, make sure that you have installed this ES7 Plus extension. You can see ES7 React, Redux, and React Native snippets. Then this RAFCE will actually work for you. Yeah, so our project setup is done. Right now, we actually need one more thing, and that is chat-cny. So let me go to our browser, and I'm using Google Chrome. So let's go to chat-cn. Let's hit get started, select Next.js, and actually copy this command. Now open our terminal again, paste that and just press Y. And right now it's gonna actually install our ChatCN UI perfectly, but it's asking which color would you like to use as the base color. So say neutral. And right now it's updating our CSS variables. And here you go, everything done. Right now, which components do we need for this project? I don't have any particular list for this project, so I would prefer to install all the components since it's going to stay in our local code. So it's fine to install all the component. What you have to do, you have to just write this, that npx chatcn latest add and space hyphen hyphen and all. Yeah, then it's gonna install all the libraries, sorry, not libraries, actually components. It's not gonna install, it's gonna add all the components in this components folder, in this src folder. You can notice one thing, that in this components.json there is an alias for the components. So the components is going to stay in this source folder with this new components folder. Definitely it will take some time since it's actually installing the dependencies which we need to run those components. Yeah, that's what it's right now installing. So yeah, installing done. Right now it's updating the files, and here you go, updating files always comes very fast. You can see the UI folder is here with all the ChatCN UI components. Yeah, perfect. We can clear our terminal right now, and we can actually start our project by writing npm not start, sorry, npm run dev. Perfect. Now let's come back here, let's go to localhost 3000, and here you go, our project. It's completely blank right now. Right now we have to do some work. So I'm right now recommending you to check my video description box. You will find out on Notion or on Eraser link, like on link, where I will give you these prerequisites, all CSS, like variables and everything there. You just have to copy paste it because I'm not gonna write it by myself. It just like I just copied it from on template. So you also have to do the same thing. You just have to go to my description box. You'll find out on link there. Then you will find out this globals.css all codes. Just copy and paste the code and save it here. After that, you can see everything is still same. It just changed from light theme to dark theme, and otherwise everything is same. But you must have to copy this globals.css. Yeah. After this, let's come back here and let's come back to our layout.tsx. Change this create next app to our website name, which is FlowX. And for the description, we can add anything. We can say that FlowX is the next generation open SaaS to build and run workflows with AI superpowers. That's it. We can save it right now. And here you go. You can see FlowX. Perfect. Right now, before this children, let's add a provider. So we have to actually create this provider. It's going to be a new file. Let's create provider.tsx, and inside here it's going to be a very small function, something like this. You just have to use client here because we're gonna use here toaster, which must need to be inside use client. I think, as I know, it has some events, that's why it must need to be in the client side. So toaster, it's coming from sooner library, and position will be bottom center. I'm not sure toaster is gonna work or not. We can check it from our package.json. So toaster, I think it's already here. So sooner, yeah, we are using it from sooner library. Yeah, it's already in here, you can see. So we don't need to install it again. We can save it. We can come back here. And in this page.tsx, let's start our main work. So let's add here on class name that minimum height screen and bg background, and text foreground. Okay, you can hover it to see the value of the class name, and you can just check it by yourself. Right now, let's create here a new folder, sorry, new component, not new folder, by giving them header. We have to create it. So for creating the header component, we're going this components folder, and here let's create a new folder by giving them header. Inside here, we can create on index.tsx. We can again add that RAFCE. We can change this name to header and we can save it. We can import it here, actually from components header, not from Redux UI. Yeah, so you can see header is here. After this, let's start to work for our header component. Yeah, so let's change this div with header, and in here we're gonna add a class name that position fixed, top 0, left 0, right 0, z-index 50, bg background divided by 80. We need on backdrop blur. So backdrop blur will be actually XL. So XL, then border B, border primary, and 10. Now inside here, let's create another div with class name container, maximum width 7XL, margin left right auto, so MX auto, and PX will be 6. Now inside here, let's create another div or div with class name display flakes, align item center, justify between, and height will be 16, meaning 64 pixel. Inside here, we can add logo. So let's add here on comment first that logo. We can add here on link. Link is coming from next/link. So import link from next/link. href will be just slash. Inside here, let's add another div with class name display flex, item center, gap 2, animate, fade in. Yeah, some animations. Now inside here, we can add image from next/image. And inside here, let's add on source. So require assets folder. So we do have to create a new folder by giving name assets, and we have to add our logo in there. For logo, you will also get it in the same file from where you just copied the CSS. You will get all the resources like this logo and any other static data if you need. Actually, you need so many things, so I will share all of that in that link, so you can just copy paste it if you need that. After this, if we save right now, definitely it will give an error because the assets is not available in our project yet. So I am just doing one small thing. I am copying my assets from my source file and I'm just pasting that in this src folder. Yeah, assets. So for you have to go to that same link. You will find out the assets folder and you can just download it. Yeah, and you can create a new folder here by giving them assets, and you can just add the hero bg.jpg and logo.png. Then after this link, let's create here our desktop navigation. Inside here, let's create here a nav tag with class name hidden from md display. It's going to be display flex, item center, gap 8. Then nav items. So nav items is actually a static array. We're gonna create that in here, something like this, nav items. So you can just copy paste it. Actually, this will probably not in the list, so you can just write it by yourself. Let me show you. It's on just a small array. I'm just importing the icons from Lucid React library. Sorry, GitHub from Lucid React. Yeah. So 1 minute, they're saying GitHub is deprecated. So what should we use then? Brand icons have deprecated and due to remove, please refer. We recommend using this instead. Okay, let's see what they're recommending us. I don't know what they're talking about because this is the website link. They are suggesting it the simple icons. Okay, they're suggesting on image. Okay, we copied something. Let's see. Actually, let's ignore it. It's deprecated. It doesn't mean that it's deleted. It's going to be deleted in the future. Okay, deprecated meanings. So let's ignore the warning for now. Okay, definitely we can implement here like icon. Instead of icon, we can add here images as per their suggestion. Yeah, because they're saying the icon will be removed in version 1. Fine. Right now in here, nav items dot map, and by the way, the nav items is like this: name, features. You can see the href, templates, pricing, community, and GitHub. You can just add here the real link if you want. For me, I'm just adding here just the section tags. Yeah. Then after this nav items dot map, let me add item and index. So item and index like this. Then here we need on link tag again. So link, and here href will be item dot href and key will be item dot name. Inside here, actually we have to add some styling here. So let's add on class name that display flex, item center, some gap. So gap 2, text SM, font medium, text color will be muted, foreground. After doing on hover, this will be text primary, transition, colors, and animate fade in. Yeah. Now inside here, let's add our item dot icon and class name will be w4h4. Then we can add the item dot name. One more thing, on more animations delay we need to add here, which is not available in Tailwind CSS. So we have to add something like this, that animation delay and index multiply 0.1 second. Done. We can save it, and here you go. 1 minute. So cannot resolve lower.png require 1 minute. I think, oh no, next image is from here. What's wrong then? Assets. It's perfect. Okay, it's here right now. You can see. Looks good. All right. Now after this, the most important thing, and that is our desktop auth buttons. So authentication button. So we can say auth buttons. For now, just for now, we can add here on div with 2 buttons. I'm quickly copying pasting it so that I don't waste a lot of time on something like this, but let me show you what I am writing here. So this is the div with class name hidden from md flex item center gap 3 animated fade in button variant, this one ghost, and size sm on click. You just don't need to add it right now. We must need it after some time when we'll make it dynamic. And this one button variant is hero because we have to modify few things in this button component. Okay, what we have to modify, actually we have to add here hero after this ghost and link. Yeah, so I'm just adding here something like this hero, and this is the styling. You can just read from here. You can just read. You just have to add it for one time and then you can use it later. Yeah, we can save it, and here you go, get started free and sign in. So sign in after doing hover, the text color should be white. We can add that in here, that after hover text will be white, and we can say an important here. Yeah, looks good. And one more thing, and that is the button base styling. We can add here on cursor pointer. Yeah, looks good. Perfect. It's actually giving us beautiful animations. And ignore this warning. Actually, it's not in a real error. It's saying that only plain object can be passed to the client components from server components. Module objects are not supported. I think we should ignore it. We will see it later because it's not any real error. Yeah. Okay. Now let's save everything, and after this button and div, this div actually, this desktop auth button div, let's add some space, and here let's start our mobile menu. Very important. So mobile menu with on sheet component from UI sheet, and inside here is open, it's going to be is open. So is open is actually on use state hook. Let's add that in here. So since we're adding use state hook here, we must have to make it client side component. Let's add here use client. Yeah, we can save it. Let's come back here, and is open. Okay, done. But it's still giving error because we must have to add here on open change, which will be set is open. Yeah, and is open is wrong because it should be actually open, not is open. Then we can import here sheet trigger from our like components, and then as child the class name will be from md, means from tablet screen. Hide this since this is only for mobile screen. Then use here our button. We can use the variant, not value, it should be variant, and ghost. Then size, it's going to be sm. Class name, it's going to be p2, some padding. Inside here we can use an icon from Lucid React. Icon name is menu. Class name will be w5 and h5. After this sheet trigger, we must need our sheet content. So import sheet content from our UI, I mean that component and UI from Shatcn components. Then side will be right. We want to show the sheet content in right side. Class name will be w80 bg background /95 and backdrop blur excel. Yeah, backdrop blur excel. Then border primary divided by 20. Yeah, then inside here we can add another div with class name like this, that flex item center, justify between an MB8. Inside here, we have to actually add our this logo again. So we can again copy this. We can just paste that in here. Let me do one thing. Let's make it small right now, the screen. And here you go. When I'm clicking, you can notice it's looking really beautiful. The animations is really interesting. Yeah. But here we need some space. So let's do one thing. Let's add here mx, or actually px2, which looks good right now. Yeah. After the logo, we need on nav items, right? All the nav items. So the div is ending here after this link. 1 minute. The div is actually ending here. My mistake. So after this div, wait. This is the main wrapper div. So we should be in this div. Yeah. Inside here, let's add that nav items again. That similar nav items we were using for the web, for the desktop version, but you can see just a little bit different here in the styling. I think you can just read it by yourself. Otherwise everything is same. The nav items, we can save it. Actually the div should be end here. This one, we can save it right now. Here you go. And we must need to add here some px, then mt -10. Very important. -10, or actually let's add important here. 1 minute. I think this space is on problem because this is space y. So no, this is inside the content. Let me check some. Okay, MB8, this is the main culprit. Yeah, otherwise looks good. Here we can right now add some margin top, but minus. Let me do one thing. Let me inspect it. Let me actually check it why it's not perfect. I mean, the way we want, why it's not like that. So this is our everything. So we can just minimize it. And this one, this is our nav. So here, margin top, if we add here, suppose 50 pixel, it should be minus. So it's actually working. Okay. Let's do one thing. Just make it 14, and here we go. It should work now. Yeah, looks good. Looks good enough as per me right now. Yeah, that's it. So after this nav items, we still need few things. So let's add here another div with class name space y3. Very important. Then this one is also going to be actually like our that sign in and sign up button. So for now we can just add the sign in and sign up button since we don't have the authentication model yet. So it's going to be the same button with this ghost variant size LG, this class name, and on click that set is open false and get started free, everything same. But here we just have to add this one click, very important, because after pressing here, this will actually close the sidebar. By the way, this one is not looking good. Let me do one thing. We can say px 4 this time, or no, px2 was fine, but here it should not be full, it should be 90%, and mx auto, I think, let's see, 80. The mx is not working because, is this flakes or something? There's nothing inside here, that's why. Okay, let's delete that. ml auto, no, it's not gonna work because justify start is here. Flex justify center. Sign in and get started. Let's delete everything and add here on div, here too, and here the class name will be w80% and mx auto. Done. So we are good to go. And some gap y2. Gap is not gonna work because it's not flex. Then flex call and gap y2. Item start or justify start. Okay. It's actually making me crazy because of this styling. We don't need that right now. Now looking good. Actually perfect. Let's just add 2 more and here you go. Looks good. So sign in and get started. After doing login, it will actually show here all the logged in items. Yeah, like username and all the informations. Perfect. Our header work is done. I know it took some long time than I expected, but actually it's right now done. After the header, what next? Next is hero section. So let's close header. For now, header is not completely done. We have to come back again when we will implement the authentication system. Yeah, let's start our hero sections and let's quickly finish one by one. So let's come back in this components folder again and let's actually not come this components folder because hero is not any component, it's actually on modules or section. So you can create a new folder in this source folder by giving name modules. Inside here we can say hero and we can create here on index.tsx. Then RAFCE and hero, we can save it, or we can actually give this name to hero section. Looks more good. Yeah, so hero section, we can save it. In these hero sections we have to do a lot of work right now. Let's change this div with section and with class name like this. You can just read the class name by yourself. I am just doing slow so that you can read it perfectly, because as I said earlier, the front-end development knowledge is prerequisite for this full course. If you don't have the web design knowledge, then you should not make application like this, because this is a full stack application. It has so many complex things. So this class name values, if you don't know how to write that, it's not actually perfect content for you. We should learn web design first. All right, now inside here, let's add our animated background. And let's add on div with class name, kind of similar class name, that absolute inside 0 bg gradient hero and opacity 95. Here we need on styling. Why? Because we cannot add so many things with Tailwind CSS. So we must need this style here. Right now we're gonna add here on background image from this hero bg. So hero bg is actually coming from our assets folder, something like this. You can see hero bg assets and hero bg.jpg. We can save it. Background size cover, background position center, background blend mode overlay, and it should be on self-closing div. We don't need to make it like normal tag. Yeah, right now we need here on dark overlay to improve the text quality. Why? Let me show you why we need this. You can see how it's looking like. It's completely a light image, so we cannot write on text in front of this. That will actually not look good. I mean, when a user is coming here with the theme of our website, that will completely doesn't match. That's why we must have to add here on dark overlay. Okay, it's also going to be on self-closing div with just some class name, that position absolute inset 0, meaning top bottom 0, I guess. Yeah, then bg background divided by 60. Yeah, very important. We can save it right now, and here we go. You can notice the difference. I'm again commenting this line, then see, this is the image. I'm again uncommenting, this is the image quality right now. So we are just adding here on overlay, like on shadow, so that we can add here like our hero text and everything. Yeah, and this background picture will stay similar here with a better view. Yeah, now we need some animated nodes overlay. Very important. It's just like an optional things for making the UI looks more beautiful. Just some animations nodes overlay like this. You can read it. Everything same almost, except this design, I mean animations and this background color. Otherwise you can just read almost everything same. Not everything same actually. These are different. Otherwise everything same except this animation delay. Yeah, so when I'm saving it, you can see so many dots here right now, and those are actually animations. So when I'm giving on reload, you can notice it clearly. It's actually different animations it's using. Yeah, and it's looking really very beautiful. Now after these animations, let's start our main work, and that content or hero content. So let's add here on div something like this, that class name relative g-index 10 text center maximum width 6xl and mx auto and px6. Now inside here let's add another div with some class name like this, with on class name that animate fade in, and another div with class name something like this. You can just read. I know it's a little bit annoying, but if I write all the class name, the video length will be like more than 40 hours. So that's definitely not going to be a good idea, since this is on full stack project based video. And you can just read here. It's very simple class names. Yeah, even I also didn't write it by myself. In this time, no one should write like web design code by yourself. If you know web design, then you can write it easily by using AI. If you don't know, then don't do it. You have to must learn it before using AI. After div, this one actually, we should add on h1. And by the way, let me show you what we did. So this is actually the text, that next gen workflow automation. Now after this, let's add on h1, that automate everything smarter. Yeah, with class names like this. You can just check one by one. Yep. So automate everything smarter. It's right now looking more better. Yeah. Now after this div, let's add on paragraph. After this h1 actually, not div. So something like this, that FlowX is the next generation open SaaS build. You can just write anything here. It's just on like static text. You can add your brand text and anything here. Even you can also copy paste it if you want. You can just read the class names. Yeah, so that's it. You can see it's looking right now really beautiful, but it's not done yet. We have to add more few things here because it's still looking empty. After this paragraph, let's add two button with inside one div. So button, let's import from components UI button, and we need some icons, that arrow right icon and play icon. Play icon is coming from Lucid React. So you can see this is the div with class name, and this is the button that get started free and view templates. Yeah, so get started free and view templates. It's right now looking really beautiful, and our work is actually almost done. We just need some marketing lines here, then our hero part will be actually done. So for the marketing lines, again I am copying pasting it so that we can give the most of our time in like developing the main core logic. So here we can see the stylings. I'm just slowly moving my cursor so that you can perfectly see it and write it by yourself if you want to write, or you can just like take a screenshot and tell AI and it will write it for you. Okay, if you want to speed up these things. Yeah, let's save it right now. And here you go, free forever plan, no credit card required, and set up in 2 minutes. That's it. The UI looks, I think, average. I'm not saying it's very beautiful, but yeah, it's better. I mean, it's an average UI right now. We can just also change the templates background color to like a little bit glassy, then it will look more beautiful. But yeah, fine, for now it's fine. We have to do so many things after this. Now after this two div here, we can add on bottom gradient fit. Very important. Something like this. You can see we're just using this gradient color. We can save it. It's actually one shadow. Okay, kind of like on shadow, it's adding here a dark type of shadow so that we can start another section perfectly. Okay, that's why we are just adding this bottom gradient fade. Perfect. Now after this hero section, we can start our next section, that how it works section. It's also going to be not similar, definitely. Let's add here how it works in this modules. Let's create a new folder. Inside here we can create on index.tsx rafce, and let's copy the name, how it works, and let's change it. Then we can actually save it. We can come back here, we can import it, and let's come back in this how it works sections, and here you go, the index is here. Now let's start to work in here. In how it works sections, we need actually another array on array for steps. Okay, like we are adding here some steps, so we need on array like this. I think I will add this array in the document link, I mean that free documentation. You can just take it from there, or either you can also write it by yourself. Okay, let me format the code, then you can see it clearly actually. Yeah, you can see. And by the way, how I am doing format, I'm just pressing command shift and F, I think, from my MacBook. Yeah, you can see, actually not command, it's shift, sorry, option shift and F for formatting document. You need actually an extension for this. The extension is prettier. I think you do have this extension. If you don't have, just install this extension, prettier. It's just going to keep your code more structured wise. Yeah, now let's save it. This is the array. You can again check it by pausing the video, or either you can check the documentation. I think I will add it, but if I forget it, I don't know, because there's so many things we're gonna do in this project. I'll try to my best to add almost all of them. And section, let's finish it in here. Then class name will be actually something like this. I should not write it by myself, so Yeah, and let's add here on first bracket. Cool. And inside here you can read the class names, very basic. I think we're kind of using the same class name everywhere. Then let's add another div with class name container maximum with 7xl and mx auto. Now here we can add another group of div where we can add on h2. That how it works with on paragraph, something like this. You can just read this h2 class name. It's kind of big because it's on style text. You can see how it works and build powerful automations workflow in minutes, not hours, no code required. Yeah, cool. Now after this we need another div after this div actually. So let's add on div with class name like this. Just read it by yourself. And then we have to do a mapping for our steps. 1 minute. Yeah, now inside here steps.map and step.index, and here let's add on div with key index and class name animation fade in style animation delay index multiply 0.2 seconds. So it will actually, like, for the first index this will be 0.2 second, for the second index this will be like 0.4, I think 0.4 seconds. So it will be like slowly the all card will appears here, because we're gonna add here on card right now. Okay, so let's add here on card from our card component. So components UI card, these are the styling. You can just check it, so many class names actually here. And to be honest, as I said earlier, I didn't write it by even myself. And then we need on div here with class name mb6. We can save it right now and nothing will appear here. Actually we have our cards here. You can see it's looking seriously very beautiful when especially we're hovering it. After giving on hover, we're adding this shadow glow primary. Okay, that's why. Then inside this div, let's add another div with class name w16 h16, and rest you can just read it like this. Yeah, okay, we're just adding here our icons. Then after this div, let's add another div that's step number. So step and index +1. So step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Then let's add here our h3 with class name like this, and then let's add our paragraph tag with step.description. So something like this. It's looking really beautiful. Now after this div, let's add another div with class name like this, that space y2, and then we can do here on mapping with our step.details, because details is also an array, that's why. And you can see the class name, you can just read it by yourself, small class names, and it's also looking really beautiful right now. That's it. And finally we need on connection line. So after this div here, actually not here, after this div, yeah, let's add the connection line. So index, if the step dot length -1, then just add this connection line. What will happen? This will add on connection line like this, except the last one. That's how we added this logic here. You can just read the class names. It seems very easy. Yeah, that's it. Our work is actually done here. Looks good. It looks really very beautiful. How it works, done. Now what is the next one? By the way, let's close it. Yeah, the next one is our featured section. So let me add the featured section. Let's come back here. In these modules, let's create a new folder by giving them features. And let's add on index.tsx and features section. We can save it from the features section file and we can import it here. Yeah. So the same thing we have to again do here. We have to add that section with that ID features and class name. Again, same class name we are adding for all the sections. So after this, we can add on div, and this one also similar, that container and maximum with 7xl and mx auto. After this, let's add on div with class name like this and h2, that everything you need to automate, and on paragraph, that powerful features designed for developers and teams who want to build sophisticated automations workflows. Yeah, so something like this, everything you need to automate, and this text. Now after this, we can actually add another div. So after this div, let's add it, that grid calls 1, md grid calls 2, lg grid calls 4, like on card type of styling, we can say. Then we have to loop here, we have to run on map for our features. Now what is features? So features is actually another list of array, static data's array. So let me quickly add that at first in here, something like this. So features on icon, like brain, on title, that AI notes, some descriptions. I will try my best to add it in the list, I mean in that documentation of that free list. You can just read it by yourself. Then shield activity, let's import all the icons from Lucid React, and credit card, then chap, and finally globe. And you can just read the text if you want, or even if you want, you can like add on same text for everywhere, okay, just for saving time. Yeah, then let's import card from component/card and feature.icon, what it's saying. All right, so I found the mistake, and the mistake is actually here. You can see I am importing activity from React, but we have to import activity from Lucid React, not React. Yeah, right now notice there is no error and everything looks perfect. So let's save it. Let's come back here, and here you go. You can see it's looking really very beautiful. So after this feature description, after this card, actually after this div, we can add our sponsor badge, or we can actually like delete it, or actually it was just for marketing purpose. So yeah, let me add it just on small div with some class names. So just a minute, let me add here sponsors, or not sponsors, payment solution, sorry, payment solutions, I would say. So you can see payments actually powered by Stripe and Cryptomus. It means that we support both online card payment and cryptocurrency payment, just that. Okay, you can check the styling from here. It's a very basic and that simple styling we were using. You can just read it by yourself. Yeah, that's it. Our this features section is also done. Right now, what next? When the features section is done, right now we can start our template section. So template section, let's copy the name. Let's come back here in this modules. Let's create a new folder by giving name templates and index.tsx. RAFCE template sections. Let's import it and save it. Now in this template section, here again we need on static array for our templates. So let's add that in here, that array, and import credit card icon from Lucid React. You can just check it that the templates, we have an icon on title for the template, on descriptions, and on tags, and on color. Let's import icons all by one, and you can also read the template's name from here one by one. Then webhook from Lucid React, database from Lucid React, bot from Lucid React. Yeah, all done. Right now in here, let's delete everything. I mean that div, let's change it with section, and class name will be something like this. Now inside here, let's add our that container div, that container maximum with 7xl and mx auto. Inside here, let's add another div with on h2 and paragraph, something like this, that start from templates, and this is the subtitle. You can just read it, the class name slowly. I'm just quickly adding it, and here you go, start from templates. It's actually similar like this one, that how it works one. And you can again check it, that start from templates and launch your automations journey with battle tested templates, one click setup, instant results. Now after this div, we can add another div for our templates. So something like this, that grid calls 1, from md grid calls 2, from lg grid calls 3, a gap is 6, and mb 12. Inside here, let's add our templates dot map, then template index, and inside here we can add another div with key index, class name animate fade in. Yeah, that's it. And style animation delay. This one is going to be again that index and multiply 0.1 second. Yeah, that's it. Then inside here we can add our cart component. So let's import cart from components UI cart, and this is the class name. You can just read slowly. I'm just doing it slowly, then you can read it clearly. Yeah, inside the cart, let's add another div with some internal div like this. This is the div mb4, and from here you can just check the other div one by one, just like template title, template description, and everything here. So again, it looking very beautiful. Start from templates, like just few templates. Now after this, still we need to do some more work. After this div, let's add another div with class name flex wrap and gap 2 and mb4. Now here we have to do on loop for our template tags. So let's import a badge from our components UI badge and that template, and that's it. We have to do nothing, just on a small class name, that text xs, and variant will be secondary. You can see it's right now looking more better. Now after this div, we can add another div, and this is actually the final div in this loop. So we just need an icon here, that arrow right, with these class names and with this text that ready to use, something like this. It's looking really very beautiful right now. Now after this div, actually this one, we have to create another div with class name just text center and animate fade in. Yeah. Now inside here, we have to create another div with class name like this. You can just read from here. Now inside here, we can add on h3 tag, that 200 plus more templates. And then this is just on like a static data. You can definitely make it dynamic. I mean, this is definitely not true that we do have 200 plus templates. We could say 10 plus templates, but fine, this is just for marketing purpose. That's why it's like we are adding this, that 200 plus like libraries, sorry, not libraries, templates. Then we can add here on button. So let's import button from our component and browse all templates. You can just read it, and these are the class name, that everything here, and you can see 200 plus more templates and browse all templates. It's looking really beautiful right now. And that's it. Our template section is also done. Right now, what next? Since template is done, right now we can start our pricing section, another interesting section. So in this modules, let's create a new folder by giving name pricing and index.tsx. So pricing section, and import it and save it. Now in pricing section, again, let's add our that section. ID will be pricing and class name will be like this. Then let's save it. Inside here, let's add container, and maximum width will be 7XL, MX will be auto. Then here we can add another div with some basic class names like this, that text center, MB16, animated fade in, and then haze2, that like heading, not heading, that like long or big title, that's simple or transparent pricing. You can just check the styling from here. And this is the subtitle, that start free, scale as you grow, no hidden fees, no surprise, cancel anytime. Here we go. It's looking really beautiful. Now we again need here on static array for plans, our pricing plans. So let's come back here. So something like this, pricing plans, name is free, price is $0, icon is tab icon, import from Lucid React, and features like this. This is the pro feature, and this is the business feature. Sorry, not feature, it's actually plan. Yeah. And you can just check the other fields value one by one, or you can also copy it from actually that like static data list. Then after this, what next? Here, let's add on div with that grid class name, like grid calls 1, and from MD grid calls 3. Gap will be 32 pixel and MB 64 pixel. Now inside here, let's add our plans.map like this, plan and index. Then inside here we can add another div with key index, class name, animated fade in, styling, something like this. Then inside here we can add our cart component. So cart component is going to be something like this. Let's import cart from component slash UI cart. Class name is crazy big. You can see this is the class name. If the plan is popular, then this one, otherwise this is styling. Okay, and by default this is styling. Now inside cart, let's come inside cart. Inside here, if the plan is popular, then we have to add here on badge, something like this. So let's import badge from our components, that most popular, something like this. Then inside here, actually after this, not inside here, after this we can add another div with class name text center mb8, another div with class name like this, and the play icon and play plan dot name, not play icon, plan dot icon, plan dot name and plan dot price, and period and description. So when I'm saving it, you can see it's automatically showing the data here. After this, definitely we need our features, our plan features. So we can easily add that. After these tips, we can collapse it. We can create here another div, small div, and we need a check icon here from Lucid React. This is the div. You can just read it. It's very small. We can save it right now, and here you go. You can see instantly it's done and it's looking really beautiful. So after this div, we can add here another button, our plan.button. So let's import button from components. So plan.button text, and here you go, start free trial and contact sales. This one starts free. Yeah, fine. So that's it. It's actually looking very beautiful. Yeah. Now after this, our pricing section is also ready. Our pricing section is also done. Right now, what next? The next one is actually CTA section, meaning call to action. So we can copy the name. We can come back in this modules. We can create a new folder by giving them CTA and index.tsx and CTA section. We can save that and we can import CTA section here. Yeah. Now CTA section. Here, let's come back here. At first, use here our section tag with class names like these, a little bit different this one. And inside here, let's add our that same, again, that container div, always same. And then inside here, we need another div with class name animate fade in and floating animations. Right now we need some animations here because this is completely UI. There's nothing else in here, like no functionalities. It's completely static, this part. So let me quickly add it, and I am showing you the full code one by one. Okay, this will be better actually, because there's nothing to explain you, or like, there's nothing complex things here. I can just explain nothing here. It's just class names and everything here. Okay, so let me save it, and let me just little bit to unzoom, then you can see the full code from here. You can just read one by one if you need, because if you hover it, you will see the value of the class names. Okay, so there's nothing to explain here. You can just read one by one. That's it. Yeah. And this is the section, the call to actions. You can see something like this. It's looking actually beautiful. By the way, the schedule demo, I want to change one thing here, and that is after doing hover, the text color will be white. Yeah, now looks good. So that's it. You can see it's looking actually beautiful. Right now, the last section, not section, it's actually a component, and it's footer. So footer, let's add footer here. Let's copy the name. Let's come back. Collapse everything and come back at these components. Create a new folder by giving them footer and index.tsx. So footer, and instead of div, let's change it with footer and import it from actually components footer. Let's save it, and inside here in this footer, first of all, we need our current year to add the copyright message. Okay, then we can add class name for footers like this, kind of big. Then we need our that container div. Inside here, let's add on div with class name grid, grid calls 1, from md grid calls 4, gap 8, and mb 12. Now we need here our branding, so we actually need to add here on div with class name animate fade in, on fade in animation. Then we need our logo, something like the header. So let me finish the div. Yeah, we just have to import link from next link and image from next slash image. We can save it right now. This is our logo, the same styling we're actually using here. You can see this is our footer logo. It's looking beautiful. It's giving on warning that cannot find div. Just ignore it, or just press Ctrl Shift P and search for reload window and just press enter. And here you go, error gone, because that was not actually any error. That was just a simple warning, and it will be gone right now. After this div, this one, let's add another paragraph tag with value like this, that the next generation workflow automation platform with AI superpowers, build, deploy, and scale your automations effortlessly with this class name. Yeah, something like this. Now, after the paragraph, we can actually add some social medias, right? Like some social medias links. So let's import button from UI button, and our some icons like Twitter icon, GitHub icon, and message circle icon. Yeah. So Twitter, GitHub, and this is, I think, for Discord. Okay, you can definitely add your own social media links here if you want. And then after this div, actually I did one small mistake. The link should be end here, actually here. No, 1 minute. So this is the div. So first div, then this link, then another div, and we don't need an extra div here. Let's save it right now. Here you go. So do the same thing what I did here. This is on div. This is our animated fading. The flex item center is this one, just wrapping the logo, and then no div is wrapping, just this one is wrapping everything, that animated fade in and this grid calls. Yeah. Now actually after this button, after this two div, let's add our product. So product, and here let's add another div with all of this, that templates, features, integrations, pricing, API reference, all the stylings are same. Just write on styling and copy paste everything. Okay, you can see everything's same. Yeah, we could also write here on like on same styling. I mean, we could write here on array also, static array, and then we can run on loop. But fine, this is also fine for now. By the way, one thing I just want to check, this is the div. Okay, okay, let's finish it, then we will see. After this, after product, actually, what if we add it here? I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay, no. This was fine. After two div, we have to add it. Okay. So product done. Right now, everything will be same. Just the element value will be different. Okay, the element will be different. So resources and icons are definitely different. That 1 minute block is giving Okay, error warning because block and flicks cannot be in same place. Yeah, true indeed. So let me remove the block. We can save it. Here you go. The resources, and after resources we can add here legals. So legal, which is also going to be something like this. We don't need the block, so let me just delete it. Otherwise everything is same again. You can just check. Legal done. Now next one is going to be our bottom bar. So bottom bar, something like this, the bottom bar, this one. You can just check it, the bottom bar, the current year, FlowX and all right reserved, and system operational. Yeah, but 1 minute. I just did a small mistake. Let's cut it. After this div, let's add it. So bottom bar and done. Here you go. You can see this time it's looking actually beautiful, and it's looking not bad. I would say it's looking actually beautiful. You can see the UI is right now seriously looking very beautiful. Yeah. So that's it. Our landing page work is actually done right now. You can see it's actually responsive, and at the same time it's looking serious level beautiful. It's looking seriously very beautiful. So right now our next task is the most important one is we have to actually make the authentication page, or actually that's going to be a model, and we have to implement authentication so that we can actually go to our dashboard screen. Sorry, not screen, dashboard page, and we can start to work in there. So for working with authentication, let's close everything. Let's back in header and close everything. Yeah. Alright, so for implementing authentication, we just need to make here another state that each auth open and set each auth open. Initial value will be false. Right now, let's come back to this completely bottom. After this div, we can say, actually not here. After this sheet, we can say, actually we can add here our auth model. And let's call our auth model. We have to create it. Inside this auth model, we're gonna send the is open as a parameter. So is open and on open change. So where we have to send this set is open. Let's copy the auth model name. Let's come back in this components folder. Let's create a new folder by giving name auth, and inside here we can create auth dot model dot tsx. Yeah, and we can actually create here an auth model, and we can import auth model, and inside auth model we have to receive that is open and actually our on open change, and the type will be auth model props. So we can just create here on simple interface, that interface auth model props. We have to add is open and on open change. Is open will be boolean, on open change will be on callback function. So open will be boolean, and it's going to return on void. Now after this we have to create some schema, because we're gonna use here Zot for validating our form. So let's create here on actually login schema and sign up schema. You can see the schema, thus just z.object. Let's do one thing. Let's install Zod right now. So npm I Zod and import z actually from Zod. So import Z from Zod. Here it's giving on deprecated warning, and I know how to fix it. We just have to change it to z.email. Yeah. So in login schema, we just need email and password. In login form, we need email and password. For sign up, we need first name, last name, email, password, and confirm password. Yeah, and we're also checking that is the confirm password is matching with the password or not. If not matching, then password don't match, and path is confirm. Yeah. Right now here inside here we actually need some use state hook. We actually need multiple use state hook, not one or two. Let me show you one by one. First of all, we need on active tab, and secondly we need on hook, but for now we can skip that. We need on active tab, set active tab, use state value by default will be sign in. We need on form and set form state, where we have first, last, email, password, and confirm. It's kind of like our this sign up schema value or fields, not value. And on another state, that validation errors and set validations errors, which going to be an empty object by default. Right now, after this, we can create here on simple async function that handle register, which going to be on React form event, which going to receive on React form event, and let's call it our e.prevent default. Make the set validation errors empty string, and let's implement here on try catch statement. Then constant validate data sign up schema dot parse and form. Since we're using here Zod, and actually we are right now verifying our form, that's why we are sending this sign up dot parse, and we're sending the form. Form is coming from where? Form is actually our form data. Yeah. Okay, form data from here, from the use state hook. Then right now constant name, we have to make on fixed name right now, because for our database we don't need first name last name. We want our first and last name. We want to combine that together. That's it. So validate data dot last name, means last. So this is actually the name. Now constant okay equal to await sign up. Sign up is actually coming from our that state, sorry, not state hook. For now, let's comment it out. Okay, for now, because we have to implement Better Auth for implementing the authentications, and at this stage let's keep it simple like this. Okay, let's finish the UI first, then we can actually make the functionalities. So let's add here on dialog from our component. Okay, let's import it. So dialog from UI and dialog, and inside here we need on dialog content. So dialog content like this with class names, something like this. Let's import dialog content from our UI and dialog content. Now inside here let's add another div with class name like this, that grid calls 1, from LG grid calls 2, and minimum height 500 pixel. Now we need to make our left side branding and features. Okay, so here we're gonna just add some branding and features. So let's add on simple div here like this. You can just check the class name. Now inside here let's add another div with just on small class name, that space y6. Then we need here our that logo, something like this. So let's import link from next/link and image from next/image. So let's save it, hit here, nothing is happening, but just a minute, let's come back here. Let's actually change few things here. Let's uncomment it and uncomment it. Where? From our this header index.ts. If you can click get started free, make the set auth open, set is auth open true, and same for sign in. So when I'm clicking here, still nothing is happening. Give on reload. Actually, I think I did some small mistake. So on open change is coming from here. I found it. It should be is auth open. This was the mistake. So it must need to be is auth open. Right now you can see it's coming here. I know it's not looking perfect yet, but at least it's coming here. Okay, the model is appearing here. Right now let's do the designing work right now, one by one. After this logo, this one, let's add another div with class name space y4, and margin top will be minus 70 pixel. Now here let's add another h2 with something like this that automate everything. Our that like branding text, we can say that automate everything smarter. And then after this we can add one paragraph, simple paragraph that join thousands of developers building the features of workflow automations with AI superpowers. Yeah. Then after this div, let's add another div with class name like this, that space y3. Now here we're gonna add on simple map, something like this, that free forever plan available, no credit card required, set up in 2 minutes, and that's it. So you can see it's right now looking actually beautiful. Now after this we just need to add few beautiful animation. Okay, here after this to div, actually I did a small mistake. The link should be ending here. 1 minute. And even the div itself. So we can just delete on div from there, and here you go. Now it's looking beautiful actually. Yeah. So after this to div, right now we can add some background elements, okay, some animations elements. So something like this, that our those actually like circles, you can see this one, this one, this one, it's actually looking beautiful. You can just check it from here, very simple animation. Then right now we have to start our right side auth form. Okay, so let's call up the left side and let's start our right side auth forms. So right side auth forms, let's add another div with class name like this, that flex call justify center p8. Let's add another div here, and inside here let's add another div something like this, that welcome to FlowX, and if our active tab equal to sign in, then sign into your account to continue, otherwise create your account to get started. You can see welcome to FlowX, sign into your account to continue, since sign in is the by default value in this active tab. Yeah. Now we need on tabs. Why do we need on tabs? Because user will be able to change the like form, right? Sign in or sign up, both. So after this div, actually we can after this div, I'm sorry, we can add on tabs like this. So import tabs from our UI tabs, with value will be this active tab, one value change will be this one, class name will be w full. Now we can add here our tabs list. So let's import tabs list from UI/tabs, something like this. Then inside here we can add on tabs trigger, that sign in. So let's import tabs trigger from that components. You can just read it, and we're actually using here on dynamic styling and dynamic class name, that if the data state is active, then this color, otherwise this one. I mean, this is also for background, this is for text color. Yeah. Then we need another one for register, right? Because the previous one was for sign in. So sign in and register. You can see it's actually changing the value. And one thing I am feeling right now that here we should say rounded only. Not only rounded MD. Actually, MD meanings. No, let's do one thing. Let's add here an important. Actually, it's already MD. Fine, then actually it's looking good. It's not looking bad, to be honest. Yeah. So sign in and register, done. Right now, let's add here our tabs content after this tabs list. So tabs content, let's import tabs content from UI tabs. Inside here, let's add our form. And after like submitting the form, it's gonna call handle login. Okay, so we're gonna create that handle login function here. It's gonna also receive on react.form event. A minute, I think I did some mistake. Async. Oh, I forgot to add the function. Yeah, I'm seriously doing like crazy mistake. So async function handle login. Okay, let's finish it. So inside here, let's add that e.prevent default for now and fine for now. Then let's come back here in this handle login in this form. Just a minute. Yeah, for now it's actually fine. We can add here another div with just a class name that space y4 and another div with class name space y2. Inside here, let's add on label from our component actually. So label, it's gonna be email address, and here we have to add HTML for sign in email and class name text sm and font medium. Yeah, done. Then right now we need on input. So the input is going to be something like this. Let's import input from UI input. ID will be sign in email, type will be email, value will be something like this. We are actually spreading the form and we're adding the we're updating the email field value. Placeholder like this and class name. You can just read it. And if there is any error in validation error.email, then just show the message, error message. Yeah, you can just see it's looking really beautiful. After email, we can actually add the same type of div. Okay, how same type of div? Let me show you this one. Okay, so let's copy this, let's add but with different value that sign in password, and here will be password and enter your password, and here will be also password. Otherwise everything same. You can see it's looking actually perfect. Yeah, now after this div, after this one, let's add another div for our that remember me or forgot password button, something like this. What is this? Yeah, so remember me or forgot password. You can see it's actually looking perfect. Yeah, now after this at the end we need on sign in button. So let's add the sign in button here. Let's import button from UI button and disabled. Let's just comment it for now because we don't have the dynamic loading state yet. Now arrow right, let's import it from Lucid React, and here you go, sign in. It's looking actually perfect. After this form, we can add another div that if you don't have any account, then sign up for free. If anyone press here, it's gonna change the set active tab to register like this. Yeah, so our login form is actually done. Right now let's start to work for our sign up form. So let's call up this tabs content. Yeah, because this was for sign in value. So right now let's make for register value. So another tabs content with just value register. Now let's add here our form with on submit handle register, that function we created some time ago. Inside here the styling will be also kind of similar actually, because everything is same, just the fields are different here. Fields and that's actually the only different thing here, I think. But yeah, let's see. Actually no, we have to divide our this space into two part, okay? Because first name, last name, so we're gonna add that in same line. That's why you can see that grid and grid calls too. Now here let's add on div with class name space y2, on label that first name, on input that actually first name input. So we're just adding that first since our state name was first, that's why. And otherwise everything is still same. So first, right now we need to actually add the second one, so it's also going to be completely same. Just instead of first, let's add here last. So instead of first name it should be last name, and here last. Yeah, you can see first name and last name. Now after this email address, it's going to be similar like the login one. You can copy it from the login one also, because it's going to be completely same. So here actually let's come out from this grid and from even this space yr. Yeah, so we are gonna again add space y2 this time. Different email address are not actually 1 minute. Let's do one thing, let's cut it and let's add after this grid. Yeah, then we don't need to actually come out, we don't need to add extra space here. Yeah, now looks good. So email address. Now after this we need our password, right? So for password it's going to be also similar like our login one, login form one. Okay, so password and password, it must be at least 8 characters. So this is a different thing, must be at least 8 characters with numbers and symbols like on hint. After password we need our confirm password, right? So confirm password, it's going to be actually like this one, just the values will be different. Yeah, and this element will be different. You can see password and confirm password. Now finally we can like give some like terms, condition and privacy policy to the user that you have to must accept it to use our platform. Yeah, so we can just add that in here on div with on button. We can save. So I agree to the terms and terms of service and privacy policy. We can add here definitely some link if we want, and that's actually the best way. But since we don't have any privacy policy for now yet, that's why we're just adding here on simple div. Yeah, simple button with just this hover underline class name. Now after this div, let's add our button for create account, and let's comment this disabled since we don't have the loading state yet. So create account, and this is the styling, same styling, and let's save it. This is the create account, this is the sign in, so everything actually is same here. So create account looking actually perfect. Now if there any error after creating account, then show us the error. So error is also coming from our that hook, but we don't have the dynamic hook yet. We're gonna create it after some time after finishing the UI. Now let's come out from the form and let's add this that already have an account, then sign in. So sign in and sign up. Perfect, right? That's it. Our UI work is actually done. Right now, what next? Since the UI is done, right now we have to make it dynamic. So let's go to Better Auth and we're gonna use PostgreSQL for our database, for our this project database, and for implementing PostgreSQL, we're gonna use Neon. So let's hit login, but no, let's do one thing. Let's hit sign up. Let's create a new account in Neon. So I'm just doing it. I'm doing it in another screen just for like YouTube security purpose. And I'm selecting all of my account. I'm saying continue. And here you go. My account creation is actually done. So here it's asking for a project name. So let's say FlowX. This is our project name, and AWS fine, and region. So let's select the like the closest one from you. So for me, I'm selecting the Singapore since I'm from Asia. So that's why, and I'm hitting this create project right now. And done. Right now we can hit this connect. We can actually copy this snippet. Yeah. Now let's come back to our project again. Let's create a .env file in the root directory and database URL or URI, I think. URL is also fine. Yeah. Let's paste what we have copied from actually Neon. Just delete the PSL, otherwise everything will be same like this. Don't try to copy paste my database URL because after creating the project, I'm gonna definitely delete it. Yeah, so database connection, actually database URL connection done. Right now, we can come back in these tables. Definitely it's going to be empty since we don't have any data yet. Yeah. Now, in Better Auth, hit get started and hit installation. Let's copy this. So npm install Better Auth. And we need on Better Auth secret. So let's come back in our .env again. Better Auth secret. For generating on Better Auth secret, just a minute, I forgot the actually the command I used to use this OpenSSL 64. Yeah, just write this command OpenSSL random base 64 and 64 value, I mean 64 digit. Just copy this, add it in here. Sorry, this is going to be our Better Auth secret. Okay, but we make sure to keep it in same line. Or let's do one thing. Let's do one thing. Not 64. I know it's looking a little bit weird. 64 is getting bigger. So use 16 characters. 16 is also fine. Yeah, this is fine since this is just for Better Auth secret. Yeah. And paste it. We can use here also in double quotation. Yeah, done. Now, Better Auth URL. Very, very important. So we actually don't need any Better Auth URL. We need on next public app URL. Okay, which going to be our localhost 3000. Yeah, for now it's good enough. Now scroll down. We need on lib folder and on utils folder. So we have to create here on lib folder, but it's already here, so we don't need to create it again. But we need to create here on auth .ts file, and it's the main file for configuring Better Auth. So auth.ts, They are saying so many things here, but just ignore it for now. Okay. Configuring database, we're using PostgreSQL, but we're actually using Drizzle as our database ORM. So we're gonna do some work right now. You can see create database tables. So let's do one thing. Let's copy this in this auth.ts. Let's paste it. So let's delete that line, and no, let's do one thing. In here, let's create a new folder by giving them db, and inside db, actually, just a minute. Inside db, we can create on schema.ts. Yeah, I forgot it. So schema.ts, let's save it, and db, okay, because we have to export it, or 1 minute. Better auth, and database is going to be okay. I got it. Let's do one thing. They're doing here some weird work, I mean some wrong work. We should not do it like this. Let's use here neon. So import neon from neon database serverless. So let's install this library, npm I neon database slash serverless. And after this, inside here, we're gonna call our process.env.database URL, and the db will be right now something like this, that drizzle, and just call this SQL. Now drizzle is coming from our drizzle orm slash neon http. Let's install it too. So drizzle orm slash neon http. I think we just need to install drizzle orm, not neon http. Yeah, done. Right now the error will be also gone. So after this, everything is done. Just save it for now, and we have to generate this npx better CLI generate. Then you will see an interesting thing right now, that it's gonna actually generate on authentication table for us. Do you want to generate the schema to no, we want to generate, okay fine, we can generate it, then we can later change it. So let's say actually let's press Y in your keyboard. Okay, Y. Now you can see they just generated on auth.schema.ts with so many code. We don't have to do anything by ourselves. This is a good thing. But let's drag it and take it in source folder at first, then drag it and take it inside our db folder. Yeah, perfect. And here we need on drizzle config. I don't know why it's missing here yet, but let's see. Better out CLI migration. Actually, let's create it by ourselves, no problem. I think I forgot some command, that's why it's missing. However, we can create it. So drizzle dot config dot ts. Inside here, it's a small file. Let's import config from drizzle kit. So we have to install drizzle kit right now. So npm I drizzle kit. Dialect will be PostgreSQL, and schema, this is very important. So this one will be dot slash asrc db, then our auth dot schema. Yeah, dot ts actually. Output will be dot slash drizzle. It's perfect actually. We can save it right now. We can clear our terminal. You can see everything is still fine. Yeah, I just want to check few things. Everything is actually fine here for now. Auth schema is also perfect. So we didn't write that by ourselves. It's an interesting thing. Now let's come back here again, and you can see so many things here, but we don't have to worry for anything. We're gonna create our authentication flow by ourselves right now. So let's come in this auth.ts again, and this time we're gonna do a lot of work. After this provider, let's add schema. For user, it's going to be auth schema. So auth schema is actually coming from our auth schema. So we can do one thing. We can say import everything as auth schema from the import path is wrong. db/auth schema. Yeah. So auth schema dot user, and session will be auth schema dot session, and finally account, which is going to be auth schema dot account. Yeah. Then we need to pass our secret, our Better Auth secret. So process dot env dot Better Auth secret. Yeah. We make sure that the variable name is completely same. Yeah. Then after this, email and password. Yeah, let's enable it. So enabled true, and require email verification. Yeah, it's also true. We're gonna must verify our email. Now email verification, here we have to do a lot of work right now. We have to right now send verification email. So async user URL and token. Then inside here, constant final URL. It's going to be our app URL plus this URL. Okay, this is our authentication URL. I mean the verification email URL. Okay, so our app URL, our fallback value is this one, and then plus this URL coming from this parameter. Yeah, coming from Better Auth actually. Right now we have to call our internal email service, and we have to send an email to our user with this final URL. We're gonna do that, but for now, after this, let's add some more options that actually here, that passwords on minute. Yeah, I'm correct. So passwords minimum length, it's going to be 8. Decrypt rounds, it's going to be 12. Session, we're gonna add the session for 60 days, sorry, 30 days. You can see fx session, the cookie name, cookie secure true. This is the TTL 30 day. And plugins, we're gonna use here Next cookies. It's mandatory for working with cookies, otherwise cookies will actually not work with Better Auth. I was facing this problem when I was developing it for the first time. So we make sure that you are using this Next cookies from Better Auth / Next.js. It's on plugins. Yeah, we can save it, but our work is not done here. We have to send on email to our user with this final URL. Otherwise, how the user will activate the account? So let's start by creating a new folder in this src folder by giving name services. Inside this services, we're gonna actually create an email service.ts file right now. So email service.ts. Inside here, we have to do a lot of coding right now. So first of all, we have to install some libraries like EJS, and secondly, node mailer for sending emails, and import EJS from EJS, import path. From path, it's a built-in library, so you don't need to install it again. And import node mailer from node mailer. So node mailer, I think we have to install the type version if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so let's copy this and add it in here. Same for this one. So types node mailer, let's install it. Definitely it's gonna take some time, and it's taking actually a long time. Okay, my Wi-Fi network is correct. Fine. It's done right now. Let's create here on transporter. We need this for sending an email. So transporter node mailer dot create transport host. It's going to be process dot env dot smtp host. After this, let's add our port. So smtp port and our service, smtp service, and the auth for our username and password. Okay, so I will definitely show you how we will get all of these environment variables. No worries. After this, we have to create here on interface. So we can also export this interface. So export interface email data. And just a minute, let me turn off my room AC. Yeah, done. After this, here in this interface, we have to add on to like which user we are sending this email, which email actually, not user, and then the user name, the email URL. It's also going to be on string but optional, and dashboard URL, same, optional. In few case we probably need this, so that's why we're adding this. And on key, on array of string, and type will be any. Now after this, we can create on email service class. So email service, and here we're gonna just create a basic object oriented class. Then private static async render template. So we're gonna actually use here template. Why? So that we can send multiple like email template. Okay, because we're gonna use this email service not only for sending the user registration link, but also for so many other things. That's why we're gonna use here template, and for that reason we install this EJS library. Template name, it's going to be string. The email data, which going to be this email data, and it's gonna return on promise, on actually not void, it's going to return on string. Yeah, now inside here constant template path, it's going to be template path, not name, and that path dot join process dot cwd. It means that this method actually returns the current working directory of the Node.js process. You can see, so current directory cwd, so it's actually going to like return as the current working directory. Yeah, then we can add here our that src folder. So first of all, this process.cwd is returning in this root directory. Okay, then we have to go to inside our source folder. Then we have to go to inside our templates folder, which is not existed yet, but yeah, we're gonna create that right now. So let's create here a templates folder, and after templates folder, there's going to be another folder with name emails. So let's create it inside here. So templates and emails. Now after that, this will be actually dynamic our template name .ejs, the file name. Yeah, now it's gonna return, this function is gonna return a new promise, Let's add resolve and reject as the parameter. Then ejs dot render file the template path data and error any, like the error type, so we can say any, and HTML, which going to be definitely string. Now if there is any error, then just console log the error, that error rendering email template, so that we can understand, yeah, there's something wrong in the email template path name, yeah, and the error message. Then we have to must call this reject and we have to pass this error, yeah. Now else inside here we have to call this resolve and we have to pass the HTML. Simple. So that's it, done. Our this one is done. This private static render template one is done. Right now we have to create another one. So private static async send email. Okay, send email function, we can say send email, then to, which going to be string, subject, which going to be string as well, and HTML, it's also going to be string, and it's gonna return on boolean, so on callback, on promised, and the type will be boolean. Now inside here we can create on try catch statement, and inside here we can say await transporter dot send email, sorry, send mail, not send email. Then from will be our process dot env dot smtp user. Okay, smtp underscore user. Secondly, to, we can take it from here. Then the subject, the email subject, we can take that also from there, and HTML, yeah, from this parameter. Now after this we can just return true, that email successfully sent. 1 minute, what's wrong here? Promise function like ending return undefined. Okay, because here it's returning nothing, that's why. So return false. We can add on console log if there is any error, that error sending email and what is the reason. So let's print the error message in console, yeah, in our server console. That's it, done. Right now we need some more function. Let's collapse it and let's add another one for email verification. It's very simple, that's why I just copy pasted it. So we have to again create on send verification email function like this. Then this render, since this is on like static class, that's why here we are using this dot render template. So render template is actually coming from here, okay, from this email service class. So then from here we are actually bypassing or passing actually our email template name, okay, and then we're passing the data in here. So we are actually sending this email to this data.to, okay, data.to means it's actually coming from here. So when we're gonna call this function, we must have to pass the data, and from the data we're sending this data.to, because inside data we must have on to value. You can see 2 is string, means for which user or which email we're sending the email. That's it. This is the subject that verify your email address and FlowX, and this is the HTML content. Yeah, that's it. For now it's good enough for us, okay, we don't need anything else for now. For now it's good enough. If we need anything else, we're gonna add that later. Yeah, let's come back in this auth.ts right now, and from here we can easily call our email service. So email service dot send verification email, and we have to bypass the data, so we have to pass the data not bypass. So let's send our user dot email. This is the to user, right? We are sending this to this email. The username, it's also going to be user dot name, and URL, definitely it's going to be this final URL. Yeah, done. So here we're actually sending the email. Looks perfect. And after this, everything is done in here in this auth.ts, but this email service will not work because we must have to add all of this env variable in here. So SMTP host, then port, then service, then user and password. So all of these we must have to provide values here. Now for these first options like the host, it's going to be same for all of us, okay? That smtp.gmail.com. For port, it's going to be 465. For SMTP service, it's going to be Gmail. For SMTP user, now it's going to be different because right now we have to log into our email. Okay, so I'm just doing login in all of my email account. I'm hitting this manage Google account. I am searching for app passwords. So app passwords, let's do one thing. Let's come in the security. From here, app passwords is missing. Looks interesting. Okay, let's search again. Yeah, here you go. You can see app passwords is here right now after coming in the security. I have to add my Gmail password, so I'm just adding my password here. All right, so here right now we have to add our app name. So we can say FlowX and we can hit this create button, and we have to copy this password from there. This will be our SMTP password, and for the user we have to add the same email. Okay, that's it. Yeah, actually done. The SMTP host, port, service, user and password setup is actually done here. Right now we can do one thing. We can come back here again. Let's back here, give on reload. Nothing will actually work yet because we have to create some important APIs. So let's come back in this app folder. Let's create a new folder by giving name API. And inside API folder, we have to create on another folder by giving name auth. Inside auth, we can actually create sign up and another folder that login in this auth folder. Okay, login, sign up and log out. And me, and another one that's going to be verify email. Sorry, in this auth folder, that verify email. So verify email. Yeah, all done. These are the routes we must need. Perfect. So let's do one thing. In this sign up, let's create our root.js file, and let's copy this file and add all of this in all of these folders. So done. Login, logout, sign up, verify email, all done. Now in this sign up, we just have to write some few lines of code. So first of all, import auth from our lib and auth. Now we have to also import our next response. Yeah. Now after this, let's write export async. This is going to be on post request. So export async post. Disgusting. Inside here, let's add request and oh, I forgot to add the function. Yep. That's why I'm thinking what's happening. Okay, now constant body we're gonna receive it from our request.json. Now constant email, password and name, all of these are coming from body. Now we can use here on try catch statement this body meanings actually request.body, okay, but for Next.js we use here request.json. Now here we can call our auth.api dot sign up email, and here we have to pass our email, then password and the name we have received from the front end. Yeah, now after this we can return next response.json, and here let's add on message that sign up successful, and please check your email and click the verification link to activate your account. Then we have to add here the status code, which will be actually 200. Yeah, if it's catch any error, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna actually return on next response.json with this error message. So error, we can say error.message, and status will be 400. That's it, our sign up route work is actually done. Right now after sign up, the next important route is our our this verify email route.ts. Okay, inside here we're gonna do everything similar like our previous function, just this will be get. Okay, instead of post this will be get. Now we're gonna get our URL and token from our URL, okay, our request.url, and we're gonna get on token on like search params from this URL. And then if there is no token, it means the link is not valid. It's basically after the user is clicking the verification link from the email. Okay, so when there is token missing, it means it's actually not valid. Yeah, then after that we can check for our, like we can use on try catch statement, and we can go to this auth.api.verify email. We can query this, we can do one query with this token. Yeah, we are actually doing on query with this token. After that, if everything is fine, the email is verified, then email verified successfully, we're just sending on 200 request, like on like success response. Yes, right, the 200 is the success response status code. So email verified successfully, and your account right now activated, you can do login. That's it, our verify email work is also done. Let's quickly make the login one too. It's also going to be kind of similar, not exactly similar. So at first do the same work again. This one is also going to be post, and we're getting data from our request.json from the body, meanings from our front end. Then we're actually receiving here email and password because this is login. Then let's use here on try catch statement. Now inside here in this try part, we're gonna actually do on small thing that auth.api.sign in email. So this is actually the method provided by Better Auth. Okay, this auth is coming from here. You can see this auth is actually coming from Better Auth. That's why we're using this auth.api.sign in email, and we are passing this email and password to Better Auth so that Better Auth can handle everything for us. We're not writing any manual logic. Better Auth is doing everything for us. That's why it's actually, we can say, more secure than our normal code. Yeah. Now it's returning session data. Better Auth handles cookie setting automatically, so we don't need to do anything. We just have to pass this session in here. We're just like, giving on response for this API. That's it. If there is any error, this is very important because we have to write here some external thing. So let's make it something like this, and let's say any. Now if it's an email verification error, very important, because there might be something that on user didn't verify the email and trying to doing the login. So we have to like notice the user that your email is not verified. So please verify email address before logging in and check your email for the verification link. Otherwise, we can send the normal error if there is any normal error. Yeah, you can just check the logic. It's very simple actually. So our login work is also done. Now the logout, it's going to be very small because we are doing everything with Better Auth. So we just have to use this auth.api.signout. We have to pass the headers and it's coming from request.headers. That's it. Yeah. And last one, that is me, meanings here we will get the logged in user informations. Okay. So in me, it's also going to be just a small function. You can see it's definitely going to be on get request. I mean, this API endpoint. Then we can say auth.api.get session and we can just pass this request. That's it. If there is no session, then there is no user available and status is 401. Okay. Otherwise, we can pass the user information to the API response. That's it. Our all APIs are ready right now. It's ready to use. Let's implement it. I mean, let's use it inside our auth model right now. So for using it, we're going to do one more smart thing, and that is we're going to create here on another hook so that we can use it perfectly. So first of all, we need here on hook for our all authentication APIs. Okay. So let's create here useauth.ts. Let's make it client side at first because we're gonna actually add all of our functions here. Okay, functions meanings from here, like from here, we're gonna actually keep all of our authentication API request logic, we can say. So ID, this is our user type. So in user, we have user ID, user email. I mean, there are so many fields, but we need these fields. So ID, email, name, string, and email verified or not. So it's very important. So email verified, it's going to be Boolean. Yeah. Now after this, export our use auth hook. So use auth, and inside here, let's add on use user. I mean, sorry, user and use user, set user as an use state hook. Then after this, we need some more use state hook like loading and error state. After this, we can write here our sign up function. So we can say sign up, and here we can create on async function, and the name will be actually sign up, and instead of params, we have to add name. It's going to be string, then email string, and password going to be string as well. Yeah. Now inside here, first of all, set loading will be true, and set error, it's going to be null by default. Now let's add on try catch statement and let's write our main logic. So we're gonna actually send here on API request to our API auth and sign up this API endpoint, which we created just some time ago. Method is going to be definitely post, headers just application/json, and we are sending our this data, this name, email, and password from here, from the parameter which we received. Then when we are receiving on response, we're showing the response. Otherwise, if there is an error, then we're throwing a new error from here that sign up failed. Now here actually not OTP steps, we can say verification email steps, email step comes next. It's like, on just comment. Then if it's catch any error, then we have to add the error message. So error dot message, make the error state type to any, and finally set loading will be false. That's it. Now our sign up is actually done. The sign up function. Let's do one thing. Let's create another one for verify email. So verify email, and we're gonna create it right now. It's going to be also a small function. We must have to write it by ourselves. We're just writing the front end logics right now. So verify email, the same thing here again, set loading true, set error is going to be null. Then we are sending on response to this API auth and verify route, which we created some time ago. The API request method will be post. We're sending the same headers and same body, actually not same body, we're sending email and code from here. Otherwise everything is same, we can say. We're just adding here set user, because after verifying email we are getting our users data, that's why we are adding that in here. Yeah, now what next? Definitely login, right? Like common sense, we can say. So next one is login after verify email. So let's come back here, and guess what, login is also going to be actually same, because we're just sending here like request to our APIs. That's it. I think I did a small mistake. No. Okay. I'm explaining. Sorry, there is a small error because I didn't create a function yet. That's why. Let's remove the gap. Now it's looking perfect. Okay, so same thing here. I'm not explaining, that's why. And here we're sending request to this login endpoint. When there is something wrong in the response, then we're adding this, that please verify your email address before login in, or something wrong with that login failed with this like data.error when there is an error message. Now it's giving error because we don't have that me function yet. That's why. So let's create it. It's also going to be very small, but before me, let's create the logout and me together, because small, just 5-6 lines of codes, we can say. So logout, we're just sending on request to this logout endpoint, method is post, and set user null. For me, we're sending request here, and we're just adding the data in this set user state. Yeah, that's it. And finally we can return all of this. So user loading error, then sign up, verify email, login, then logout. So logout and me. Yeah, done. So use auth hook work is actually done. This was kind of big, but this was the most useful thing we can say in our this full authentication workflow, because we're gonna right now have no problem to implement the authentications perfectly. Our use auth hook is ready. We need another small hook. This is important because we need our user informations in so many places. So let's create another hook by giving them use user.ts. Okay, we need our logged in user information in so many places. So we're gonna actually use here on library called swr. So import use swr from swr, and we have to install it. Actually, I forgot the users of this library, as I know it's something like for data fetching. I know it's for data fetching, but there are some like great benefits of this. So with swr components, we'll get a stream of data update constantly and automatically, and the UI will be always fast and reactive. So it's, I think, kind of like our that RTK query, we can say. So in this example, the use swr hooks accept a key and a feature function. Key is an unique identifier of the data, normally the API URL, and will be passed to feature. Feature can be any asynchronous function which returns the data. You can use the native face or tools like Axios. Okay, so there are so many features in swr library. It's actually just on React hook for data fetching. Yeah, that's how we're using it. So let's install it. npm iswr. Now let's add here our type for user. I think we do have this already here, so we can either export it from here or we can even copy paste that. Yeah. Now constant feature, as like that example, let's receive here URL, which going to be string. Now fetch, let's add the URL, the credentials, let's include it, meaning include the cookies, the server-side cookies, then async, and here if the response, our meanings response, the response that status is 401, then return user user null. Otherwise constant JSON, when there is data, await response.json, and we can return the JSON. Yeah, that's it. Now let's make our main hook that export function use user. Inside here, constant data error is loading and mutate. We're getting all of this from this use SWR hook, and we're gonna pass here user, which type will be user or null. And inside here, let's add our /API /auth/me. Let's add the feature, this one. Then we have to add some options, okay, that revalidate on focus, make it true. Revalidate on reconnect, make it true. And should retry on error, make it false, otherwise it will give a re-render problem. Yeah, that's it. Our work is actually done here. Let's write constant user. We're gonna get it from this data dot user, or let's make it null. Now async function refresh user, very important. We're gonna just call the await mutate, okay, when we just have to refresh our user data again. I mean, we have to send another request. Yeah, so now return the user, the loading, which is going to be is loading, then error, so error, and let's add some types. So if error is available, then error as error dot message or null. Yeah, and the refresh user. Perfect. Now we can save it. Our use user hook is also ready. So everything is ready. Let's use all of this together right now in our this auth model. So in this auth model, first of all, come back here. Let's add this, that use auth hook. Let's import it from hooks and use auth. We're getting sign up, login, error, and loading everything from here. Now in this handle register, right now, let's uncomment it. Let's call our sign up and let's pass the name, the validate data dot email, the validate data dot password, and that's it. If it's saying okay, it means so toast.success, check your email for activating your account. Yeah, if it has any error, then what next? Simple, we're gonna actually make on state to false. First of all, let's make it like this, error, and on minute, why prettier is still giving error? Just a minute, I think. Yeah, I added an extra second bracket, that's why. So when there is error, if the error dot instance of is z.zod error, then this one. Otherwise, set validation errors with these errors. Yeah, because there's also going to be some zod errors here. That's why we're just checking it, that is it zod error or from the server side error. Yeah. Now handle login. Let's finish it. So error prevent default, then set validated errors to an empty object, and that same try catch again, but this time the endpoint will be different. Okay, otherwise you can see we're actually adding the same thing here too. So here we are saying login, we're adding that email and password, that validate data email and password. Then for error, everything is same. It's completely same like this catch block. Yeah. Now after this everything done, but let's back here and let's make here few things dynamic in this form, like in this disabled, let's uncomment it. Then this one definitely uncomment it. Yeah, I think there are some more, if I'm not wrong. In sign in there should be more, so yeah, this one, and that's it. We can save it right now. Let's come back here, let's give on reload, hit get started for free. Now let me add my name, and let's add here on email, and let me type on password. Done, and let me hit I agree to the terms and condition. So create account. There is something wrong. Let's see. The error is saying failed query, ID, name, email verified, updated at from users, where the users email. I just want to check one thing. Yeah, there is something wrong, and I understand what's wrong here. Let's come back here. Let's write here some comment that npx. Actually, let's do one thing. We should not work like this. Let's come back here. Let's add some more script for our database. It's very important. So we just have to add here 4 new scripts. One is for database db generate, another for migrate, another for push, another for watching the studio, as like our Prisma studio if you previously worked with Prisma. Now we just have to write npm run db generate. Very, very important. But 1 minute. Source db auth schema. Why it's missing? It should not be missing. Source db auth schema.ts. Yeah, what's wrong then? Drizzle config. Let's see. I don't think we have to add source here. Let's see. Okay, let's do one thing. Take the auth schema in this root directory. Yeah, and make it something like this. Now I think I'm writing something stupid. It should be on dot slash, not to dot slash. Yeah, what it's saying here is the auth schema. Npx clean cache, or let's do one thing. Let's delete it. dot next folder and come back here and write this. I don't know, no schema files found for auth schema.ts. How it's possible? Oh yeah, I'm extremely sorry. It was a big mistake of mine. You can see the file name, it has hyphen, no dot. So let's try to keep it here again and let's see if it's working, then very good. If it's not working, then we'll take it to root directory. I'm seriously don't know why it was not working before. Fine. Since we're in the root directory, we can say go to actually source folder, then db, and then this auth schema.ts. Let's see. Yeah, done. So now second one is going to be this migrate. So npm npm run db migrate. Yeah. Now next one is db push. Very important. Yeah, we can clear it. We can close the terminal. We can run our project again. We can come back here. We can give on reload in neon. You can see we have our account, session, user, and verification tables in here perfectly. Very good. Now let's come back here. Let's hit create account again. This time check your email for activating your account. You can see no error. It's actually sending an email. And let's go to email. I just realized it's not sending email, and it's also because of another funny reason. You can see the email templates are missing. Yeah, we forgot to add the email templates. Templates emails folder is completely empty, but we have to add our email templates inside this. So no worries. Let me add on actually on minute this templates. It should be, there should be few files, okay, and you will get all of these inside the Notion file, which you will see in the description box. So at first let's create on base.ejs, okay, on base email, and let's add that in here. So you will get this in the Notion file, as I said earlier. After this, email verification .ejs, we make sure that you're adding the same spelling. So email verification .ejs, and let's save it. It's going to be small right now since we're using our base everywhere. Yeah, that's it. Now again come back here, hit create account. It's saying user already exists because the data, I think it's already here, but it's not verified. You can see. No worries. Let's do one thing. Let's delete it. Yeah, let's come back here again and hit create account. Yeah, this time I think it should send the email, and you can see 200, it meanings it's actually sending the email. Let me check it. And here you go. Welcome to FlowX. There is one small mistake. We're gonna fix that. But you can notice there is email actually here. Thank you for signing up for FlowX. We're excited to have you on board. To complete the registration, just click in here. If we click here, it will give us an error because there is no verify email page available in our front end yet. No worries, it's going to be a very small page. Let me show you what we have to do right now. So let's close all the files what we created. I know it was crazy big, but yeah, we finished all of this. And let's uncomment all of this from our this header file, since right now everything is dynamic. Now in here in this F folder, let's create a new folder by giving name actually verify email. Verify email. So let's create verify email and on page.tsx. Yeah, and we can say page or anything, whatever we want. And here it's also going to be on kind of big, but to be honest, it's full of design. Let me show you what it's actually is. First of all, that use client, and we need on use search params here, and we are taking our token from the URL. You can see the URL already has on token search params, and this is the token value. So we're just taking that and we are sending that in this verify email API route. Okay, that's it. And then here we were sending on welcome email, but we don't need that for now. We can just keep it simple like this. Yeah, that's it. You will also get this in the source code or in the Notion file, I think. Yeah, that's it. Otherwise, all of these are just design. Let me save it. Let's click here, and here you go. So welcome to FlowX. Your account is now active and ready to use. You can see everything is done. If you come back here right now, give another reload, you will see that email verified true this time because we have verified the account. And in the account part, in the account table, you will see we have our account ID, provider ID, which is credential, user ID, and everything. But to be honest, we didn't do any of this. All of this has completely done by using Better Auth. We didn't create any of these tables. Better Auth storing all of this for us. Yeah, one more thing I just noticed, we should fix this. This is on small like mistake, we can say. So let's open our auth model again, and for the set form we have to make it this empty. Okay, so let's copy this. Let's come back here and check your email for activating your account, and then set form, and let's make it empty. Okay, like this. Cool. Now let's come here and let's do login. So let me do login right now, and I'm hitting sign in. Here you go, sign in done. You can notice another interesting thing right now. There is on session. So Better Auth is actually storing session for us. We didn't do anything. It's actually did all of this by itself. Okay. And right now, let's make our header dynamic then. Since we have dynamic data, we can make our header dynamic. We can show here our user informations. Yeah. So we can close all of that. Let's come back here. And first of all, let's take back our user and loading data from this use user hook. Now let's scroll down, and this is our desktop auth buttons. Let's do one thing. Let's take this div and not this one, these two buttons, let's cut it. If loading is true, when the user data is fetching, we can just add on paragraph and this 3 dot means loading. Okay, or you can even add on small loader also there if you want, like in skeleton. Otherwise, if there is user, then we will do something later, or this button but with on fragment definitely. Yeah, now there will be actually nothing here. Just give on reload. You can see dot 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 and nothing, because user is later logged in, and we have to write logic, we have to write code here to show the user information. So let's add here on drop down menu. So drop down menu, let's import it from our components. Now inside here we need on drop down trigger as child, something like this. So drop down trigger, let's import it from our components. Now inside here, let's add on button that user name. So it's kind of like an avatar. So let's import avatar from our components, and avatar fallback, same from our component. You can just read it. Yeah. So this is as on button. Right now we have on beautiful like avatar there. Now after this drop down menu trigger, we have to right now add our drop down menu content. So drop down menu content, let's import drop down menu content from our components. Now inside here, let's add another div with class name flex, item center, justify center, gap 2, and some padding. Now inside here, let's add our avatar again. It's just like, for making the design looks more beautiful. That's it. So something like this. This is the div. This is starting from here. We can save it. So something like this. I know we have to still do a lot of work, and we're gonna do that right now. Now after this to div, let's come outside and let's add here on drop down menu separator. Same, this is also another component. So let's save it, something like this. You can see on separator there. Now after this, we can add some link. So some useful links we can add here, something like this, that dashboard. So if user is pressing here, it's gonna take the user to slash dashboard. Okay, import layout dashboard from Lucid React. Same for settings from Lucid React. For logout, same Lucid React. So you can just check the class names also, billing, settings, and log out. Now here you go. The design is looking seriously beautiful, something like this. It's really interesting and perfect. So right now when I will hit logout, it's actually going to do log out. You can just check from here. Actually no, it will do nothing. We have to add here on click and log out. So for log out, we need to take the log out from use auth, and we're gonna call the log out here. Yeah, so log out, done. If you right now hit log out, it's gonna do on log out. You can see log out done. After giving on log out, we can do one thing. We can actually add here on handle log out function. Let's come back here. Constant handle log out. First of all, log out, and secondly, redirect, not redirect. Constant router. This is client-side component, so use router from next/navigation and router dot push slash. No, actually I did a small mistake. We don't need to do any of these. We can do one thing. We can do just one thing, that window dot location dot reload. It's also good enough for us. Just give on reload. Yeah, that's it. So like this. Now let's do log in again. Actually I don't want to do log out. So becodemy.com, and remember me and sign in. Here you go. So sign in done. I know still it's looking weird because after doing the log in here, the best option is close the model on success. Perfect, but give also another reload. Yeah, done. So our authentication work is actually done right now. So what next? We can start our dashboard routes and billings and settings one by one right now. The core logic or the main things inside our this SaaS, that automation workflow and everything, we're gonna start that right now. So don't wasting time, let's start it. Let's close our header. Let's don't close the schema because we're gonna add so many things in there one by one. Let's come in this source folder, app folder. Let's create a new dashboard folder in this app folder, and inside dashboard we're gonna actually add another layout, so a different layout. So layout.tsx, and let's add here our that metadata again. So metadata, the title will be actually same FlowX, but this time dashboard. Yeah. Secondly, description. Secondly, descriptions we can copy it from here. Yeah. So description done. Now let me import few things here. First of all, React, then export default function, that dashboard layout and children. So react node, and let's return on div inside here with class name display flex, hide screen, and on bg with 0bo and if14 this color code. Yeah. Now inside here we're gonna add our sidebar, and we're gonna create the sidebar right now. The sidebar is going to be different. So sidebar, let's come in this components folder. Let's create a new folder by giving name dashboard. Now inside this dashboard, let's add our sidebar and index.tsx. So sidebar, let's import sidebar here. Yeah. After sidebar, we can add another div, something like this, that flex1, flex call overflow hidden. Inside here we have to add on Topbar component, the admin, sorry, not admin, the dashboard Topbar. So in this dashboard folder, let's create a new file by giving name Topbar, and let's add an index.tsx and Topbar. Let's import it. Done. Now after the Topbar, let's add our main main tag with a class name, that flex1 overflow auto bg gradient to br from 0bo, sorry, not o, it's going to be actually same color. Yeah. Then 2 will be little bit different, that 0 e1320. Yeah, something like this. Now inside here we can add the children. Yeah, we can save it. Let's come back here. Let's create on page.tsx our dashboard page.tsx. Yeah. Now when we will click here, it's gonna take us to dashboard, but it's saying Something wrong. 1 minute, let me see. Components, UI sidebar. What is this? There's something wrong. The sidebar should be come from this dashboard sidebar. Yeah, the import path was wrong. Here you go. You can see everything looks clean now. We have to start working this sidebar right now. All right. I just noticed one interesting thing, that in here, the gradient color is not working in the background. The background gradient color is not working. And I found the problem. It's not working because we mistakenly added here on if, on extra if. So we should remove it. Right now you can see the gradient is actually looking perfect. Yeah. So the gradient looking good. Right now we can back to this sidebar component and we can start to work in here. So let's write on class name here that w64 bg will be 121826. This is the color code, and border right links border r border on e293b. Yeah, display flex, so flex and flex direction column. Now inside here, let's add another div with class name px4 pt3 pb2. Inside here we can add our logo, that our actually our website logo, that FlowX logo. So let's import link from next/link, image from next/image, and there you go. Everything should be good enough now. Here you go. You can see it's looking actually beautiful, the FlowX logo. And this is the class name. You have to just add this margin block. Actually it's actually minus margin top bottom. Okay, margin block or margin top bottom, we can say. It's minus 60 pixel, minus 15 meanings. Here we are giving on minus, so that's why it's minus. And width height, you can see this by yourself. Now after this div, let's add another tag with like nav tag, and on class name that flex1 px4 then pt0. Now inside here, let's add on ul and class name space y5. Now inside here, we have to add nav items. So nav items, I know nav items is not available here yet. So let's create the nav items array. So it's going to be our all sidebar like navigations items. Okay, so name will be overview, href will be /dashboard. We need an icon, that activity icon imported from Lucid React. You can read the next one. Import the workflow icon from Lucid React, the template icon from, actually where is the template icon is coming from? The template icon is coming from on minute. Template is doing something wrong. From where it's actually coming? Okay, so we have to change the name here a little bit. It should be layout template as template. Okay, yeah. Then credit card from Lucid React, settings from Lucid React. Yeah, looks good. Where's the error? Okay, here's the error. So nav items dot map, and here we can say nav, or actually item, we can say. We can define here no type, then it will automatically take on type. Then constant icon, it's going to be item dot icon. Then constant is active, is the sidebar is active or not, so we can check it from the path name. So path name is actually coming from an use path name hook. So constant path name, use path name from next/navigation, since this is on client side component. So let's make it client side at first. Yeah. Then path name dot starts with, if the path name is starting with the item.href, then The is active will be actually true, we can say. Yeah, so that's it. One more thing, I am writing here a little bit wrong logic. Actually, no, it should not be this much easy. We can say path name if it's matching with item.href, then is active true, or for actually the dashboard. So when the item.href is not dashboard, okay, not slash dashboard, and path name dot starts with item dot href, then is active will be also true. You can just read the logic. It looks little bit weird, but this is how the logic will work. Then return, then the all warning will begin. Now let's add here an li tag with key item dot name. Yeah, now here let's add link from actually our next link, so we don't have to import it since we already imported it. Then here we can add the href, that item dot href, and then on class name, so class name, let's add cn from live utils, and flex item center space x3 px3 py 1.5, then rounded. Text size will be small, so text sm, font medium, leading tight, then transition all, transition duration will be 200 millisecond. Yeah, now is active if it's true, then bg green 500 by 1 sorry 10 not 1, and text green 400 we can say, and let's add on glow animation here, so glow. Otherwise text gray 300. After doing on hover, the background color will be 1E29 and 3B. Yeah, that's it. We can save it. Now inside this link, let's add our icon. So icon, and the class name will be W4 and H4. Yeah, width 4, height 4. Width height like 4 meaning 16 pixel. Then let's add on span here with our navigations items like name, we can say. Yeah, that's it. We can save it right now, and it's giving on weird error. Just ignore it. It's actually just nothing. Yeah, you can see overview, workflow, templates, billing, and it's actually looking very beautiful. You can notice it. Now after this nav, we need to add something for the bottom, right? For here. So we can easily add that right now. Let's add another div with class name empty auto and p3 border t border 1e29 3b. Yeah, and space y4 mb2. Inside here let's add link with href slash dashboard, and we can say settings. Yeah, then class name, it's going to be kind of big, so let me at first finish the link. Yeah, now flex item center, I can also copy it, but yeah, let me write it because it's fine. It's just one line of css class names, so tailwind class name, not css class name. So py2 and rounded, text sm, text gray 300 actually, so 300. After doing on hover, this is going to be bg1e 29 3B. Yeah. After doing on hover, the text color will be white and transition will be colors. Transition will apply for all colors. Yeah. Inside this link, we can use our user icon and on span that profile. So user import user from Lucid React, and here you go. Let me do one thing. Let me remove it. So preferences, let's actually delete it. So 1 minute, hide. Yeah. So profile, it's looking beautiful now. After profile, we need another button for logout. So we can easily add that in here. So we just have to import this logout actually from our hook, that use auth hook. So let's add that in here, that use auth, and we need another actually hook, that router. So router and use router imported from next/navigation, so that here we can say that router.push to the like landing page, and import logout from Lucid React and logout. So yeah, it's looking beautiful. Everything is perfect in the sidebar. Our sidebar work is actually done right now. So since sidebar is done, we can close it, and we can again come back in this Topbar right now. So Topbar is not going to be very big. It's going to be kind of small, but yeah, for now, let's just do the designing part. Okay. So let's make it header since it's on Topbar. Then class name is going to be, let me just copy it, because if I am writing everything, it's going to take so long time. You can just see, you can just read the class names and you can write it by yourself if you want to write it. And then another div like this. So inside here, we need another div. It's kind of big, so let me just write it. It's like this. So div is starting from here, ending here. We need on search icons from Lucid React. You can just read the class names here slowly. Then input, it's coming from our components. So input, components, UI, and input. Now next one is this value, that search value. No problem, we're gonna actually make an use state hook for that, and comment. So it's also coming from Lucid React. That's it. You can just read the class name slowly. You can add it. Yeah. Now let's actually add our search value. Import use state from React. Let's make it use client on client side component, since we're using here our like client side hooks. Yeah. Now after this, we're gonna actually take back our loading and user data from use user hooks. Okay. Then if loading is true, then return null, or return, you can also say that, but fine, return null. We can save it right now. Then you will see here on search bar, and it's looking actually beautiful, you can see. Now after this, we can add another button for creating new workflow, and it's going to be completely static right now as like this search bar. After this div, so this one, let's add it on button. So let's import button from components UI button. We need a plus icon from Lucid React. You can just read the class name. So new workflow like this. Yeah, that's it. Our Topbar work is also done for now. Now let's back to this page.tsx in this dashboard folder. Okay, dashboard page.tsx. Inside here, what we're gonna do right now then. So inside this dashboard page.tsx, we have to do a lot of work. So at first, let's add here on class name that p6 and space y6. Let's add here on div with some like h1 and paragraph, that overview and monitor your automation workflows and system performance like this. Okay. Now after this, we can add here some KPI cards. Okay, like some shortcut cards we can say. So we can give here in comments that KPI cards, and we can add here on div on like grid div, I mean, you can read the class name. That's why I said grid div. So grid calls 1. From MD, it's going to be grid calls 2. From like LG, the grid calls will be 4, and gap is always 6, means 24 pixel. Now inside here, let's add our KPI card. I know it's not available yet, and we have to create this KPI card component. It's a very important component, so let's create it. So the KPI card is going to be actually it should be a component from our dashboard. Okay, fine. Let's do one thing. Let's come back in this components folder. In this dashboard, let's create a new folder by giving name KPI card, and let's say index.tsx and rfce, and we can say KPI card. Yeah, we can save it. We can import that here. We can save that from here too. Now in here, we're gonna receive a lot of props, okay, because it's going to be a reusable component. That's we're gonna receive title, value, subtitle, progress, trend, action, and class name, and we can define on interface for all of these types. So KPI card props, let's copy this. Let's create on basic interface here with all these like props values. Like title will be on string, value will be string or number, subtitle it's going to be string, and progress it's going to be number. Trend it can be up, down, or neutral. Action it can be like this, you can just read it, and class name like this. Yeah, now here instead of like div, let's import here card from our card component. Okay, now in this card, let's add on class name. So class name we can actually use here cn from libutils. Then bg color will be actually like this. Then after this, we need on border color kinda similar like Turkish color like this. And after doing on hover, border green, border will be green 500 by 30. Then transition all the transition duration will be 200 millisecond. Yeah, after this, if any user want to add any custom class name, so that we can give option here, and user can easily able to users will be easily able to add the class name. Not users, we should say developers, because not users adding anything here, right? Only developers are doing code. Yeah, now card content, it's coming from components and UI card. Inside here, as we created here card, definitely we have to add here card content, like natural thing we can say. And it should not be any like just self-closing component. No, it's on card content, and here we can say class name p6, and inside here we can add on div with class name flex item center justify between and mb2. Yeah, we can add here another h3, that text sm font medium, text gray 400, and we can add the title in here. Yeah, that's it. And if there is any action available, then we can add here on a button from components UI button. The button variant will be the ghost variant. So variant not hero, ghost. And after this, size is going to be sm, and on click it's gonna call action dot on click. Yeah, class name it's going to be text xs, text green 400, green actually. Then after this, after doing on hover, it's going to be text green 300, h will be 6, px will be 2, and action dot level. Yeah, done. Now after this div, let's add another div with class name mb2. Let's add another div with class name text2xl, font bold, text white, and we can pass here the value. Then subtitle, if it's available, then let's add on div with class name text sm, text gray 500. Yeah, and we can pass the subtitle. Simple. After this component is not done yet. The last thing, just one small thing we need to write here, that if the progress is actually not undefined, then the div class name will be space y1, and on progress the value will be the progress, the class name will be this one, and this is the progress, like percentage we can say. Now let's come back here in this KPI card, and we're gonna actually pass a lot of things right now. First of all, on title, that active workflows value, we can do one thing. We can actually make it 10 for now. Okay, we can make it static, no problem, like 10 running work automations. Okay, we have to make it dynamic, and we will do that later with our dynamic data. KPI card, this one done. Let's copy this, let's paste again here, and this time how many runs? Okay, in the last 30 day. So we can say the value will be 5. Okay, let's say, since this is on just static data right now, and we can say total executions. So total executions, it's going to be 5. Fine. So total executions 5. After this, success rate, which is also going to be kind of similar. So let's add here success rate. Success rate, like it can be like anything. It can be 4 or 5, just anything. But here progress is important, okay? Because this is on percentage, that's why. So progress is, let's say, 90%. Subtitle also important, we can say overall reliability. Okay, something like this. So success rate. Yeah, now after this we can add our credits left, like how many credits still you have. So credit left, and the value we can say actually like 100 credits left. Okay, progress we can say 90, and subtitle we can say uses remaining. So uses remaining, and action, there is going to be an actions that upgrade, and it's gonna like call this handle upgrade functions. Let's create handle upgrade function. Yeah, and we're gonna work here later. So handle upgrade, 1 minute, KPI card. Let's do one thing, let's make it client side component. So use client. Yeah, one click event handlers can be passed to client props. Then since this is in server side, that's why the problem is happening. Actually we have to do here some data fetching. So we can also make it client side, because we're gonna also use our use state hook, and we have to make it client side, that's why. So fine, let's make it client side. This is the upgrade button, the credits left. Now after this, let's do one thing. After this div, this row work is done. Okay, the first row. Let's start the second row work now. Let's add on class name, something like this, that grid calls 1, from LG grid calls 3, and gap 6. Let's add another div like this, that LG, from LG call span will be 2. Let's add here our card that recent runs. So let's import card from components UI card header from same, card title same, and content same. Now run table, this is going to be another component. Okay, run table is going to be another component, but for now let's just keep here on dummy data. Okay, for now something like this. Okay, recent runs. So here we're gonna add all of our recent runs, like on list of recent, like it's actually logs. Okay, it's going to be kind of like logs. So here, not logs, sorry, it's going to be a table. Okay, so fine, this is for now this is fine. We're gonna create here on run table component, or we can also create it right now and we can just keep this paragraph right now in there. Okay, so let's create here on run table component. We have to create it in here in this dashboard. So run table index.tsx and sorry, run table, and inside here let's add this. Done. Let's import it, and here you go. Cool. Since we don't have enough data, I mean dynamic data, that's why we're just making it completely static right now, because we should focus more in the core logic right now, not in the UI or like optional things. Yeah, that's it. After this div, we can add another div, that system feed. Okay, it's going to be another component, and for now let's add here some lorem ipsum, but I think I did mistake. Yeah, we have to add it here. There should be 3 div at the end. Yeah, now it's in the same row. So here will be actually live log tracker. Okay, you will be able to see your workflow logs, and we're gonna actually like implement that in the second part of this tutorial series. Okay, and second means the last part. We're gonna implement that live logs with another internal service of ourselves. Yeah, that's it for now. Our this dashboard work is actually done, since it's completely static right now. Now what we're going to start right now, workflows or templates. So we should start template first, because from templates we will be able to create so many workflows. Okay, definitely we can also create workflow without templates, but with templates it's the easiest option. So let's do it right now. In this dashboard, let's create a new folder, that workflows. So workflows, and page.tsx. So we can say workflows. Yeah, then next one is going to be templates. So templates and page.tsx. Yeah, we can save it. Here you go, workflows, templates ready. Let's start to work for templates right now. So let's close all the files and let's come back in this templates. All right, so let's delete the page from here. And at first we have to make it on client side component, because we're gonna use here a lot of state, like use state, use effect. So that's why we must have to make it client side component. So first of all, let's add here 3 use state hook. One for search term, another one for selected category and set selected category, another one that preview template and set preview template, where the use state initial value will be template, or I mean not initial value, the use state, this preview template type will be template or null, and by default null. So template is actually coming from another file. We have to create that. Let's go to this leaf folder, and in here we have to create on mock.ts, but it's already in here because I created it in offline. But no worries, for you will find out this file in that Notion link. You just have to go to my video description box. You will find out that Notion link. In there you will find out this mock.ts file. Make sure that you are copying this everything. It's very important. It's actually our templates, our mock templates, and here is our that template interface. So we can simply import the template from lib and mock, and we can save it right now. Right now we have to make an array for our categories. So let's just go to this mock templates, because we don't have any categories array. We are just like taking all the categories from here, and we are just like, you know, summarizing that inside on like on variable. So in these categories right now we have all of our categories, we can say. Now we have to create another function for filtering our templates. It's very important. It's actually working when we are searching any templates or we are adding any filter. Then this filter templates is filtering our templates from this mock data. Okay, now mock templates, since this is an array, so that's why we're doing here a filter method. So mock templates dot filter and template and matches search template dot name dot to lowercase. So why we're using here to lowercase? Because if you notice here, the name is not case sensitive. So that's why when the user is typing something, we are also changing that into lowercase. Okay, so that, like, you know, if even you are writing like stripe like this, then still this option will appear in the search result. Okay, this name stripe, you don't have to write is with capital letter. Okay, so it's not case sensitive, we can say. Now filter templates is ready here. Right now, what next? After this, we just need on small function called handle use template, and for now this function is going to be just on console log. Okay, for now, like use template for now, we can say. We will work here later. So use template. Now after this, we need another function for handle preview, where we're gonna receive template which going to be on string, not string actually, it's going to be the template. Yeah, now let's call the set preview template and pass this template in here. Cool. Now in this return, the first div, let's add here class name like this, that p6 and space y6. Now here let's add on small static header that gets started quickly with pre-built automation templates. If you right now come here, you can see it's actually looking very beautiful. Now after this div, to div, we can right now add our filters for templates. So filters, let's add here on div something like this, kind of big. You can see the class names, you can just read it by yourself. Now inside this div, let's add another small div, something like this, that search, it's coming from Lucid React, input, it's coming from components and UI input. You can just read the class name from here. This is our search templates input. When we're writing something, then we're calling this set search term, and it's actually applying the filters. You can see here with this filter templates, it's actually working. So no worries, we will right now write the code for filter templates. But after this, let me show you how this is looking here. It's actually looking beautiful. Now after this div, when the div is ending, let's add here another div. It's going to be kind of big, something like this. So this is for our categories. The categories array, we which variable we created here, that categories, all categories, then categories dot map, and the category, the key is category, like unique key, and variant, if the selected category is matching with this category, then default, otherwise outline. After giving on click, we are setting this category in this set selected category state, and when the selected category is matching with this category, then we are writing this styling, otherwise this is styling. If the category is equals to wall, then we are just writing the first letter to A. I mean the first A is capital here, so that it looks more beautiful and more natural. That's it. Otherwise, category here. So you can see all integration, AI workflow, core workflow, and automation. We should do one more thing here. After doing on hover, let's make the text color white. So it's looking actually more beautiful right now. Yeah. Now, finally, we need our that filter templates button. So after this div, let's add our filter templates button. Let's add filter icon from Lucid React and badge from our components. Now, filter templates dot length and template, and if the length is not 1, then let's add one s like templates, otherwise simple template like singular and plural. Yeah, right now we can actually save it. You can see when I'm adding any, like when I'm clicking here, it's showing me that in this category we have on template, in this category we have 2 templates, here we have 5 templates. You can see it's actually looking beautiful right now. Now finally, after all of this, what we need? We need our template grid, right? Our template data. So we can add our template grid here. So let's add here on logic, simple logic, that if our filter templates dot length is more than 0, then what we have to do? We have to add here on simple grid div, I mean on div with class name grid, and grid calls 1. This is for mobile screen, this is for tablet screen, and this is for laptop screen, and like more bigger than laptop screen, and everywhere gap 6 means 24 pixel, like the gap between all the items. Yeah. Now after this, when there is no templates, what we can do? We can add here on message that no templates found, try adjusting your search terms or category filters, and you can see or read the class names one by one. Yeah, let's save it. Here you go. So all of these categories has templates. Yeah, that's why it's showing nothing. Now inside this div, let's come back here and let's add our template card component here. We have to create this template card component actually. But I did a small mistake. Let me cut it. Let me write this template, sorry, filter templates dot map and template. Since this is an array, so that's why we are writing this loop. Now inside here, let's call that template card. Now we have to create this template card component in this components folder, dashboard folder. Let's create a new folder by giving them template, and let's create a new folder by giving them template card and index.tsx. Yeah. Now we can say array-fce and template card. Let's make it on client side component. Yeah, we can save it. We can import that and we can come back here. Now in this template card, at first we have to receive this template, one use template and one preview, and the type will be actually this template card props. We can say something like this. The template type is template coming from our lib and mock. Now here we can add the template card props. That's it, done. Now at first we're gonna use here on hook called router, 1 minute here actually, and we're gonna use it for redirecting our users to a different page. Like when any user is clicking this use this template, we will redirect our user to that page. Yeah. Now we need another helper function, we can say. It's just like get icon component, we can say. So get icon component, and it's gonna receive on icon name, which type will be string. Inside here, let's create on icon map, because for our this templates, we're gonna use some emoji, not icon. Why emoji? Because that will make the design more beautiful. That's it, nothing else. So in this icon map, let's add our credit card. When the icon name is credit card, then let's use this emoji. You will find out all of this emoji on Google, or even if you have like in your laptop, if you have the emoji feature, you can find out it inside your keyboard, or also you can find out it on Google if you are not finding out it. It's the credit card, it's file text, it's mail, and it's webhook. Yeah. finally we have to return the icon map and actually icon name, sorry, icon name, or initially we need on search, sorry, not search, settings emoji. Yeah, that's it. Now let's create here another function, on small function, that use template handler, and it's going to be on callback function. It's gonna push the user to slash dashboard slash templates and the template.id. Yeah, done. Now let's come back in this return. Instead of div, let's use here card, because this is on card component, right? Template card. So let's import card from components UI and card, and this is the class name. Again, I'm doing on small, I'm slowly moving it so that you can read it carefully. Yeah. Now after this, let's add here card header with a class name pb3. Inside here, let's add another div with class name like this, that flex item center justify between. This is another div with that template icon, and this is on badge with the template category. You can see it's looking right now beautiful. Now after this div, let's add our card title. Very, very important, right? So let's add our card title with class name like this, and let's import card title from our chatcn components. So card title, and again it's looking beautiful. Now after card title, our card header work is done. Right now let's move into card content. So card content, and import card content from our components. Then we have to add here our template descriptions like this. Okay, you can just see this is our template descriptions. After this, we have to add here another div, and this is very important. This is going to be kinda bigger and kinda complex. You can see here we have to add something like this, that template dot steps. Okay, it's an array. Template dot step is an array. Let's me show you from here. The steps is an array of string, right? 1, 2, and 3 steps here. That's why we are slicing it. So 0 to 3. Now dot map step and index. Now let's return it, and let's come inside here. Div key will be index, and class name will be something like this, that flex item center space x2 text sm and text gray 300. Inside here, let's add our step name, something like this. You can just read from here. Now you can see it's actually looking very beautiful. These are our steps, right? Like Stripe, Notion, and then send notifications, Gmail, AI generate, then Discord, Webhook trigger, then Google Sheets, then Slack. Okay, just the steps. After these templates, we can come here and we can say template dot steps dot length if it's more than 3. Then let's add here on plus more steps like this. Okay, so for an example here we have 4 steps, so that's why it's showing plus 1 more step. So if it had like 5 steps, then it will show plus 2 more steps. Okay, the logic is like that. Template dot steps dot length if it's more than 3, then template dot steps dot length minus 3. Okay, so if it's like 3 minus 3, then 0. If it's 4 minus 3, then 1. If it's 5 minus 3, then 2. So that's why it will show 1 or 2 or 3 like that. Okay, like on common math we can say. After this two div, actually no, I'm doing a small mistake here. After this two div, where is the another div? Just a minute. Actually this div is starting here. Where's the space y1? Okay, let's do one thing. Let's add here. I did something mistake somewhere. Steps length, fine. Okay, but template description, fine. I just realized the mistake was actually here. We have to add on steps length like this. Okay, so you can see steps 3, 3 and 4. Otherwise, like, we're just saying plus one more step, so we're not saying the exact number of how many steps here, right? The user have to do on math here, so that's why we're just saying, okay, fine, there are 4 steps here, so you don't have to count it by yourself. Okay, done. Then let me again see if everything okay or not. Is everything okay or not here? Because if we are doing anything wrong, it can do some problem. Let me add another div with class name flex space x2 and pt2. Inside here we need actually 2 button that use template and preview the template. Okay, this 2 button, you can just read it. This is the div starting from there and ending here. You can just read it. It's actually looking beautiful. Yeah, it's really looking beautiful. If we click use template, it will take us to this template details screen, which not exist yet, so we have to create that. We will do that, but for now it's actually looking perfect. Yeah, the design is looking beautiful. And that's it. Our template card component work is actually done. We can save it. We can come back here in this templates again because it's not completely done yet. After this, we have to do some more work, and that is we have to preview our dialog. So preview dialog means what? Preview dialog means when we're clicking this preview icon, it should show on model, right, on dialog. So let's import dialog from our components UI dialog and just open it when the preview template is false. Okay, so preview templates, when the preview templates has some data, okay, not false, and one open change when someone is clicking, then make the set preview template null. Okay, yeah. Now inside here, let's add our dialog content. So dialog content, let's import it from components UI and dialog. Inside here, let's add our dialog header. So dialog header, let's import it from components UI dialog, dialog title, same, and dialog description. Now you can just see, you can just read it. It's a static thing. It's not any like complex logical thing. You can just read it. It's very easy thing. So preview template, if available, and template.icon is credit card, then this one. If the icon is file text, then this one is mail, then this one. You might be thinking, then why did we add that in here? Where 1 minute. Actually, that was in the cart component. Okay, that was in this cart component, not in this templates page component. That's why we're doing it twice. Okay, here I was talking about this one. So again, we are doing that in here because it's in a different component, different page. Yeah, so we can save it now. Now you can see it's looking actually perfect. Yeah, now still it's not done. We have to finish it. It was just a header. The dialog header is done. Right now we need our dialog content. So when the preview template is true or available, when the preview template has some data, we can add here another div with class name space y6 and empty 6. Inside here we can add another div that workflow steps. It's similar like our the card one, I mean our the template card. It has some sort of like little bit UI difference. You can just read the class name slowly, you will understand it. And the looks, you can see it's different. It's not like this green buttons, I mean this green list, we can say. It's different. It's looking actually more beautiful. And this is the workflow steps, and it's really looking beautiful. Yeah. And this is the class name for creating this. This is the div class, and I mean div tag and class names. You can just check it. After this toDiff, let's come back out from here and let's add those buttons again that like use this template or close this model. Yeah, something like this. So use this template, then let's call the handle use template function and let's send the preview template and make the set preview template null. And this is the class name. And here when someone is pressing close, then just make the set preview template null, so it will automatically close this model. Okay, in close we have to add one small thing, that after doing hover, the text color will be white. Yeah, perfect. So use this template and close. If I click use this template, it's doing nothing. It's doing nothing because here it's just on console.log, that's why. But for now, we can do one thing. Since we do have our dynamic value, we can copy that from this template card and we can add that in here like this. For router, we can copy this line, this use router line. Okay, so let's paste that in here and let's import use router from Next/navigation. We can save it now. Perfect. Now what next? Our templates page work is done. We have to right now start to work for templates details or the main screen, where we have to write like 90% of the main logical things for this project. Everything will be there. Those OAuth connections, then implementing Inngest and all other things. We have to do that in the template details script because that's going to be on workflow page. User will be able to create on workflow from there. That's why. So don't wasting time. Let's start the main interesting work right now. We can close these templates. We can close this mock.ts. We can come back here. We can collapse everything. We can go in this dashboard templates and we can say Slack. And inside here, let's create on page.tsx and page. Now, if we click here, it's not going to give any error. Now we can see it's not giving any error. So perfect. Now, next step is we have to start to work in here right now. At first, make this page to on client side page because we're going to add so many states and so many things in this page. Yeah. Now, secondly, since this is on dynamic routes or dynamic page, so we have to right now get back our params, right? Which we are receiving from here, from this Slack. So params, and we can say use params from Next/navigation. Now constant Slack. Why it's Slack? Because this is the name. Our name is actually Slack here. Actually, no, variable name is fine, but we have to write here params.slack. Okay, why? Because the Slack is in here. If we add anything else, that's still going to work, but since this is Slack, that's why we're giving the variable name to Slack as well. Yeah, so params.slack as string. Now next we need our user data, which is coming from use user hook. So let's import use user from hooks and use user. Now after this, we're gonna need a lot of use state hook. So first of all, we're gonna add 3 use state hook, and it's actually for React Flow manage state for nodes and edges. plus like current selections, like which node or state currently we are selecting. Okay, so we need this use node state, and you might be thinking from where this use node state state and use age state is coming. No worries, let me show you from where it's coming. So it's actually coming from a library called React Flow, which we're gonna use for creating our that dragger canvas. Okay, where like user will be able to like create more nodes or drag the nodes or add a new one or modify any node in the workflow. Okay, something like that. So let's install our React Flow library right now. So for installing React Flow, let's write npm I and React Flow, and just wait a little bit until it's finishing the installation. And let's import React Flow and React Flow and this style.css for the styling, and import React Flow background controls use node state, use edges state, add edge node and connection from React Flow. Yeah, and we need right now our mock template, which is coming from our lib and mock. Yeah, for now fine. And one more thing, let's import quickly that our toast from our Sonar library. Yeah, now we can come back here. After this use ages state, let's add some more use state hook for metadata and configuration model state. Okay, like template set template is model open, set is model open, model node data and set model node data. Okay, and you can see the initial value here is null, this one is false, and this one is null as well. Yeah, now we're gonna actually do some more work, but for now let's come back inside this div and let's add here some styling. So we can actually add here class name that display flex and height full, meaning 100%. And we're gonna add here on left column right now, so we can give here a comment that left column, because this is basically on full 100%, and we have to add here like left side and right side content. In this right side there will be on sidebar for our all nodes and properties. So let's make the left column now. So left column, and it's actually for header and canvas. Yeah, now let's come back here. Let's add another div with class name something like this. Now inside here we're gonna actually add another div with class name something like this. Now inside here let's add another div with on h1 and paragraph something like this, that edit template and the template name or slag, then template description. So here you go, you can see design your workflow by connecting nodes. It's just like on fallback value because we don't have any template or description. So we can do one thing, we can actually just add here a static text like this, because that's actually better, that design your workflow by connecting nodes. Yeah, and this is showing our template name, that edit this template. Okay, but 1 minute, template dot name, right? So template is here, set template 1 minute. So we're doing here on small mistake, because we have to add here an use effect hook. So use effect imported from React. Now let's add here an use effect snippet. Inside here, constant found template, we can say, and we can look inside our mock templates. We can use the find method because this is an array. So we need an object or data of this like template. So that's why we're matching it with the t.id and slag. Slag is coming from where? Slag is coming from here, our params.slag. Yeah. Now, if there is no found template, it means there is something wrong. So then just return the function. Yeah. Otherwise, set template and found template. Yeah. Now after this we can save it and we can actually add here Slack and we can save it. We can add the Slack in this dependency array and we can save it. Right now if we come back here, you will notice one interesting thing that this time it's showing Gmail, AI Summarize and Discord, meaning it's actually adding here our dynamic data. And in here we can do one more thing right now. Since we do have dynamic data, let's add our template dot descriptions or this one. Yeah, we can save it now. And here you go. AI powered email summarize sent to your Discord server. This is our template description. Yeah, so it's actually looking beautiful right now. Now after this, what next? After this we have to come back out from this div. Let's create here another div. It's actually for something different. It's for our running step, but we can do one more thing here. Let's do one thing. Let's add here a class name called flex item center gap 3. Yeah, and for now keep this div empty. Okay, inside the div just keep it empty because we're gonna add it later. For now we don't need this. Yeah, for now we don't need this. Now let's add the main thing here, our canvas. So let's use here card component. From our components, the class name will be something like this, that background color is like this, border color is like this, flex1 and position relative. Now if we come back here, you can see it's already here, but we did a small mistake, that's why it's there. We have to cut this card right now and we have to add this after this 2div. Yeah, so the canvas will be actually here. Or 1 minute, I think I'm again doing some mistake. So the card is here, flex1, here is 2div. I understand it. What we have to do, just cut it. Since this is the wrapper div, we should add it here. Yeah, now it's gonna be in the perfect position. Actually, yeah, it's looking perfect now. Now inside this canvas, inside this card, we have to add our main canvas. So let's add card content with on small class name that p0 and height full, so h full. Now let's add here another div with on reference that react flow wrapper. So very important, it's actually on use ref. So we can come back here, we can add on use ref for our react flow wrapper. It's going to be on HTML div element, the type of this. So it's like a common thing, we can just add that type also. Since this is on div, that's why it's on HTML div element. Now after this react flow wrapper, let's add here class name that h full and w full. Inside here, let's add react flow, and we have to add here actually a lot of things like nodes. So the nodes will be nodes with running, but at this moment we can say just nodes, okay, because we don't have the nodes with running. So let's make it just nodes. Yeah, for now. I know it's still going to do nothing because we have to work for that set nodes and we didn't do anything for that, and we're gonna do that. It's actually a lot of work. For React Flow we have to write a lot of code actually, and it's required for React Flow because it's not a simple small library, it's huge. If we go to the documentation of React Flow, you will see how huge this library is. So when you're clicking this quick start, you can see the left side, lot of things here that handles edges, edge levels, utility classes, Then like nodes, the main important thing, that's like you can see this is actually nodes, flow with custom node. So they have a lot of things, they have so many things here we can see. And React Flow is on the most beautiful actually drag and dropping library, we can say. Almost a lot of company use this. You can see they have so many design patterns you can use, and we're gonna also use one today. They have so many options here, lot of options. Yeah, let's come back here now. After ages, let's add on node change, and we're gonna pass here our handle nodes change function. It's not available yet and we have to create it. So let's create it here. Now constant handle node change. Yeah, and it's going to be an use callback function. Yeah, use callback, not function, it's called hook actually. Now changes, which going to be any, it's going to receive this. Now one node change, it's gonna pass this changes, and the set nodes or NDS, then reindex steps number. Again, the reindex step number is not available here because it's actually coming from another hook which we haven't created. So this is the problem of working with React Flow. We have to set up everything at first, otherwise, like, you know, during the work we will see, okay, this one is not ready here. Okay, all right, so for now let's comment it, and we have to add here in dependency array, since this is on hook. So in this dependency array we have to add this on node change, set nodes, and ages. Now let's do work for the most important file, and it's going to be pretty big, but we have to create it, and I will try to my best to explain you this file. Okay, it's going to be kind of complex because it's not related with our this full project. It's actually for React Flow. We need to do a lot of work for React Flow for configuring it perfectly, because we're not using just one small, like, you know, just one small wrapper here, just one small canvas. No, we're using here so many features, so that's why we have to configure it properly. Now in this dashboard filter folder, not filter, this components folder and dashboard folder, let's create a new folder. Actually here, yeah, we can create it here. Let's say workflows, and inside this workflows filter, let's create a new folder by giving them flow utils, and let's create an index.tsx file inside this. Yeah, or we could do one thing. Let me do one thing. I'm just making it over complicated. So flow utils, it could be also a file. So let me just cut it, and it should be a file in this workflows. So not tsx, this is going to be a TypeScript file. Yeah, now let's start to work here. At first, let's make here on interface for position. So what is this position interface is doing? It's basically going to, just a minute. Yeah, so it's basically on simple coordinate type used by React Flow to position the nodes. Okay, nodes meanings, let me show you again. Nodes meanings, this one is node 1, you can see node 1, node 2, this is node. If we click here, this is one node, this is another node. So we use this position for updating the positions of the nodes. Okay, that's why x-axis, that's one number, y-axis, that's also a number. Now we need another important array here, and this is called icon map. Okay, it's not connected with flow utils internally, but we need this, and I'm explaining this why do we need this. So icon map basically centralize the icon selections for nodes or tooling. Okay, the keys name like this webhook, mail, or database, it's just matched by get icon for step. That's going to be another function. Okay, and the values are actual React component used to render icon in the canvas. We're gonna use this icons inside our canvas. So let's import all of this icon from Lucid React. So I will just quickly import it, otherwise it will take a lot of time. So let me just quickly import all of this icon. Yeah, something like this. Now after this icon map, right now the next one is another function on styling function. Okay, age style. So what this age style actually does, so age style is shared styling for all ages in the workflow canvas. Okay, this stroke, it's just on color code, which means this will show on green stroke because color code is actually green. That's why the stroke weight is 2 and stroke dash array is 5:5. It means we're adding here 5 by 5 so that to like visually indicate the flow without being too heavy. Okay, if we make it 2, then that will be like more heavy. Yeah, now next one, actually next one is another function for our icon for step. Okay, which one I was saying here, that icon for step, as explaining in this icon map, we need this icon map inside this icon for get icon for step function. So icon map we're sending here, I mean we're calling here, and then icon keys, this icon keys is basically actually on array, and we're just finding out the key, and if it's matching then we're passing the found key, otherwise arrow right. So get icon for step just tries to find an icon by scanning the step level. It's return the first icon map key that appears in the level, or arrow right if none matched, like the by default value. Yeah, now after this we need another function. It's also very important. It's for getting our node position. Okay, now what is get node position is doing? So get node position decided where to place a node based on its index. So first 4 indices have fixed position for a clean 2-row layout. Okay, this first 2. Yeah, then remaining nodes fall back to a baseline like this, y equals to like 280 with 250 pixel horizontal spacing. Okay, now this get node position is again on just on helper function for React Flow. You don't need to like memorize all of this because it's just on small library. It's not any big thing. It's just the rules provided by the library. So that's why we are just adding all of that. Yeah. Now next function we need for reindexing our step numbers. It's very important and it's going to be actually pretty big. So reindex step numbers, and we need here age. Let's import it from React Flow. The type node also from React Flow. 1 minute, node. Yeah. Okay, so no worries, we have to return something, then the error will be gone. Yeah, let's come back here. Now at first we have to check is step. So what we are doing, we are just treating the nodes with a numeric step number as a step nodes. Okay, then we need our step nodes, that nds.filter, and this is a step. Then next one is id set. Okay, we're just making here on set with this step nodes.map and this n.id. I know it looks little bit complicated, I mean because it's again it's connected with that React canvas, that's why it's looking little bit complicated. Not React canvas, React Flow actually. I said something wrong. However, right now we need another one for building the incoming edge counts and outgoing adjacency for step nodes. Okay, so something like this, that incoming count and outgoing map, and now id set, just write on for each loop incoming count dot set. Now at the end eds, something like this, eds for each. So eds coming from where? Eds is this parameter meaning age. So age for each, we're just running here on for each loop. If the id set has this e.target, then incoming count dot set send this e.target, incoming count dot get e.target, or by default 0 plus 1. Okay, it's like some basic mathematical things. You'll find out all of these even on this website documentations. They have so many crazy things. You can just read from here. They have a lot of references. Yeah. Now after this, next one after this, it's ending here actually. We need to choose the starting node, right? We have to look for the starting node, the fast node. So we can add here something like this, that id set dot find and incoming count dot get id, or by default 0 if it's matching with 0, or step nodes dot sort a b and a dot position dot x minus b dot position, actually b dot position dot x and the first index dot id. I know this is also kind of look like, we are doing on complex math. This is start id, but yeah, this is how we will get the start id value here. What we are doing, we are like adding here on node with 0 incoming edges, okay, and the fallback to the leftmost node by x position if no clean start is found, then okay. I know sometimes what I'm saying, it's going up to your head. It can happens if you are bad at math like me. Yeah. So chain, it's going to be an array on string. And now let's add here another variable, that let cursor, which type will be any, and add this start id. Now constant visitate new set string and just call it. Yeah. Now let's add here while loop. So while cursor and visited dot has doesn't have this cursor, then visited dot add this cursor, and finally chain dot push this cursor. Now constant next candidates, we're gonna add here outgoing map dot get cursor or an empty array dot filter id, that id set dot has this id, the next candidates, okay, next nodes, next candidate meanings. Then after this, if there is no next candidates dot length, means it's not 0, it's not available, then break the loop, okay. Now constant next candidates dot map, after this here nds dot find n, then n dot id, just match it with this id. Yeah. Then finally we have to sort it also. This part is looking weird level complex, I know, but again a dot position dot x minus b dot position dot x, and just go to the first object dot id, or by default null. I mean, if there is no value, then null, like as fallback. And then cursor will be next or null. Let's come outside. Yeah. And our this part is also done, while part is also done. Now we have to add our remaining array, okay. So id set dot filter id and chain dot includes id. So what is this? It's basically an order any remaining nodes, like not in the primary change by position to keep. The visual layout consistent, like sort into sort times ASC, then Y ASC. I know, sounds weird again, but this is the remaining node, I guess. Yeah. Now after this, we need our remaining order. So remaining dot map. Definitely we are using a filter, so it's gonna return an array again. So map id and nds dot map, not map, we have to find out right now. So in just one parameter, then n dot id, match it with this id. Yeah. Then again do here on sort that a, b, and a dot position dot x if it's matching with b dot position dot x, then a dot position dot y minus b dot position dot y. Otherwise a dot position dot x minus b dot position dot x. Yeah, this is the math. And finally let's add here another map, that in and in dot id. So this is the remaining ordered. Now we have to create the final ordered list and assign the steps numbers. Right now we have to create the final ordered list for our canvas. So final order, let's spread the chain and the remaining ordered. Now id to step, it's going to be on new map. It's gonna return string or number. Then final order dot for each id idx id to step dot set id idx plus 1. Yeah, done. Now after creating the final ordered list and assign the steps number, what we need right now, we need to return the nodes with updated step number only when it changed. Okay, so let's return it right now. So return nds dot map in, then constant new step, new step, and id to step dot get in dot id, and again return each step in and new step and in dot data as any dot step number. If it's not matching with new step, then spread the n, and for data spread the n dot data with step number with this new step. Yeah. Finally, one more thing we need to do, that is the final fallback, that in. Yeah, that's it. We can save it right now. We can see this function was actually crazy big, this reindexed step number. So it's basically when we are deleting on index, suppose we are deleting on index from here, then in our case here, in this example it's fine, but in our case, since we are tracking the index number, we have to track everything here when on index is getting deleted. For an example, I deleted the last one, fine. So we have right now still 1, 2, 3, 4 index. But suppose I'm deleting the second index, then what will happen? This one will be second, right? So it's not easy how easy we're thinking to make. That's why we added all of this code, okay? We write all of this code to just ensure it that every time anyone is deleting or adding any new nodes, it just doesn't crash the system, or it just like smartly handle the work pressure. Yeah, that's it. Now after this, we need another function called build initial flow. Okay, this is like the by default initial flow, which is gonna receive found template as any and configure steps like this that record number and boolean. Now inside here, what this build initial follow will do, as I said earlier, build initial follow just constructs an initial React flow graph. Okay, it's just creating the by default React flow graphs from a template list of step levels. It's also auto insert an OpenAI model, because we do have some, like, you know, here for our templates we are adding OpenAI in a new like next line. So that's why we are adding it, like, I mean, auto inserting it properly. That's what I was saying. Yeah. Now inside here, let nodes, then type will be node, and array of node, then found template dot steps dot map step string index number, and just call it. Yeah. Now inside here, let me quickly add this, that id, which is going to be step, and this index type will be custom. Position, we're calling that get node position and sending this index. Then data, this is an object, level of the data, the descriptions, the icon start node, is it the starting node or not, step number, and is configured. So you can see this is for level shown on the canvas. This is the helper text. This is the icon derived by the level content. This is the flags for first node, because for the first node we need to add on flag. Then this is the execution order, and this is the UI ready state, so that we can show that, yeah, is this configured or not? Is the node configured or not? Yeah. Now we have to connect each step to the next with a styled edge, right? What we were creating, that edge. Now how to do this? It's also easy. Just come outside here and let edges, and the type will be edge found template dot step dot slice one, then map, and this is like we need id source target source handler target handle animated, and that style. Okay, that edge style. Yeah. Now finally, after this, what we need next, we need AI connection index, different one. Yeah. So AI connection index, if the template includes an AI generated step, then insert an OpenAI model processing node right after it. So it bumps downstream step numbers and reword the edges. Yeah. Now here, let me finish it. Let's add here on, like, let's call the nodes here, then nodes.map and sn, like step number. Here we are saying the type of step number is number, then sn, or like more equals, then insertion step, then spread the n, and in data just add this, and step number sn plus 1. Okay, I'm getting exhausted to explaining this. This is just one weird file. Yeah, but we have to finish this right now. We don't have a lot of code left. This is the AI node ID. And for AI node, we are doing this when it's OpenAI model, then we are adding something like this. The icon name is brain. Yeah. Now, after this one, we have to remove the direct edge between AI generate. I mean, when there is an AI generate, then AI generate OpenAI model, it's going to be next, like top bottom, not right side in the canvas. So let's just add that here quickly, something like this. So source ID and target ID, this is the edges. You can just see and read it. Then finally, we have to return the nodes and edges. That's it. Our this stupid flowutils.ts function or file is actually ready, not function. We have so many functions here because this was just on helper function or an utility function. Right now we're gonna use all of this in our this, like in our this main page. Yeah. So yeah, everything done. I'm exhausted, and let's import and use everything inside this main page right now. Yeah. So we was inside this handle node change. Let's come back in this handle node change again. And in here, let's uncomment it. Let's add here re-index step numbers, pass the NDS and ages. Yeah. Now we can save it, and actually we need some more function that drag starts. So when we are dragging on like on node, we need a function for executing that, right? So on drag start event or data transfer dot set data application slash react flow. This is provided by React Flow. So we are just kind of like copying pasting it, that on drag and on drop. Okay. So yeah, on drag one drop, we are kind of doing that, and on drop is going to be kind of bigger than on drag like this. So let me show you. This is on drop. We need React Flow instance. So React Flow instance is actually on useState hook. So let's add it here after this model open data. Yeah, but node errors and otherwise, yeah, otherwise everything done. Yeah, let's come back here again. Link edges, link edges, link edges is actually on another function we have to create in here. So constant link edges, it's gonna receive source ID and new ID. So what this link edges is doing, so it's basically an helper function for reword the edges when inserting a node after the currently selected node. Yeah, so it's inserting a new edge from the selected one and moving the existing selected and targeting edges to new and targeting to keep flow the order intact. Meanings it's like making our nodes order perfect. Yeah, we can say that. Now constant outgoing Inngest dot filter and e dot source source ID. Yeah, then remaining something like this. It's just not matching with source ID, then that's remaining. Now age to new and new to targets. Then finally we have to return the function. So age to new like this, we have to use here age style from our that component, and new to targets like this. You can just read it. This is just styling for our new edges. Yeah, we can save that. Now let's come back here in that drop function again. Let me show you everything here so that you can just understand it clearly. Yeah. Now after our drop node on drop, what next? We can come back here again, and after one node change, we can say on age on edges chains, actually on edges chains. Yeah, and here we're gonna call on edges chains function. Now on connect, we're gonna call our on connect function. So on connect is actually another function we have to create here after this on drop, something like this, that it's also going to be an use callback function on edge id, and we're passing the set edges inside here. So what it's doing, it's just adding a new edge when two nodes are connected. Yeah, that's what it's doing. Then after this, after one connect, let's pass here our on initialize actually. So on init set react flow instance, then on drop, let's call our on drop function. On drag over, we have to call here on drag over. So on drag over function, we have to create it right now. On drag over, it's also going to be very small function. Let's create it here, something like this. Let's come back here. After this one drag over, we need few more things, that on node click, then on double click, on node double click. So for one click and for double click, then node types. So node types is also on another function, fit view and attribute position. Then last one is on class name. Yeah, that's it. Now these three functions very important. One node click, it's a very small function. Let's add it here, something like this. And next one is on node double click. So on node double click, which also going to be smaller function like this. So we're calling here open model. So it's basically on another small two function. Okay, that open model and close model, we're just calling that set open model node data. We're passing the node data, and set is model true open, and close models being just, it's just doing the opposite work. Yeah. uh After this, the last one is node types. So node types is actually coming from our custom node component. So custom node component, let's do one thing. For our node, since we're using a custom configured node, we have to create another small component for custom node. Yeah, so let's go to this components folder again. In this workflows, let's create a new file by giving name custom node.txt. Yeah, and rfce, it's going to be custom node. Yeah, and it's gonna receive actually few data. Like, let's add here node data as the interface. Then it's gonna receive label, descriptions, icon, each start node, then step number, and is configured, all of this. Yeah, or either we can do one more thing. Let's do actually one thing on shortcut, that data and is connectable. Yeah, something different. So connectable, and instead of node data like this, let's say node props from React Flow and node data. Yeah, Now we're gonna receive here our icon component is running and has error state, something like this. So icon map imported from the flow utils and icon arrow icon right from Lucid React, like the by default fallback value. Yeah. Now here in this div, this is going to be kind of big. If the see the class names, it's kind of big. If it has any error, then add on red border. If it's running, then add on green border. Otherwise, by default, black border and hover just on green border. Yeah. Then if it has any error, then we just have to show on warning that there is something actually wrong in the node executions or in the workflow executions. It's giving error because at the end we have to export these node types like this, that custom node. Yeah, we can save it right now. Let's come back here. We're watching nothing here because we have to do work in these custom nodes right now. We have to finish work here, and it's also going to be a little bit big, not so big, but yeah, let's finish it. Now data dot age start node, then add here on div something like this, that it's starting from here. Yeah. Now running step batch, very very important. So when there is on step is running, we have to add on batch for the running step. Yeah. Then next one is our step level and descriptions, and the step, the icon, step icon. Yeah. After this one, let's come outside, and if it's not configured, then we have to show an error message that platform needs configuration. Yeah, you must have to configure it to execute this workflow. Then on paragraph, that double click to configure, just on message to make them understand that what they have to do. Then last one is on another array, and use here handle from React workflow and React flow position. It's basically coming as positions from here. So let me do one thing, position as React flow position. Yeah, done. We can save it. So this is the handle, that left, right, top and bottom, and this is that is connectable state. You can just see it right now. Still nothing is here because we have to do some more work, but for now custom node is ready, and it's actually ready for everywhere. We can save it. We can come back here inside this React flow. Let's add our background with color 334155, and gap will be 16, actually 16 not 15. Now after this we need to add our controls. Yeah, so we can save it. Here you go. It's looking actually beautiful now. Now let's do our main work. Let's finish the canvas implementations by adding some more function and more use effect hooks. Yeah, because right now it's not fully done. You can see a lot of things still needs modification. Yeah. So for an example, first of all, we have to come back here. We have to create here another use effect hook for the selected node, something like this, and constant update nodes.find in.id and selected node.id, and updated.data. It's basically for updating the nodes. Okay, now let me do one thing. Let me quickly at the right side at least the right side div, so that it doesn't take this full space, okay? Because it will not take the full space. After this card and div, let's add the right side div with class name WAT border L border something like this, the color code, then overflow OI auto. Yeah, now we can save it and we don't need anything else for now. For now, fine, since this is in the left side right now. Yeah, looks good. Now let's try to see why our data is not loading. All right, I found the problem why it's not working, and it's actually a silly mistake we have done. And the mistake is try to understand what is not loading here. Our nodes and edges are not loading here, right? So it means that we forgot to set the nodes and edges somewhere. And yeah, we are right. After this set template in this 200 to 205 number line, you can see template, we're setting the template on initial load, very good, but we're not setting here our nodes and edges. So let's take back nodes and edges from build initial flow from our this flow utils, and we have to pass here the found template and configure step. So configure steps. Now you might be thinking from where the configure steps is coming. It's actually on useState hook. So no worries, let's create it in here. After this node error, we can add it, that configure steps and set configure step. We need actually more to useState hook. So let me just quickly add that user connections and connection loading and set connection loadings. Yeah, let's come back here right now again, and we're sending here configure steps. Yeah, so I added here wrong spelling, it should be configured steps. Yeah, perfect. Now after this, what next? From here we're right now receiving, from here we're receiving nodes and edges, and we can just change this nodes name to initial nodes and edges to initial edges. Yeah, now after this we can say set nodes, and we can pass this initial nodes nodes actually, so initial nodes, this one, no, we cannot pass like this. Let's do one thing, let's call our reindex step numbers, pass the initial nodes and initial edges. Yeah, done. After this, let's call it set edges, and here we can pass the initial edges. Right now we can save it, and in this dependency array right now we have to add the set nodes. So set nodes and set edges. Right now we can save it, and here you go. You can see we have our all nodes here right now, the Gmail, AI generate, OpenAI model, and Discord. If we do delete here, when I'm just pressing my delete icon, delete from my keyboard, you can see it's deleting the nodes. We can move the nodes or we can do whatever we want here. Now what we have to do, when someone is pressing here double times, we have to open on model here and configuration model. We will definitely do work there, but after that in this right side, what we need here our all nodes and properties tabs, right? Like we can delete Discord and we can add any other nodes, or we can delete this AI generate or this Gmail or anything, and we can add different nodes from this right side. So we need that sidebar right now. At first make the sidebar, then we will make this like model for configuration. Yeah, so let's come back here in this right side. Right side means this div with class name, this class name, the WHE border L, this border color, some padding 4 means padding 16 pixel, overflow Y auto, and inside here right now at first let's add on tabs, and the default value will be nodes. Inside these tabs, let's add on tab list. Same from our components and tab list. Then inside here, we have to add on class name and small class name that w full bg 0bof14 and mb4. Inside here, let's add on tabs trigger. Be make sure that you're importing it from components and UI tabs. Yeah, I guess I'm doing mistake. Tabs trigger. So tabs trigger and component UI tabs. Now in this tabs triggers, we have to pass value, which going to be nodes, and on big class name. And this class name is very important and it's a little bit different. Let me show you. So first of all, flex1, and when the data state equals to active, we have to make this background. And when the data state is active, we have to change the text color to 400, green 400. Yeah. Now inside here, we can say nodes and we can save it. Now next one is going to be properties. And this one is also kind of similar in terms of styling. Let me show you. Just a value is properties, and here when the data state is active, you can see everything here is also same. We can save it, we can come back here, nodes and properties, and it's actually looking beautiful. Now after these two things, we can come back out from this tab list and we can add here tab content right now. So tab content, let's import tab content from components UI tabs, and inside here we have to do on map with our tool nodes. Okay, tool nodes is coming from where? Let me show you. At first, let's finish it. So import tool nodes, actually we forgot to create it, and the tool nodes is coming from this flow utils. Okay, so let's do it right now. Let's come back in this flow utils again, and this tool nodes, it's going to be on static array for all of our tools. Why it's static? Because so many things here, so that's why I am adding here static, so that you can like update it anytime you want. You can see tool nodes, IDs integrations, category integrations. These are the items that Gmail, and this is the trigger, this is the name and icon. You can just see from here slowly like this. We have so many options in the sidebar, and all of them are coming from here. We can easily save it. Now we can come back here, we can import tool nodes, and we can come inside this. So inside this category right now, let's add on div with key category.id. Yeah, it's giving on error because I think we have to add another first bracket. Yeah, now inside this we have to add on h3 with the category. Okay, meanings this tools node category. Right now you can see integration, triggers and actions. Now after this, what next? The next one is our another div. So let's add here another div with class name space y2. Inside here we're gonna do another map with category items, since category items is an array. That's why. Let me show you how this is an array. So these are the items. So for one category we have so many items. That's why we're running one loop here. Yeah. Now inside here, let's add another div with key node.id, and class name is going to be kinda bigger. So let me quickly add it. Something like this. You can just see it from here. Yeah. Now, and one interesting thing, that cursor grab. So the cursor will be like grab, so that you can just take it and like you can hold it and take it to inside the nodes, inside the canvas, and it's going to be draggable. So let's add draggable here, and on drag start, let's call our that on drag start function. Now inside here, let's add another div with class name something like this, that W8, H8, rounded MD, and rest you can just read it by yourself. Yeah. Now inside here, let's add an node dot icon, and class name is going to be W4H4 text green 400. Not gray, it should be green. Yeah, we can save it now. Let's come back out from this div and let me show you what we are doing. You can see so many icons here right now. These are our all nodes icons. Yeah, now after the icon, let's add another div. Let's add a paragraph with our node name and node description. So something like this. So you can see the class name, it's very small. Now after this, here you go. This is our Gmail, our Slack, our Discord, Notion, everything is ready. Our tab content is done. Now we need some actually other tab contents. Let's come back out from tab content. Let's add another tabs content with value, properties, and selected node. If it's true, then on div with class name space y4 and 1 minute, it was fine. We just need else here, and for now just keep it like this. Yeah, now inside here, let's add on h3 with node properties element, we can say. So something like this, node properties and text LG, font medium, text white. Now after this, 1 minute, text white is not gonna work. Let's add like this. Yeah, after this h3, let's add on paragraph that details for the selected nodes. Now you might be thinking, what is this? So this is for our properties. When I'm selecting something, you can see node properties, details for the selected node. Yeah, let's come back here again. Now after this paragraph, let's do one thing. Yeah, it's actually fine. Constant d selected node dot data as any constant label d dot label or empty string, then constant step number d dot step number or null. Yeah, then constant category, let's define here type and provider ID. Then we're getting it from find provider meta. We're gonna use another function for it, and we're gonna send level into that as a parameter. Now is configured or not, very very important. So constant is configured if the type of step number equals to number and the configure steps number step number are false. So yeah, is configured value will come like this. Next one, accounts. So provider ID, if it's available, then user connections dot filter c dot platform, if it's matching with provider ID, then otherwise an empty array. Yeah, and actually one more thing, we have to return something, so then the error will be gone actually. I just want to check one thing here. Okay, the burning is right now gone. Yeah, and let's add on just empty div inside here. Let's come back here. Find provider meta, we have to create this function. So let's go back to this top. Actually, before this function, before this page function, and create an external function that find our provider meta or find provider meta. Yeah, inside here it's gonna actually receive on parameter called label, which going to be string. Now constant category tool nodes dot find category dot items dot sum I dot name. If it's matching with level, then yeah, this is our category. Okay, now item category dot items dot find I dot name. If it's matching with level, then yeah. So this is our item. We're getting our item from here. So what is the meaning of this? The meaning is that, we're receiving on level from here. This is on string. So this items is on array. So we are actually looking for this level from here. We are comparing it with this I.name and this level which we are receiving. Since we are using find, then we're going to actually receive here an object. Yeah. If you are using here filter, then we will receive an array from this variable. Okay. But since we're using here find, so we will get an object from here. This will return an object. Now let's return this function. Send the category. So category dot category, or by default custom, I mean if it's just on fallback, then item and provider ID. So provider ID item dot ID or null. If it's not available, then yeah. That's it. Now next one is we need actually one more small function. So let me quickly add that. It's called render kvg grid. I guess we didn't do it yet. So not kvg, it should be kv grid. Yeah. And it's gonna receive pairs, which going to be array of string and react dot react node. Then let's return the function. Inside here, let's add on div with class name grid calls to gap 3 text sm. Inside here, pairs dot map, then k and v, let's return it, add on div with key k and div class name text gray 400. Inside here, let's add the k. This is our keys, we can say, and this is the value. So let's add another div with class name text white and font medium, and let's add the v in here. We can save it. So this is just an helper function for compact key value grid renderer for the properties tab. Okay, it's for properties tab. Yeah, all done. We can back again in our properties tab here. After accounts, we can back here. Now let's add our that key value pairs shown at the top of the properties. Okay, so constant info, name, it's going to be level, or just on like hyphen. Step, it's going to be step number or underscore, yeah, fallback. Then type, it's going to be the type, and there is always type, so that's why we don't need any fallback here. And configured, which is going to be is configured or not. If it's configured, then yes or no, simple. We can say as array string and react node. Yeah. Now we need our accounts content, actually not center, account content. When the content is loading, then we can say that, let's say on text gray 500 we can add here on small text, so text sm. Now we can say loading accounts. Otherwise, when there's provider id and accounts dot length is more than 0, then let's add here an ul with class name space y2. Inside here, accounts dot map and li with class name. Actually, let's add key here at first. That 1 minute, I guess I did have a small mistake. Yeah, there should not be this first bracket extra. In key, acc dot id means account dot id. In class name, it's kind of big, something like this. 1 minute, from where the error is coming. So you can see the class name flex item center, justify between, this is the background color, run rounded md, paragraph sums, border and border color like this. Yeah. After this, let's add a span to span inside this li, and this is giving on small error because we need to add else here. 1 minute, something is wrong here. This is if, so 1 minute, you can see so many if here. That's why I did a small syntax mistake here probably. So let me see, ul is ending here, from here, yeah, and finally here also. Yeah, done. You can see now no error, and we can save it. We can back here again after saving it. When I'm clicking somewhere like Gmail, you can see so many things, but actually no, because this is for connected accounts and we don't have any connected accounts yet, that's why. Then after this ul, let's come back inside here in this div. This one is for us now because we don't have any connected accounts, so we can say no connected accounts for provider. Okay, so provider id, yeah, like this. So Gmail, 1 minute, or 1 minute, if the node doesn't require any external account, then we can show here different message that this node doesn't require an external account, and it's not coming because account content we didn't even use it in this main return. That's why it's not coming. Yeah, fine, no problem. We will use it right now. Let's come in this main div, add here in class name that space y3. Let's call our render kv grid. Let's pass the info. Then let's add another div with class name pt2. Inside here, let's add another small div with class name text gray 400 and mb1. Inside here we can say connected accounts, and after this div let's add our accounts content. Yeah, now I believe it's gonna work. Yeah, you can see name is Gmail, step number is 1, type is integration, configured no, and no account connected yet. You can just read everything from here, and it's actually looking perfect. Now what if we want to add an HTTP request? Let's drag it, and here you go. I know it's looking weird, but let's say we're gonna add it in here. Now it's step 5 and we can connect it. Yeah, or even we can delete the step 4. We can connect it here with an HTTP request, and this one also. So actually it's looking perfect. Now what next? 1 minute, let me just give on reload. Suppose I'm gonna delete this Discord and add this HTTP request. Now it's step 4. Yeah, makes sense. That's it. Right now we have to set up these templates. I mean, not templates, it's nodes. These nodes needs to be configured, and that's what we need right now. And by the way, where is the test and settings button here? It's not here yet. We're gonna add it now, no worries. After this, let's come out from this div, and in this here let's add another div with class name text center py8, and on paragraph that select a node to view its properties. So by default, when we're not selecting any nodes, it will say select a node to see to view its properties. Yeah, done. Now what next? After these tabs, after this div, we need here our configuration model. Our configuration model. Yeah, double click a node to open, just like on small beautiful comment. Yeah, one thing I'm noticing that settings and that buttons are missing. So let's go back here and let's see why it's missing. In this div, probably we forgot to add it. Let's come here. After the template descriptions, here we can say if is running is false. So is running is coming from where? Is running is actually coming from on hook, and that's our use workflow run. To be honest, we don't have this hook yet. Why do we don't have it yet? Because it's connected with directly the workflow like executions. So we even at this moment we haven't set up the nodes properly. So how we can run on our execute on workflow is not possible, right? So for now, let's delete this part. Let's work on something different, something like this, that icon, it's going to be play from Lucid React. Text, it's going to be test. Variant is going to be outline, and one click, it's going to be handle test workflow. We're gonna create this function. Yeah, next one, let's copy this, let's paste it here. Icon will be safe, text will be safe, Variant will be default and handle save workflow. Simple. Now here let's add on map, and we're gonna receive here icon, which type will be icon from Lucid React. Yeah. Then text, variant, and on click, C will be capital. Now here let's return it. Yeah, variant spelling is wrong. Variant. Now inside here let's add on button from component CY button, and in this button let's add key, which going to be this text. Variant is going to be variant as any, and class name it depends on variant. So if the variant is outlined, then this, otherwise this. And on click we're just passing the one click, yeah, this to function. Then inside here we can add our icon and text. So why we were writing this, I mean, two button in just one array, we're doing it to just like save or make the code more smaller. That's it. Just like smartly work with our project. We can definitely add here two different buttons, then we didn't have to add this, something like this. Okay, we didn't have to create this map, but this is the best way, so that we can, like, you know, create on just on array, and we can write on map. For that we can add our button inside that, and yeah, everything will actually start to work. So it's actually better, and you should know all the approach or all the way for creating, like, I mean, for working like this. Yeah, so no worries. It's, I know sometimes you're really feeling it's kind of complex, but don't worry, you'll slowly start to understand it, and it's really not hard if you see it carefully. We're just adding here two different objects inside on array. So since right now this is on array, that's why we can do here on map, and we can use this to object inside this map, and that's what we're doing here. We're just basically adding this variant from this variant, like default or outline. For one click, this is gonna call this to function. Okay, it's gonna use this to function. Handle save workflow. What's wrong here? Where I'm using it? Handle save workflow. Okay, I did a small mistake. It should be actually here. After this one drag start, and it should be actually a callback function. So handle save workflow, use callback. Yeah, something like this, and use callback. Okay, yeah, because we have to add here on dependency array. For now fine, because we're gonna keep this function empty for now. We're gonna work here later, and let's do the same thing for our handle test workflow. Yeah, we're gonna work here later. It's going to be a very important function, and we will do work here later. Now after saving it, you can see the test button and save button is here, and both are going to work right now. It's not perfectly working. Definitely when you're clicking test, it's not gonna work, and when you're clicking save, it's not gonna work because this function is empty. That's why. But otherwise our code setup is done. We just have to modify this function to get it to work, but we cannot do it right now because we have to first make these things, these node configurations. So yeah, with that said, let's come back in this bottom, and let's start to make our configuration model. So for configuration model, we have to create a new function or a component called node configuration model. You can give this name to anything, but like there should be some like similarities with the name, right? That's why I'm just adding here node configuration model. Let's go back to our dashboard and workflows folder in this components folder. Let's add configuration. Node configuration and model.tsx. Yeah, RFCE, node configuration model. We can save it. We can import it. Done. Now in this node configuration model, it's gonna receive few parameters, few very important parameters like each open, on, close, and node data, and on configured. Yeah, let's add here on simple interface that node configuration model props something like this. Yeah, so we're basically adding here so many things. And by the way, we need more to interface. Let me quickly add that. One is for our node data, and another one's for connections. Yeah, so connections and this node data, you can see the interface values like the data structure, level, descriptions, icon, user start node, step number. So it's basically similar like this FlowUtils interfaces. We are kind of like, configuring the nodes right now. Yeah. After this, here we can receive, or we can say that it's going to be our, the type is going to be node configuration model props. Yeah. Now let's come inside. Let's say constant connections. And set connections, use state. It's going to be an empty array, and type will be connections and array of connections. Yeah. Then we need some more state like loading, set loading, then selected connections and set selected connections, API key, set API key, and API endpoint, set API endpoint, and some another state like call config. And finally, we need one very important function for our nodes display name, because we're not gonna show them exactly like this, because when the name is Stripe, then we're gonna capitalize it. When it's Gmail, we're gonna show like this. When it's Sheets, we're gonna show Google Sheets. OpenAI like this, Gemini like this, Claude like this, webhook trigger. So it's not just capitalizing, it's like a different different word or different sentence, we can say. That's why we are creating here a different function for display name. Yeah, so it's just on helper function. Then secondly, we need our icon component. It's very important which icon we're gonna use. So icon component, we need our icon map, imported from FlowUtils, and arrow right, imported from Lucid React. Now we need some quick variable, something like this, that platform name, and we need here get platform name, and is OAuth provider, and is API key provider, is core provider. So we need these functions, and we're gonna create that right now. It's going to be small functions, but very important, because we are right now dividing our providers. So first of all, our OAuth providers, it's going to be on array of list like Stripe, Gmail, Slack, Discord, Notion, Sheets. All of them needs OAuth connection, so OAuth providers. Next one is API key providers. So API key providers like this, OpenAI, Gemini, and Claude. Then core providers, which is different one. So core providers meaning something like this, that webhook trigger or schedule trigger, AI generate condition, loop, delay. So we actually don't have this condition and loop anymore, so we can delete that. And delay and AI generate, all of them, we do have those features. Yeah. Now get platform name. 1 minute, where we're adding it. So we are sorry, we actually need one more function here. Get platform name, get display name. This is so okay. Platform name is display name is different. Kind of different, because when we're using platform name, we are making it similar to match our core functionalities. Okay, since we do have so many providers, so it's very hard and it's mandatory for us to use the same word everywhere. That's why we are doing this. That lower dot includes Gmail, then return Gmail, Slack, like this. You can see webhook trigger, then webhook trigger, schedule, then schedule trigger, HTTP, then HTTP request. So it's just like on structure we're basically following in this full application. Here we need some UX helpers just for styling purpose, something like this, that input class, you can read it again, and field. Yeah. Now that important one, that actually is OAuth provider or not. So since right now we do have our that 1 minute, let me explain this first to you. Let me write this first. Since right now we do have these OAuth providers and API key providers, we can easily make these functions that is OAuth providers or is code provider or is API key provider by just like checking the array. Since this is an array, we can use this includes method and we can look from these parameters. Okay, that's it. And it sounds really easy and it really looks also easy. I think you're understanding it. If not, then I mean, just rewatch the code a little bit, then you will understand it easily. Or even you can ask ChatGPT to explain it in a more better way if you are still not understanding it. But I think you should understand it. If you understood this part, I mean, just flow utils, this complex file, then you should definitely understand this node configurations model because it's easy compared to this flow utils. Now, after the display name, what next? We have to right now load the saved connections, but we don't have the API yet, so we're gonna just skip it for now. I mean, we're gonna do it later. And on safety boil out of rendering after hooks run, so we are just adding here this, that if is open is false or if node data is false, then return null. Now we need on small function that handle save. This is for saving the configuration. Okay, configuration means this node configurations. Yeah, now let's keep it empty for now. For now we don't need anything. Let's come back out and let's add here another small function like this, that handle OAuth connect. Yeah, now after this here, let's do one thing. Let's add here render core configuration function, and let's use here on switch catch statement. So switch, if the switch is this platform name, then case will be webhook trigger. Yeah, then return. For now just keep it static, so let me add here a small div with class names like this. For now this is just on static. Okay, we're gonna make it dynamic later. Now if the case is, let's come here, if the case is schedule trigger, then what? Then we have to return here something different, a more different div, where like user will be able to select multiple schedule trigger. Like it can be on field, that interval, or cron expressions, what is the type of your schedule? Do you want to schedule an interval or a cron expression? Next one is, if the core config.schedule type is cron, then 1 minute. Yeah, so if the core config.schedule type is cron, when you are selecting cron from here, then cron expressions, and we're providing here placeholders that you can add the cron, that cron time job. Okay, I mean that times here, this is like just one like example in the placeholder, that after how many minutes or how many seconds or how many hours you want to run this cron job for this workflow. Yeah, now if it's not, then what next? Definitely this is an interval, that after a certain time or after a minute you want to run this. Yeah, that's it. That's why we're adding here another field with this input. Now let's come out from here. Let's add here another case. If it's HTTP request, then return another div with that same class name, that space y3, add here on field, and we're saying this time that select class. Okay, field level is HTTP method. So you are right now, we're giving options to the user that you can select get, post, put, delete, or patch any request. I mean the type of the request for the HTTP method. And then later on, what next? Definitely the user has to add the user, this time we're going to offer them, or we're going to give them options to add the API URL. Yeah, now if the case is send notification, then let's return something different this time. So for send notification, we have some providers, right? It can be email, it can be Slack, or it can be Discord. So let's add that field in here, that notification channel, and on select option, that email, Slack, or Discord. After selecting that, we will ask for the message template, like anything extra you want to add, then you can add that, and that's it. Now after this one, let's add case AI generate. We can return here new div with class name space y3. We can add here on field with level, that AI provider, if it's an AI generate, then, and field, actually we need to add here select, that select AI providers from here. It can be OpenAI, it can be Claude, or it can be Gemini. After this field, when you are selecting on provider, you have to add a prompt, right? On prompt template, or like any prompt, your AI prompt template. It's definitely going to be optional. You can add it, or even you can skip it. Then the last one is condition. So let's come back here again. When the case is condition, then return another div by saying something like this, that condition expressions. Actually we don't need these conditions, so don't add it, okay, because we deleted it already. So we're not gonna add it, just gonna waste our code. I mean, we're doing hard work for nothing, so we don't need that condition. We need the delay. So delay, actually I don't think we need the delay, because delay, it's already in that. No, delay is different. Delay is not a cron job. Delay is that, like, you know, in this specific portion, or in this, like, you know, specific nodes, you want to do on delay. Yeah, so it's different. So if the case is delay, then we're gonna add this div with this same class name and field, and this, it's going to be a number, that how much delay you want to do for this specific nodes, how many seconds. It can be milliseconds, it can be seconds, it can be hours, or even it can be like hours. So we actually should not offer hours because then it's going to be different thing. We can offer here minutes only, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. Yeah, because sometimes it can happen that you want to do some delay. Yeah, and let's delete the break, and in this default, by default, let's add here on return by saying something like this, that the display name node is ready to use, no additional configured required. Yeah, and we don't need even this break, we don't need to break this switch catch statement. Yeah, that's it. Now another important thing, that save disabled. When you're not adding anything in the input, then in that required input, then we will not let you save the data. So API key dot trim, so that you cannot add any empty space, and platform name, if it's HTTP request, and core config dot URL. Let's come in this div, in this return, let's add here on div with class name that fixed inside 0, backdrop blur sm, and rest you can just read it by yourself. Okay, now inside here let's add another div, kind of similar. We are just adding on model type of thing here. You can just read it and you can understand it by watching the class names. Yeah, now we need on header an icon level, so we can add here our model header, that node level, node data level, and this is the div starting from here. You can just see it carefully. I'm slowly moving my screens. Yeah, so what it's doing nothing, it's just adding on level and cross icon. By the way, let's come back here, let's pass all the fields from here. So let's send on configured, which is going to be mark step configured, or for now step configured. Or just a minute, mark step configured. Actually we need another function for this. It's important. Yeah, it's important because we have to make the step that, yeah, mark that this step is done, this step setup is done. So let's create a new function by giving them mark step configured. It's going to be on use callback. It's going to receive step number, which going to be number, config, which going to be any. Inside here, set nodes, and brief dot map constant sn number, then in dot data as any step number. Yeah, if step number, this sn is matching with this step number, then return the n and data, that n dot data as any is configured will be true, and config will be config, and n dot data as any, then config, if not available then null, just a fallback value. And finally return in. Now add here on dependency array, and it's going to be actually empty dependency array. Let's save it. We did a lot of work. Right now we're gonna see the result. So when I'm hitting Gmail, you can see Gmail, OpenAI model, Discord, AI generate, and it's looking actually perfect. Let's come back here again and let's finish this important function or important component. Now after this div, let's come inside this our main model body. So let's add on simple basic class name, that space y4. When the loading is true, then div class name flex, item center, justify center p8. Let's add another div with class name animate spin rounded full h8 w8 border b2 border grain 400. That's it. It's just on like loader, we can say. Now here is auth, actually is OAuth. If it's true, then let's add on div with class name space y3 on h3 with class name text sm, font medium, text gray 300, display flex, item center, and settings from Lucid React is just an icon. Class name will be w4 h4 and mr2. Yeah, we can save it. You will see nothing yet. Why? Because we haven't connected any OAuth providers yet. So after the settings, let's say connected display name accounts. You'll just see here on simple message that connected Gmail accounts, but you will see empty. Why? Again, we haven't connected any Gmail yet because we haven't set up even that OAuth providers properly. We will do that after this, after finishing the UI. div class name space y2 connections dot length. If it's more than 0, then connections dot map. Actually, I forgot to add that if else statement. Yeah, so connections dot map connection and return it. Inside here, let's add on div with key connection dot id. Then class name, it's going to be kind of big, something like this, that p3 rounded empty border cursor pointer transition colors. When the selected connections is matching with this connection dot id, then this border, otherwise black. Yeah, after giving on click, it's gonna actually call this set selected connections and connection dot id. Yeah, the error is coming. Let me fix it easily. Yeah, so that I can format the code and the code will be more optimized and you can read it clearly. Let me add here another div with class name like this, that flex item center and justify between. Then let's add here another div with on paragraph, that connections account name connected on this date, and then when the selected connections and connection id is matching, then we can add here on check circle icon from Lucid React. And finally here in this else part, let's add here on div with class name like this, and let's add here on paragraph that no connected accounts found for this display name. Yeah, that's it. Let's add here another div after this. So let's import button from component CY button, import external link from Lucid React, and connected display name. Now you can see no connected accounts found for Gmail, and this is the connect Gmail button. So connect Gmail here, let's add one more thing. After doing hover, the text color will be actually black. Sorry, we should write it opposite. White. Yeah, perfect. That's it. Now, at the end, after this toDiff, let's go outside from here. If it's API key, then what? This was good for like social media connections, we can say. I mean, not social media, integration link like Discord, Gmail, or even Slack. But what's about AI generated? It's empty. What's about OpenAI model? Empty. So let's work for it, because it's not going to be same as like Gmail Sheets, Google Sheets or Discord. That's why. So when it's API key, let's add another div with class name space y3 on h3 with class name text sm, font medium, text gray 300, display flex, item center. Let's import key icon from Lucid React, class name w4 h4, aim are going to be 2. Yeah. After this, if the connection dot length is more than 0, then we're gonna add here on field with label saved keys, saved API keys. Yeah. Inside here, we can add on select option that you can select from your saved API keys. Yeah, that's it. Just on select with this class names value, select connections on chains. We're calling this set select connections, surf on option, select a saved key, and these are the connections which are coming from here. Those like connected connections. Yeah. Now, if not, if the user doesn't have any configured or saved API keys, we have to offer him for adding a new API key. So API key type is password. This is the value. This is the placeholder. Now after this API key endpoint, we can actually skip the endpoint. We don't need endpoint. So for now this, so we can save it now. Now after this field div here, we can come out, because for API key also done. 1 minute, API key, or what was that? API key, or sorry, AI generate or OpenAI. Yeah, OpenAI model is done. But lot of things is not done yet. If it's core meanings, if it's this HTTP request, then let's delete this card, add HTTP request. Let's add it here. Not done, right? So let's work for the code part. So if it's core, then let's add on small div, and let's call our that render code configuration function, which one we created some time ago. Yeah, that's it. Now after all of these div, actually this one, we can add our footer. Yeah, and the footer is going to have just 2 button something like this, that cancel and save configuration. So cancel or save configuration. Same here, cancel or save configurations. Cancel, after doing on hover, the text color should be white. So text white. Yeah, done. That's it. Everything is actually done. Even if we add here right now, let's say webhook trigger, you can see it's done. Yeah, it's static, but at least it's done. Schedule trigger. The schedule trigger, wait. Schedule trigger, I guess I forgot it somewhere. Alright guys, I found the problem. It's a very silly mistake. Just go to this 176 number line. In this case, schedule trigger. If you notice here, you can see here's 1G, but we need here 2G. So schedule trigger, the spelling was actually wrong. Otherwise, everything was correct. But right now, you can see it's actually working. So we can add here interval or cron expression. You can give here like, any value, anything like after a certain time, you wanna run this. You wanna run the for step. Yeah, that's it. Now what next? Since all of this right now done, we have to set up this all OAuth providers. Like when we're clicking this connect Gmail or connect Google Sheet or connect Discord or connect Slack, all of these platforms, we have to connect it with our application. And we have to store that somewhere. We have to store that, like, that access access token and refresh token in our database. But why? Because otherwise, next time when the workflow is being executed, we need those access token and refresh token to communicate with these providers. Okay, that's why we need that. And we can easily do that. Let me show you how can we do that. We cannot exactly like store the raw access token and refresh token inside our database, because that's not any secure approach. User is not gonna do that. I mean, if the user is like, understand about any coding a little bit, understand about security a little bit, definitely they will not do that. I mean, I am gonna take access to your access key and refresh token, and I can do whatever I want by using your Gmail. Definitely you don't want me to get access inside your Gmail like that. That's why we're gonna actually encrypt the access token and refresh token. We're gonna encrypt the access token and refresh token so that even the admin also cannot access it. Only the platform meaning this provider will have the access, and our application will store that in an encrypted way so that no one can access the access token and refresh token, and no one can access this platform without this, like, without using this workflow. Yeah, that's it. Right now, at first we have to design on database. Why we have to do it first? Because at first, let's make a proper plan which fields and which things we actually need in our connections table. Because we're gonna add here a new table called connections, where we're gonna store all of these connections. Suppose you are storing you're connecting your Gmail account here, so we're gonna store that in this database. Right? So we need connections table for that. So let's create our connection tables. Export constant connections pg table, import it from drizzle orm / PostgreSQL core. Now here the table name is going to be connections. Yeah. Now here let's add an id, which is going to be an uuid, and uuid imported from again drizzle orm and pg core. Now uuid id and primary key. This is the type of id. Yeah. Now user underscore id. For on connections, we need on user id, right? Only on user can have connections, like normal thing. So let's import text from same provider, and here let's say user underscore ID, and it cannot be null. The user ID cannot be null, it must be required field. Now platform, so platform, it's also going to be on text. So platform is actually which platform we are storing in our database. Okay, the platform can be Gmail, the platform can be Google Sheets, or the platform can be Discord, Slack, or Stripe, or any other like providers. And after that we need actually account name, very very important, account name. So it's also going to be on text. So text and account underscore name, then it's also cannot be null. Yeah, now metadata, so this should not be capital. Metadata, it's going to be on JSON byte and metadata. Yeah, we can save it. Now after this, actually not JSON bit doesn't mean JSON byte, it's actually a binary representation of JSON data. Okay, which is optimized for faster processing and searching and indexing compared to that standard text-based JSON. So JSON and JSON B, it's just a binary representation, we can say the binary form. After this, after metadata, we need the most important thing is that access token, ENC, meaning encrypted access token. It's going to be byte, and we actually need another custom byte type for binary data. Okay, since this is an encrypted data, that's why we need this. Now constant byte, let's create a function, add here on custom type from PG core, and here it's gonna receive data which going to be buffer, not null, which going to be false, and default, which going to be false as well. Yeah, 1 minute, I think I did a small mistake. Yeah, here we have to add on second bracket. Now inside here we can add on data type, and we can come inside here. I think there is still something wrong. Let me see. Custom type, actually it looks good. I don't know why the warning is still coming here. Just a minute. Yeah, it looks good. Let me see. Okay, because we have to add something inside here, that's why. Fine, we have to return something. So return byte, yeah, and to driver value, which going to be unknown. Inside here we can return this value as a buffer. Yeah. Then after this from driver, where we're gonna also receive value, which type will be unknown, and return value as buffer. Done. Now we can add that in here. Now we're gonna pass here IV. Sorry, not IV. IV is a different one. So access token, ENC, means encrypted access token. Yeah, that's it. So the type will be actually byte here. This is actually a function. We are basically storing here custom byte type for binary data. And by the way, one thing I forgot to tell you, that byte is also a PostgreSQL data type for storing raw binary data such as images or documents. Okay, byte already a PostgreSQL data type for storing raw binary data. Yeah, we use it like in PostgreSQL. Yeah, after this access token ENC, we can copy it, we can paste it here. Just change this access to refresh, copy this and paste it in here. So refresh token encrypted. Yeah, we can say ENC. Then IV, which is also going to be same byte here, and IV dot not null. Yeah. Now created at let's add underscore, right? Yeah. It's going to be a timestamp. So let's import timestamp from drizzle/pg core and created at. Let's add with time zone true, and let's add on default value that we can add here skibble from drizzle orm. Then sorry, we don't need this first bracket. Now, yeah, and we can call it. That's it. Now after this, we can copy this created at. We can just make it updated at. We can copy that, we can paste that in here. And otherwise everything will be actually same. So this is our connection tables. Okay, this is our connection tables. We need all of this field, this user ID, platform, account name, metadata, access token encrypted, refresh token encrypted, IV, since we're using here encrypted data, that's why we need this IV. Then created that and updated that, which is like natural thing we add inside any table. Now for now, fine. Actually we have to create some more tables, but for now it's fine. Like we have to create workflow templates. Also another important one is the users table. So let me do one thing. Let me quickly add it so that later on we don't need to add it again. So we need on users table. Users table meanings when the user is using our application, one minute, integer from PG core. So you can see users, we need on user ID, user plan. The by default plan will be free. Users limit, which will be for by default 1000, and users, which will be 0 by default. And like every time, even you are testing the workflow, it will add +1. It will increment +1 all the time for users. And if you're changing your plan from free to paid, then it will change this users limit. Yeah, that's it. Right now we can save it, and we can actually come back in a new terminal, and we can say npm run db push. Actually not push. I did a small mistake. Let me see the all script. Yeah, at first we need generate, then migrate, and finally push. Okay, if we come back here and if we give on reload, 1 minute, I think something is wrong. And the wrong is, if we come back to this drizzle config, you can see the schema is only the auth schema, but we need here our schema.ts as well. So search src and db and schema.ts. Yeah, now let's write that command again, that npm run db generate, npm run db migrate, and npm run db push. How no changes detected? Okay, no, you can see connections and users. Let's give on reload. Yeah, here you go, connections and users. Perfect. So we can close this drizzle config, and we can even close this schema.ts for now. We don't need that file anymore for now. Now let's set up the OAuth workflow, and the OAuth is kind of going to be a little bit complicated. Why? Let me explain. Because we're having here so many providers like Gmail, Slack, Discord, Notions, Google Sheets, a lot of providers. And to be honest, it's the most challenging part, this application, to connect all of these platforms, because Gmail and Discord, they're not same. The parent company is not same. So definitely they have their internal connecting mechanism. So when we're connecting Discord, we have to use a different code. For Gmail, we have to use different code. For Stripe, different code. For Notion, different code. That's the most challenging part in this application. But for solving this problem, I actually tried my best to solve this problem, and that's why we created here a new folder in this lib folder by giving name OAuth. Inside here, we're gonna add all of the providers configuration. So providers.ts. Here, it's kinda going to be bigger, but let me show you one by one. You have to just copy paste everything, okay, what I'm doing. First, for Gmail, what we need? We need Gmail, Google Client ID and Google Client Secret. So we're getting that from process.env. Like Google Client ID and Google Client Secret. We're gonna add that later. Now scope, very, very important array. So in scope, you have to add permissions, like which permissions we need from the users. We need Gmail permission, like read-only permission. We need Gmail send permission. Even we need modify permission. You might be thinking, why do we need modify permission? Just think about it. You are automating your Gmail workflow. You're just like summarizing an email and you're sending it to your Discord or somewhere, or like inside any HTTP endpoint. But after like summarizing it, after checking it, you have to make it Marcus read, right? So for making that Marcus read, we need this Gmail modify permission. And that's why we're adding that in here. Yeah. Now after this, we need our authorized URL. Very, very important. It's required by Google. Then access URL, another important thing. And finally, we need our callback URL, which is going to be like this, because we're going to make our endpoint like this. Okay, that's why it's going to be like this. We're going to create here on OAuth folder in this API and Gmail and callback like that. Yeah. That's it for Gmail. It's done. We can connect our Gmail account with this configuration. Now, next one is Sheets, meaning Google Sheets. So Google Sheet is also similar, since the parent company is same. That's why Sheets. And in key, we can use that same Google Client ID and Google Client Secret. For scope, it will be a little bit different, because we're right now getting permission or asking permissions for Google Sheet or spreadsheets. That's why we have to ask permission like this. This is the authorized URL, access URL, and callback URL. This time, instead of Gmail, this will be Sheets. Yeah. Now, next one is Slack. So for Slack, it's going to be actually different. You can see the Slack also require key and secret as like Google, fine, but scope is different. It's not any URL this time. We're just like asking for the chat write or chat read or users read or incoming webhook access. Authorize URL this one, access URL this one, and callback this one. Yeah. After Slack, we need access for Discord. So for Discord, it's also a little bit different. You can say Discord client ID, Discord client secret, and scope is identify guides and webhook incoming, and authorized URL like this, access URL like this, and callback like this. Okay. After Discord, what next? Next is Notion and Stripe. So let me quickly add both of them. So Notion first. Notion client ID, Notion client secret. We're asking for database read, write, pages write, and pages read permission. And authorize URL, access URL, you can again check it. Make sure that you are adding the same line, otherwise it might not work for you perfectly. After that, Stripe, the last one, the most easiest option for us, because we don't need any scope like this for Stripe. And working with Stripe API is really easy, and it's fun to work with Stripe API. It's even easy to work with Gmail API and Sheets API, but rest of them like Slack, Discord, Notion, it's just like hilarious. They don't work with like local host. You must have to use on applications, like on, we have so many libraries like ngrok on of them. Let me show you something like this on API gateway. Not this one, but I mean, we can run our local host into like on we can say on what's that name on it, I forgot the name. So we can actually run this local host 3000 and this dashboard, and this, instead of local host, it will run on inside on static, or not static, it's going to run on random domain. Okay, random domain provided by ngrok. Why do we need that? Because these platforms like Notion or Stripe even also doesn't work with localhost. We must need on HTTPS URL. Okay, and we can get that by using those platforms, and I will show you how to do that. No worries. For now, we're not connecting it. We're connecting Google and other platforms, but definitely we'll connect all of these one by one. Yes, we can save it now. And finally here, we can add here just one simple type that as const. Yeah, we can save it now. And our provider setup is done. It was kind of important, kind of complex. You might be thinking it's easy, but to be honest, it's not that much easy. How much easy you're thinking? I mean, writing it fine, but when we're working with this multiple platforms, multiple providers, it's really hard to work with them, because all of them don't have the similar pattern of working, or similar pattern of connecting. Yeah, now we have to create a new folder in this API folder by giving them OAuth. So actually not API auth folder, in this API folder. So OAuth. Yeah, in this OAuth folder, let's create our another folder, that dynamic provider, because the provider can be anything. It can be Gmail, it can be Sheets, it can be Stripe, Notions, or Discord, or anything. Now inside here, we need two more routes. On this callback, you can see API, so API, OAuth, so OAuth, provider is Gmail, so Gmail, since it's dynamic, so it can be anything, then callback. So right now, we're inside this callback. So inside this callback, we can create on route.ts, and inside this provider we have to create another one called start. So it's going to be different route, API route, and we need all of them. Actually not index, it should be route.ts. Yeah, now in this callback, this file is going to be big, which is expected because we are having multiple providers. Yeah, now let's create here on providers config or configs. Inside here, we can say Gmail and endpoint, something like this, that Google APIs OAuth 2 version 2 user info, headers, authorization, BRR token, and extract account name from data.email, extract user info from data. Yeah, this is our Gmail. Now for Sheets, let's add. Actually, let me quickly add it, then I'll explain you everything. Otherwise, it's just taking a lot of time, which I should not waste. Yeah. So Gmail was this, and this is Sheets. So for Sheets, the endpoint is going to be actually same. Headers same, since this is provided by Google, and actually everything same here for Sheets. For Slack, definitely different, because different platform, and you can see extract username, this time data.user.email, or Slack's workspace, because they are not providing us any name, so that's why we're taking the email from here. Now user information, same data, and use token in URL, true. We have to pass this to communicate with Slack. For Discord, you can see the endpoint is different, the headers is even different, and extract account name like this, or extract user info like this. Notion, you can just read it by yourself. Stripe is special. Account info comes from OAuth token response. So interesting. And we everyone know that Stripe has the best API support. After this, we can add that as constant as type. Yeah. Now export async function. Let's create our main API route. So get, this is going to be an get endpoint. Now request, let's call here next request, and it's gonna receive params. So params and promise, it's gonna return provider, which type will be string. Yeah. Now let's come inside here. Now constant session, we need our user sessions. So we can ensure the user is logged in. So auth dot API, actually auth is coming from our just a minute, auth, why, okay, it's giving suggestion now. Auth is coming from lib.auth, I mean lib/auth. Now auth dot API dot get session, we have to pass this headers. So request dot headers. If there is no session, then return next response dot JSON unauthorized, and status will be 401. Yeah. After this, let's distract provider from our params. So provider, now we need provider key. So provider key, provider as key of, and type of provider, actually providers from our auth providers here. Then after this, constant cfg Linux configuration, so providers, and you have to pass this provider key. If no configuration, then we can say the provider is actually unknown. So unknown provider with 404 status code. Now constant URL equals to new URL, and add this request.url. Constant code URL dot search params dot get code. Yeah. Constant state URL dot search params dot get state. After this, if there is no code, then return that missing code. The code is actually missing. We can add here in status code that 400. Yeah. Now let return URL. At first, just make here on return URL from the state. Okay, so we are using a late variable so that we can set the value later. Now when there is on state, so let's say if if there is a state, then check state data from this state. Okay, state coming from where? State is coming from here, from this search params. Okay, the URL includes code and state. So we're saying if there is a state, then we have to check the state data and we have to pass that in this return URL. So in the return URL, in the return URL, we have to pass this state data dot return URL dynamic value. Yeah. 1 minute. So return URL. Actually fine. Yeah. After this, let's add on try catch statement. Now in this try part, constant app URL, very very important. So process.env.next public app URL, or as a fallback we can say http//localhost 3000. Yeah. Now after this we have to exchange the token. So we can say token res. We have to use your fetch. So we have to send request to this CFG access URL. The method will be post. Headers will contain content type actually. So content type, which is going to be application / x and www dot, not dot, hyphen form and URL encoded, because we're gonna send here encoded URL. Now body, new URL search params, and grant type, which going to be authorization access. So authorization code, actually not access, and you have to pass the code. We have to pass the client ID, which going to be cfg dot key, client secret, which going to be cfg dot secret, and finally redirect URI, which is going to be app URL plus cfg dot callback. Yeah, that's it. Our redirect URI ready, everything is ready. Now when there is something wrong in this token response, so when the token response dot OK is false, then we can do here on console.log that token exchange failed, and we can refresh that token. Yeah, so we can actually return next response.json. We can send here an error that token exchange failed. Perfect. With status code 400. Yeah, that's it. Now after this one, let's say constant tokens await token res.json, and here we're gonna actually receive that token. So we can, for now debugging purpose, we can add here received tokens, and we can see that tokens. Yeah, that's it. Now one important thing, a very important thing, we have to make sure that there is access token in the token response. Okay, so when there is access token in the token response, sorry, not token response, I'm sorry, it should be in tokens. Yeah, so in tokens, when there is access token, then no access token, actually you can see no here. So then we can say no access token in the response, and we can pass the tokens. We have to give here a comma. Yeah, that's it. Finally, when there is no access token in that tokens, we can actually send on response that no token, no access token received. Yeah, then this time we're gonna use our that function that derived account name. Okay, from where it's coming, it's actually coming from a new function which we're gonna create now. It's an utility function. So async function derive account name, it's gonna receive the provider, which will be string, and tokens, which going to be any. Now let's add here on try catch statement in trypart constant config, which going to be any. Now providers config, provider as key of and type of provider configs. Yeah. Now if there is no config, then we can just add on console.warning this time that no configuration found for the provider, and this is the connected account user info null. Now we have to do something different for Stripe. We have to handle Stripe special case because account informations comes from token response in Stripe. Okay, it's different. So that's why let's write here on logic that if the config dot is special is true and the provider is actually Stripe, then account name, take it from extract account name and pass this token. Same for the user info. Yeah. Now for all other providers with API endpoint, we can write the opposite logic that if the config dot is a special is not like true, then we can look for endpoint and response, something like this, that config.use token in URL, config.endpoint, the token is coming from tokens.access token, or config.endpoint just. Then response, we're using here again fetch with this endpoint. This is the headers. Now finally, if the response is not okay, then we can add on console error that failed to fetch user info from the provider. Yeah. And otherwise, when everything fine, then we have our user data from the response and we can just pass the response, right? We can return it. So we can return the account name and user informations. Yeah. If it's catch any error, we can say that error deriving account name for this provider and the error message. Finally, we can return this function with account name, like connected account, and user info, which going to be null. Yeah, we can save it. We can come back here in this function where we were working. Now after this, after getting our account info, account name and user info, what we have to do now? We have to encrypt the tokens. The encrypt function returns actually, let me do one thing. Let's write here constant encrypted access token. Yeah, we're gonna use here on the function called encrypt, and we have to create it because encrypt is going to be our internal encryptions function. So let's do one thing. Let's go to in this utils folder. Where is our utils folder? There is no utils folder. Then no worries. We can create a new folder by giving them utils, and let's add here encrypt.ts. Yeah. So we're going to write here our encryption logic, and we're going to use crypto library for making the encryption. And you don't have to install this crypto library because it's an built-in module in Node.js. Yeah, we're going to use here an algorithm. The algorithm is AES 256 GCM. This is the algorithm name. The encrypted key here, the encrypted key must need to be 32 bytes. Okay, for generating we can use this command, that open SSL random, and this HEX is actually on flag. Okay, flag meanings like we are saying we're giving instruction to this open SSL that please generate this value with an hexadecimal format. Okay, if you have knowledge about binary hexadecimal, then I guess you know about this. So yeah, this is going to generate hexadecimal value like this. We can just copy this and we can come back in our .env and we can say token encryption key. So token enc and key, and let's paste the value in here. Yeah, so we make sure that we're adding the same spelling. Cool. Now after this, what next? We have to add here on ivlen, which is going to be 16. Yeah, now let's create our main encrypt function. So export function encrypt, it just gonna receive one text which will be string. Now constant iv, let's call it crypto dot random bytes, pass this ivlen. Now constant cipher, we can call crypto dot create cipher hive, cipher iv, sorry for the wrong pronunciations, and we have to pass the algorithm, encrypted key, and the iv. Yeah, now encrypted, let's call it buffer, then dot concat, use the concat method, and pass here our cipher dot update the text with UTF-8 and cipher dot final and call it. Yeah, now after this we need on tag. So tag and cipher dot get auth tag. Now we're gonna return this. So return iv dot to string. The return value will be an hexadecimal value, and tag dot to string, same hexadecimal. Then we need encrypted dot to string, which also going to be on hexadecimal value. Yeah, so this is our encrypted function. Very good. But we also need decrypt function, right? We are just doing encrypt, but we also need to do decrypt. So decrypt, let's receive here payload, which is going to be string. Inside here we can have iv, the hexadecimal, tag hexadecimal value, data hexadecimal value, and we're going to receive it from payload dot split, and just split it from this sign. Okay, this one, since we're like using it when we are encrypting it. Yeah, then constant iv, that buffer dot from iv hexadecimal to hex, the type, then constant tag buffer from tag hexadecimal, same, and encrypted. So let's do one thing, let's copy paste and encrypted. Yeah, done. Sorry, encrypted is going to be a little bit different. Here we have to say data hex. Yeah, that's it. Now decipher. So let's decipher it right now. So crypto dot create decipher, this time decipher IV, and pass the algorithm, encrypted key, and IV, and decipher dot set auth tag, pass this tag inside here. Now constant decrypted buffer dot concat decipher dot update, pass this encrypted decipher dot final and call it. Yeah, now we can return this decrypted dot to string, and the string type will be UTF-8. Yeah, so if encoding is UTF-8 and a byte sequence in the input is not valid UTF, then catch invalid byte is replaced with replacement character. This one you can see, you can read about this when you're even hovering it. They have so many like comments and references you can read from here if you're not understanding anything. So actually done. Now we can import encrypt, since our encrypt is ready, and we have to pass the tokens dot access token, and we have to also do the same thing for our encrypted refresh token, right? So we're gonna pass the token dot refresh token, and then we're gonna pass it in this encrypt function, that refresh token. And finally we have to pass the IV. So buffer.from encrypted access token dot split, and we're actually getting the IV from here. We don't have to pass it, we're getting back it from here. Yeah, now we have to check the existing connections. Okay, it's very important because we are checking if the platform is already connected with our like provider, if it's already in the database or not. So for an example, from here you have already connected your own Gmail account and you're again trying to connecting it, so definitely we cannot store it for twice. So it's just on like protection layer, we can say. So we are using here DB because we're checking it from our database. So connections and import it from drizzle ORM, EQ, same drizzle ORM. Yeah, so what we're doing, we are selecting this connections table, and inside here where the connections.user ID is matching with the session.user ID and connection.platform is matching with this provider, connection.account name, because this is going to be unique. So account name is, if it's matching with account name, it means the user already connected this platform earlier. So then we will not let the user to connect it again because the user already connected it. And when the connection's length is more than 0, it means there is something wrong. So we will actually update our database. We'll not tell the user that, hey, you cannot connect it. We'll just basically update our configurations. I mean, update our saved encrypted data. Okay, that's why we're making the updated data object here, the new access token encryption, then buffer.from encrypted access token, IV metadata and updated that. Then we are gonna overwrite it if the refresh token, like the refresh token Google return one, if it's 10. Okay, so if the encrypted refresh token is matching with our encrypted refresh token, then the format. After that, what next? We have to update the database, right? So let's do it here. that await db update this connections, set this new update data where in this connections.id, where this existing connections, the first index and the id. Yeah. So yeah, else this was if else logic. You can see this was if. Right now let's come back in else. Else we have to insert data. Why? Because the user haven't stored any data yet. That's why we are inserting the data right now. Okay, it's the new fresh data. It's like the usually the user will do. I mean, no one definitely don't want to store their account for twice. When they are watching that they already connected their account and that's already in here, they're not gonna again connect that. Like that's a common sense. So for that type of users, like normal users, we're having this else statement. Then we're just inserting the data. We are adding that user id, platform, account name, access token encrypted one, and refresh token encryption one. Yeah, and iv and metadata. Yeah, and finally we have to redirect back the user to the original page. So we are currently redirecting the user to dashboard, and we are actually passing the user like this. Okay, so redirect url, then redirect your includes, if it includes anything like this, then and connected provider. So we are sending the in the same page to the user after connecting the platform. Yeah, if it's catch any error, then console error, that OAuth callback error, and send the error, and just an internal server error, and that's it. So this was the file. It was kind of big, not kind of big, it was crazy big, I would say, because we did so many things and it was required. Actually, we had no other solutions, we had no other options actually. But finally it's done, and I'm happy to see that it's done. Right now, what next? Since this callback is done, we need another route for starting, but this is not going to be big, but we have to create it in this start one. So start route, API route, let's create it. It's going to be on get endpoint. So something like this, that export async function get request is going to be next request, and params is going to be similar like this callback one. Now inside here we're gonna receive that everything like our this callback at first, that provider, if providers doesn't have this provider key, then there is something wrong, right? People are trying to spamming with our API. Then we can easily understand it. Then URL, again it's still same. You can see these first lines, it looking similar. Yeah. Now after this, here actually we're looking for return URL. Now we have to make an object here that state data. We need id and return URL. We need state, something like this, and after this we need app URL, auth URL and app URL. So auth URL and app URL. Auth URL is going to be this configurations.authorize URL, and app URL is going to be the public app URL, or by default this one, like fallback value. And auth URL dot search params get the client ID, redirect URI, and response type. And if the scope in this configurations and configuration.scope is matching, then scope string, we are checking it, then we're just joining that, and we are returning that. We're just setting that in this auth URL.search params.set this scope string. Yeah, and we are basically here handling the scope properly. We're converting our array to space separated string. That's what we're doing this line. Yeah. Now finally let's do one more thing. This function is almost ending. If the provider is Gmail or provider is Sheets, then we need this. Okay, otherwise we don't need anything else for other providers. And auth url.search params.set for other providers, just add the state. Yeah. And finally, we can return the next response with this auth url.toString. We're basically storing the state and provider in a short-lived cookie. Okay, we're doing that with this next response.redirect. That's it. Our this API route work is also done. Now what next? I know we did so many things, but we're not done yet. I mean, API work is done for these OAuth providers, but guess what? We have to connect it, right? I mean, we need those secret keys. So we have to right now go back to Google, GitHub, Slack, everywhere. But at first, for now, I'm gonna do it just for Google Cloud so that we get access to Gmail and Google Sheets. So let's do login inside your Google Cloud account. I'm just doing it. I'm doing it in offline. I mean, not offline, in another screen, because it's like a private thing. And to be honest, I don't have Google Cloud Console access in this browser. So let me try to see where I do have the access. So Cloud Console Google and console.cloud.google.com. Let me do just login. And from here, I can select my project that 1 minute from this left side, credentials. So it's going to be actually FlowX. Yeah. I'm showing you what you have to do. So I assume that you're watching right now my Google Chrome, sorry, not Google Chrome, Google Cloud clients. Okay, so now where I am, you might be thinking where I am actually is. So for you, it will be probably like this. You just have to create a project. And after that, you have to go to this left side, go to APIs and services and credentials. So if you don't have any credentials, you have to create on OAuth consent screens first. Okay. After that, you will have access to this, actually to this credentials. Okay. And in credentials, what you have to do, you have to click this create credentials. You have to click OAuth client ID, and in OAuth client ID, application type will be web applications. You can add your application name. Authorized JavaScript origins, it's going to be our localhost origin. So let me show you practically what is the FlowX values. So this is the authorized JavaScript origin. This is the redirect URI. So for Gmail, we have to add like this. For Sheets, we have to add like this. This is the client ID. This is the client secret. I'm not showing my client secret to you for security reason, but after, like, creating an account, an OAuth account like this, you will have your own client ID and client secret. You just have to copy paste that. Yeah. So this is going to be the redirect URI. And one more thing, we make sure that you are searching for Gmail from here, Gmail API, and you are enabling it. It's actually required for getting access to Gmail. It's mandatory. I don't know why it's not coming. Yeah, here it is. So you must have to enable this Gmail API. Okay, otherwise it will not work. That's it. I assume that you have your own Google client ID and client secret right now. So let me go back here again and let me add my Google client ID and client secret. Don't try to copy paste my Google client ID and client secret, because it's not going to work for you. After creating the video, I will definitely delete it. So this is the Google client ID, which is public. Fine. Client secret is this one, but don't use it. Use your own Google client ID and client secret, because I'm going to delete it. And why I'm saying it for multiple time, because last time in one of my another project, it was that car booking app, I guess. I mistakenly like as showing my Google client ID and Google client secret, and I forgot to delete that. And then I realized that I, I like I got email actually from from Google Cloud that I have to pay $55 to Google because I'm using their lot of APIs, but I'm not using that. Like which people are watching my videos, they are using that Google Cloud platform, and I am just going to pay for that. It was just an accident, so that's why from now on I never like show you the original Google client secret or Google client ID. Even if I'm showing you this, then I'm going to delete it after just like right click, like creating the video, after uploading, after finishing the video recording. I'll just delete it because it's not very secure thing, and you should not show your Google client ID or Google client secret to anyone. It's like a common thing. Yeah, so that's it. I'm gonna just save it, and I'm just coming back here again. Now what next? We do have access in Google, so let's connect it right now perfectly. For connecting Google, at first let's actually make another API. It's very important. It's very important. Why? Because we have to save the API key right now. So let's say connections. This is the API endpoint. So connections, and let's add here save API key route. So API slash connection slash save API key. Create here on root or route.ts, and it's going to be kind of big. So let me do one thing. Let me create on helper function at first that mask keys. What is this? If the key, there is no key, then return API key, and we are basically showing the last 4 digits of the API key. That's what we're doing. Then let's create on post request here. So when we are actually saving on API key, we're not gonna show all the API keys, right? We're just showing the last 4 digit, and this function is doing that. I hope you are understanding it now. Then at first we're gonna check the sessions. If the session is available, then yeah, user will be able to get access to this API. Otherwise, you must have to be authorized to get access in this API. Yeah. Then secondly, body, I mean, we're getting informations from this request.json from this body. We're getting this platform API key and API endpoint. Then we have an allowed list here. On allowed list, that OpenAI, Gemini, and Claude for saving API keys. Okay, so if platform, there is no platform, or the allowed includes this platform, then I mean, if it's not in this list, then invalid platform. Yeah. After this, if the API key is missing or type of API key is not string, then missing API key. Finally, we can add here on try catch statement this try pert. At first, we're gonna encrypt the API key using the same method we used for that OAuth authentication flow. Okay, we're gonna use that same encrypt here, encrypt function, and that IV hexadecimal, then IV, and everything is basically same here. Now account name, we're gonna receive it that platform.to uppercase, and mask key and API key, we're just like sending the API key to here to get that mask key, like the last 4 or 3 digits. Yeah. Then after account name, we're gonna check for the existing connections with the same user, the same thing we did in that authentication, that OAuth flow. Now we're gonna import db connections and EQ from drizzle, and the logic is actually same. This code is similar with our that route API route, so I'm not explaining, that's why. Now let's save, and it's also actually same. I don't know why I was writing here similar type of code. I mean, yeah, it's a different route, that's also true. You can see if the existing length is more than 0, then saved value is going to be add.db.update. Just update the existing record and rotate the key. That's it. Okay. Otherwise, we have to insert the new record. So we're gonna insert the new record here. Yeah. And finally, we're gonna return the values, but not the raw values. Definitely, we're not going to return the raw values. We're just returning the encrypted values, which no one can like understand actually. Just an encrypted text. Yeah. If it's catch any error, we can like console log the error, that save API key error with that error and the error message. Yeah. This was for saving the API key, not for saving our like user informations, we can say. Another API which we created, very important in these connections, that was actually forgot to create it. We have to create it. It get user connections. Yeah. So let's create on route.ts inside here and get user connections. It's going to be very small function, very small API route. That's why I'm just copying pasting it. Let me show you what it's actually doing. So at first we're checking the authentications, then we're checking the user connections. Okay, we are checking user connections from this connections table. We are passing this connections.user ID and session.user ID. When it's matching, then that's our like route, right? That's our user connected all credentials, we can say. And we are just exposing that. I mean, we're sending back that to our front end or API as API response, but we're not sending the raw data. We're sending the encrypted value. Yeah, to protect our security. Uh, for now, fine. For now, good enough. And yeah, actually, for now, good enough. And what I was saying, this save API key, again, it's not for Google. Okay, for Google, we already like added code in this OAuth for storing that. So now we can actually test it. It's time to test everything because all of our APIs are ready right now. I was waiting for, I mean, I was just making everything ready. Right now we can comfortably work with this node configuration model or even in this page.tsx, in this like templates like page.tsx. Now in this handle OAuth connect or handle safe, we can right now write code since we do have enough data right now. So for fetched saved connections, actually before that, or even we can add that right now, that fetch save connections. We're gonna create a new file, sorry, not file, a new function by giving them fetched or fetch saved connections. It's important actually because after saving we will see nothing if we don't do this. So platform, which type will be string, it's gonna just receive platform promise, which gonna return connections, array of connections, then try. So try catch in here, constant response await, fetch to API slash connections slash get user connections, or that API endpoint we're sending request now. If the response is not true, then throw on new error that failed to fetch connections. Yeah. Otherwise, constant data await response.json and return data.connections or an empty array dot filter connections, which type will be this connection. Now connection dot platform dot to lowercase, when it's matching with platform dot to lowercase, then we're actually like getting that our connections here for this platform, for that platform, that specific platform. Why it's still giving error? What it's saying, function lacks ending return statement, return type does not include undefined, platform connections. Okay, I got it. No worries, let's come back here. Let's just add here on console.error and on return, then error will begin. Yeah, so it's done. And we could do one thing, we could just cut this and we can add it before this our configuration node model, okay, as an different function. Yeah, we can just paste that in here, that same function. Now what we have to do now, we can come back here, we can add on use effect hook. So here we can do it, use effect and use effect snippet. Inside here we can say if is open is false or there is no node data, then return this. Otherwise set connections, make it empty at first, empty array, then set selected connections, make it null. Now if there is OAuth, or is API key, then set loading will be true. Let's call the fetched saved connections, pass the platform name, then list and set connections, pass the list. If the list is actually I did a small mistake, this was inside the then, so then is starting here. Let me do one thing, let me add in a second bracket here. Yeah, if the list dot length is more than 0, then set selected connections list the first index dot id. Yeah, and finally we can make the set loading to false. The dependency array we can add is open, node data, is OAuth, is API key, and platform name. We can save it right now, and in this handle save, if there is no API key and selected connection, then we're gonna actually do something here. We're gonna call this constant connection. So connections.find and c.id. When it's matching with the selected connections, then we're getting the connections. We're making the config here with these connections. When the connections is available, then connection ID, provider and account name, or connection ID is coming from the selected connections and provider from this platform name. Yeah. Then we're calling this on configured and we're passing this node data step number and config. Yeah. Now after this, we have to save the API key for API key providers, right? This was for different purpose. Now for API key, we can add here on try catch statement. It's going to be kind of big, to be honest. Let me add it. Actually, 1 minute, let me see. Okay, let me first write it one by one. So first of all, let me explain. If there an API key and API key.trim, so this is for API key. First of all, we are making the set loading to true. We are sending post request to this endpoint that save API key with this platform name, API key, and API endpoint. If it's giving any error, then we're showing the error that something is wrong, failed to save the API key. Otherwise, we're getting the data in here. After getting the data, we have to refresh and select the newly saved connections. It's important. So we can call this updated, and we can call this fetch saved connections because we updated our data. So that's why we have to again fetch the data to make the data up to date in the set connections and set connections, set selected connections state. Yeah. Now, finally, we have to do one more thing, that config. We're gonna just make an object here, that connection ID provider, API key, and API endpoint. We're calling this unconfigured, and we're passing this everything here. And finally, we are adding here catch. So catch, if it's catch any error, then we're just like adding that console.error, that error saving API key. And finally, we're making the set loading to false. Yeah. And then we can return this. Yeah, return this function. That's it. Handle save is done. It was kind of big, but it's actually done. One thing, guys. Not done. I think we have to add this line, that if is core, if it's core node configuration, then constant config spread the core config, and on configured, again call it. This is on hook. Node data dot step number, pass the step number and config, and close the model and return the function. Simple. That's it. This is done now. Now handle OAuth connect, another important and most important function, not file, and it's going to be actually very, very small. It's just going to have a return URL, which is coming from encode URI component. We're just getting it from window.location.href, so that like existing URL, and window.location.ref, we're sending that API OAuth, the platform, and start the return URL. So basically we are sending the user to this endpoint, to our this start endpoint. Yeah, that's it. Our work is done. I just want to check one thing, that connect Gmail, what it's doing for us. So connect Gmail, connect. Yeah, done. Actually everything is, to be honest, done. Let's test it now. So let's hit Gmail, hit connect Gmail. It's actually working, and it's taking me here in this vidbox. So when I'm clicking here, I can hit continue, and you can see it's asking me for permissions, that this will allow Becodemy to view your email messages and settings, send email on your behalf, read, compose, and send emails from a Gmail account, see, edit, create, or delete all of your Google Sheets and spreadsheets. So you can hit allow, and it's taking us to actually here callback. And 1 minute, I don't know why it's saying unauthorized. Okay, let's try to see what's wrong here now. Unauthorized. It's going in Gmail callback state. Yeah, all looks good. Let me see. Let's do one thing. API OAuth start here, right? It was in start. So it's not start. It was actually in callback. It's saying that unauthorized. So when it says unauthorized, okay, when the session is missing, how? Okay, so we mistakenly did logged out. I don't know how. Probably I stopped the server and did log into another account. That's why. Let me do log in again. 1 minute. So log in done. Yeah. Now we can again go back. We can come back templates. We can use template, Gmail, connect Gmail. We can select our account. We can hit continue. We can hit allow. Our token exchange failed. Why it's saying token exchange failed? Invalid JSON payload received unexpected token. 1 minute. Let me see one thing in here. And connections, it's nothing. Invalid JSON payload received. Grant type authorization. 1 minute. Invalid token received. So from where it's coming, token exchange failed right at the end. Yeah, so it's coming from here, from this token response. Let me see I did any small mistake or not, because it's a sensitive thing, and if you're doing a mistake, it will definitely give error. So 1 minute. The problem could be in here in this token response. So let me quickly and clearly check it again. Yeah, so method post find, this is URL encoded. URL encoded, okay. Authorization code. Grant type, yeah. Code and client ID. Redirect URL, app URL, and plus configurations dot callback. 1 minute. Again, let me check configurations that access URL. Fine. Actually, it's going to be XWW farm URL encoded, not Z. I don't know why did I add here Z. I guess this was the mistake, and this time it should work. Let's go and let's check again. So hit allow, and here you go. You can see it's taking us here. Connected Gmail. It means it's actually working. If we come back here, if we give a reload, perfect. You can see connections. User ID. This is the platform is Gmail. This is the account name, that team@redbox.com. This is access token. This is refresh token. This is IV, and everything are getting stored here. Even right now, if we click here, you can see team@redbox.com. If we hit save configurations, perfect. The save configuration is done. Now for Google Sheets, let's try to see, can we set up Google Sheets or not. So let's hit Google Sheets, hit connect Google Sheets, select our same account, hit continue, hit allow. Here we go. So Google Sheets, let's take that again here, and you can see Google Sheets, Gmail. So all of them are perfectly connected. Even in database, you can see Sheets. This is the account name, this is the metadata, access token, refresh token, and IV. and all other informations are here right now. So perfect. Our providers are perfectly getting connected. Now regarding this, let's try to add on like API key here for testing purpose. Then hit save configurations. And here you go. We can come back here. We can give a reload. You can see open AI. So it's actually perfectly getting stored. Our platforms are getting stored here. I mean, all of the credentials, and it's looking perfect. So now what next? Since all of them are getting stored, we can right now implement this automation testing features, right? The main feature that are flow integrations, and that's going to be also kinda complex, but for testing purpose for this one, it's not going to be the real complex one, because without testing is easy. When we're clicking here, it's just gonna call on function, and the function will itself will like internally call all of these steps, all of these nodes. But for this save workflow, when we were basically clicking here after configuring this workflow, after configuring this everything, or suppose let's say here instead of Gmail, it's Stripe. Okay, so Stripe is definitely not going to internally call this. When it will call internally, when we are giving an endpoint to the user that, hey, when the first start here, the first node is Stripe, you have to copy on link. We will provide you the link. It's going to be actually an webhook link. You have to add that inside your Scribe database. I mean, inside your webhook endpoint, you have to specify, or you have to actually, like, you have to set up it when for those events or for those actions, which actions you want to call the workflow. Okay, I know it sounds a little bit complex, but I'll explain this more clearly when I will show you how can you connect your Stripe here. Definitely we can already connect Stripe here, but the way of working with Stripe is a little bit different. It's not like Gmail or Discord or all other integrations platform. It's actually not like that. Yeah, but we don't need that for first part. We're gonna make this save workflow in the second part. We're gonna just make the test workflow right now, and inside this test workflow, we are going to make on backbone for this save workflow, because we're gonna also do the same thing in save workflow except few things. Yeah, that's it for now. Let's come back here and let's start to work for test workflow feature. Now for test workflow feature, we need some more things. Let me do one thing. Let's go back to our node configurations model, and from here we don't need anything else. We can close that. We can come back in our this dashboard template Slack and page.tsx. Inside here you can see handle test workflow. It's actually empty, and we have to call here on function right now. But before calling, we have to create some hooks. So we're gonna create some hooks right now. It's going to be actually our helper hooks. So let's come inside this hooks folder. Let's create a new folder by giving name use workflow run.ts. We can make this F2 not capital. Yeah, workflow run.ts. What it's going to do, it just can actually track our workflow run. Yeah, so we need one more thing. That is, let's come back in this utils folder. Let's create a new folder by giving name workflows, and inside here we can create topology, or not topology, actually topologically sorted.ts file. Yeah, at first add here on type for our workflow node something like this, that id string and that same data object with level step number is configured and config. After this, we're gonna add one type for workflow age, something like this, and then let's add here our main function for our topology sorted. Yeah, topological sorted. Now let me explain you why do we need this function. So this function basically returns nodes in a topological order using an algorithm. Okay, it's just going to return the nodes in a topological order. It means it just ensures the upstream nodes, no prerequisites appear before dependents. Secondly, it gracefully falls back to original order if the graph contains cycles. Yeah, or references unknown or any other missing nodes. That's what this topologically sorted function is doing for us. So let's add here on in-degree variable here. It's basically on number of incoming edges for each node ID. Okay, so we can create here on simple map since it's going to be a number. So string and number. After this constant adg, it just adjacency. Okay, adg means it's adjacency list mapping source id. It's just like the array of target IDs, we can say. So we can say new map string and string. Yeah, now we have to write here on for loop. So for let's write it manually. Yeah, so for constant in of nodes in degree dot set that in dot id and 0. Yeah, and we have to call that adz or j actually not z, adj dot set, and we have to pass this n dot id and we have to pass this empty array. So we're just initializing the maps with all nodes id here. That's what we're doing in this loop. After this, let's add here another for loop, and this one is for building the adjacency and compute in degrees. Yeah, so we can say constant e of edges, then if there is no adjacency, if adg has this e dot source, then adg j dot set e dot source and an empty array. So what it's doing, this is basically ensuring the adjacency list entry exists for the source or not with this logic. Now if it's available, then what we have to do, we have to link the source. So let me just write here and comment that we have to link the source here. Now link source to target actually. Yeah, link source to target. Now adj dot get e dot source, then dot push and e dot target. Yeah, now we have to count the incoming edge for the target. So we can call this in degree dot set. We can pass this e dot target. We can pass this in degree dot get and e dot target, or 0 then plus 1. Cool, that's it. Now we have to seed the queue with nodes that have no prerequisites. So let's just write here on queue variable, we're just going to be an empty array, array of string. So it's just going to be an empty array by default. Then let's write here on for loop. So for constant id id and degree of in degree dot entries. Now inside here, if the degree is 0, then q dot push this id. Yeah, now after this one, we're actually using here on algorithm called K-Hints algorithm. Pardon if I'm doing any wrong pronunciations. The spelling is like this. Let me show you. Like this. So I don't know really the pronunciations correctly. It might be K-Hints, I'm not sure. So it's actually this algorithm we are using here. What it's doing, let me show you and let me explain you. So it's basically repeatedly remove a 0 in degree node. This is what it's doing. So repeatedly remove a 0 in degree node. Yeah. Now we have to add it to the order and decrement its neighbors in degrees. So let's do that. Constant order, which is going to be an array of string and by default empty array. Now let's write here in while loop. So while q dot length, then constant id q dot shift, then next line we have to push it inside the order. So order dot push id. What it's doing, it's just adding a current node to the final sorted order. Yeah, but 1 minute. Order dot push id, what's wrong here? What it's saying, just a minute. Q dot length, okay, let's do one thing. Let's add here this, then the error will, the warning will be gone. It was just on TypeScript warning. Now for constant next of adjacents, so adj dot get id or empty array, inside here constant d, then in degree dot get nxt or 0, then -1. Now in degree dot set nxt and d, let's pass it. Now if our d equals to 0, then q dot push nxt. Yeah, that's it. We can save it right now. Now after this, let's come out. Now if not all nodes were processed, we likely have a cycle or references, right? So to missing nodes, we have to right now append the remaining nodes in their origin order as a fallback. So we can say if order dot length is not matching with our nodes dot length, then we have to add here the default fallback, like constant remaining nodes dot filter id, and no order includes when the order doesn't have this id, then orders dot push this remaining. Let me see one thing. So when the order dot length is not matching with this nodes dot length, then remaining this, actually we don't need this line. We are doing here a small mistake. Let's do one thing. Let's add here a map at first in, and in dot id means node dot id, then we have to run this filter. Yeah, perfect. Now finally we have to map the sorted IDs back to actual node objects. So we can add here on by ID like this, that new map, nodes.map and this, and then finally we can return the order map from here. So just return the order map and we can save it. We can come back to our use workflow run again and we can start to work here. So at first we need here to type, and we can export it because we're gonna need it in other files, that workflow node reference and workflow age reference. Now we need on type for run options like delay ms or on step start, one step complete, or should stop. Yeah, now we can create our hook. So export function use workflow run, inside here constant something use state import from React. By default it's going to be null and the type will be number or null. Yeah, now inside here let's add running step numbers and set running step numbers. Yeah. Now next one is going to be actually we need some more state and on use ref hook. Let me quickly add it. We need running node id, set running node id is running, set is running, and on stop flag a reference use ref. Okay, by default which is going to be false. Now here we have to create on simple use callback function like this, that stop and stop flag dot current make it true. Yeah. Now run sequence, very very important. Constant run sequence. Yeah. Let's call here that use callback. Make it async function this time, where it's gonna receive nodes, which type will be workflow node ref, array of workflow node ref, ages, workflow ages ref, finally opts means options, which is going to be optional. So let's add an optional chain and then run options. Then here actually I did a small mistake here. Yeah, let's come inside this and let's take back few things from this opts or empty object, and we're gonna take our delay ms, which is going to be 600 millisecond. On step start, this is like the value. On step start, one step complete, should stop. Yeah. Now stop flag dot current, make it false. Then set is running, make it true. Constant ordered, let's call topological sorted, that one which one we created, that helper function. Pass these nodes or empty array, and we have to also pass the ages or empty array. Yeah. Now let's try it here on for loop. For let I equals to 0 and I if it's more than ordered dot length, then run the loop. So I plus plus in here, constant node which is going to be ordered, and pass this I here, meaning index. Yeah. If should stop, let's call it, or stop flag dot current is true, then break. Yeah. Otherwise constant step number and node data step number index plus 1. Yeah. Now set is running node id and pass the node dot id here. Same for one step start, we're gonna pass here our node dot and node and I, actually not dot. Yeah, like this. That's it. This one step start was actually a function, so we just called that here like that. And now the delay ms, if it's more than 0, then await new promise, and let's call here and set timeout function, pass this r and this delay ms. Yeah, the dynamic value we're receiving. After this one, let's call one step complete and pass the node and I. Done. Then finally here we can say set running node id, which is going to be null. Set running step number, or step numbers, actually it should be step number. I don't know why did I add here numbers. It should be singular, not plural. Yeah, so let's add that here again, and inside here we have to add null. And finally that set is running, make it null. sorry, it's just on boolean, so let's make it false. This is on boolean. Yeah. Then for dependency array, let's add an empty array. Since this was an use callback, that's why we must need this. Yeah. Now finally we can return this hook, this running step number, running node id is running, run sequence, and stop. This is all we need from this user flow run hook. It was kind of big because it has so many things, and still I think we need some more hooks. I mean, on small hook, very small hook. Let me quickly make it. Okay, it's going to be very small, but we need this, and that's why I just want to finish it right now. It's for our user credits. Okay, credits meanings like how many credits you have. Okay, just run a small function like this, that credits, set credits, initial value is 1240 and limit is 5000. This is the descending, and you can just set credits here like this. This is just on helper function. I will explain later. For now, just add the code, and no worries, it's actually a very easy thing. I will explain it later when I will work in that incrementing or updating that user uses part. Yeah. But one more thing is not done yet, on very important thing, and that's our workflow engine is not ready. If I'm not wrong, our workflow engine is not ready yet, and it's going to be actually big, to be honest. So let's do that. In this workflows folder, let's add our workflow engine, and workflow engine is going to be again kind of complex. Why complex? Let me explain this to you. Since we have so many nodes here, so suppose I'm adding the Gmail here and Discord here, so we have to properly track it on node to another node. And for Gmail, we have to do one thing. For AI Generate, we have to do another thing. For Discord, we have to do another work. So that's why it's actually complicated. We cannot do the same thing for all the platforms. Then it will not work. Why it will not work? Because all of them are different in their configurations. Yeah, that's it. So let's add our workflow engine. At first, we are gonna make here on simple workflow node and workflow edge. I guess we do have this. I'm not sure. Workflow node and no. That's actually different. Yeah, so let's add it. Workflow node and workflow edge. Or wait. I saw it here. Workflow node and workflow edge. But it's same. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's cut it and change it. I mean, export it just. Yeah, fine. Now here in this workflow engine, we don't need to create that again. So we can save our coding line. Yeah, just export on function that detect provider. First of all, it's gonna detect on provider. I mean, which provider? It's a different function. Level string config provider string and string or null. Inside here, it's going to be kind of like static, so I should copy this and let me show you what is this. You can see this starting from here, that p config provider to lowercase. If the p is matching, then return the p. Lower dot includes Gmail, then return Gmail. Slack, like this Slack. AI generate, then AI generate. HTTP, then HTTP request, as like earlier. But I mean, every time we're changing few things. That's why we are actually creating this detect providers function again. After this function, let's create another function that render prompt. It's gonna render the prompt, which like internally rendering prompt. Okay, not only internally. For an example, when you're adding here any prompt, we're gonna receive that in here, or even for this OpenAI model, this is since this is a summarizer, so we are also adding some like by default prompt if you're not entering it. Then so you will understand it easily when I'm writing this function. Then after finishing the function, you will easily understand it. Now at first we need lines. So emails dot length, if it's available, then emails dot map e and I, then I plus 1, then e dot subject or no subject, then e dot snippet, so snippet or empty string, yeah, dot join, remove the space, so actually it should be opposite, yeah. Otherwise something like this, that no unread emails. Okay, since we are reading from emails, that's why we are adding like this, yeah. Now constant base template, or template meanings like coming from the user end, or if not, then we're adding this as a fallback, that summarize the following emails and then emails, yeah, that's it. It's actually perfect, yeah. Now let add our let prompt base dot replace and emails, pass the lines here, then dot replace count and string, emails dot length or 0, yeah. I know it's looking weird things, these few things are this prompt, so it's basically getting the prompt ready, this let prompt variable. Okay, now after this we have to ensure the emails are present even if the templates omitted. Okay, if these emails are omitted, we have to ensure that the emails are present. So if base includes emails, then prompt will be prompt n meaning space, next line, emails same and lines. So we are basically adding a prompt in a different lines to give better context to AI, yeah. Finally we can return the prompt, that's it. So this is going to return render the prompt for us, done. Now finally we need actually some more helper function, and I'm going to quickly add it because it's going to be similar for all the other platforms. Okay, first of all, call OpenAI. So internally we're going to call OpenAI. Either it's going to receive one model from here, from this parameter, or by default GPT 3.5 turbo, that's the default model. This is the endpoint for communicating with OpenAI. This is the response. This is the URL coming from here. If we are receiving an endpoint, then very good. Otherwise, by default, this one. Then headers, it's going to receive the API key, body like this, response.ok, everything perfect. Now, after this, we have to add another one for Gemini. So let's add here another async function for call Gemini, and you can see the code here. You can just read it. This is completely provided by Gemini. The documentations provided by Gemini, and we're just using the documentations for communicating with Gemini like this. Yeah. Same for OpenAI. And right now the final one is Claude. So we need Claude here. Let's quickly add that in here. So call Claude. This is the Claude model. And others, you can just see here we have to add on maximum tokens, on model, on messages, writing the content from here, from the prompt. Yeah, that's it. Finally, we have to create another function for sending message to Discord. Okay, something like this, that send Discord message. We have to send this to webhook URL, method will be post, and this is the content. Yeah. Then we have to send an HTTP request. So I mean function, not we have to send an HTTP request. This is a function for sending HTTP request. It's just gonna send an post request or this method, which method is receiving, we're receiving from this parameter. Just send that request in this URL we're receiving from this parameter. Yeah. Then finally we need on execution context type. Yes, right now we're gonna execute on context. So you can see we are gonna have trigger provider, trigger data, prompt, AI provider, AI output, sync result, sync payload, and prompt used. Now after this we need node executor like this. So let's add here workflow node from our that topologically sorted function or file. Yeah. Then after type node executor, let's make on executor function, something like this. Now inside executor, if it's Gmail, then we have to actually get back the connection ID from node data config connection ID. If it's not there, then missing Gmail connection ID. After that, we have to look for unseen email for connections. It's very important, and it's going to be another function because we have to communicate with Gmails. Okay, that's what we have to do, and it's also going to be a little bit bigger, not big like this file, but yeah, it's going to be a little bit bigger because in this function we're gonna do communicate with Gmail server. Yeah, so let's go in this workflows folder. Actually not here. Let's do one thing. In this source folder, let's create a new folder by giving name actions. In this actions folder, let's create our workflow folder, and inside here we can say get unseen emails for connections. So for spelling is wrong, or get unseen email is also fine. Get unseen emails.tsx, or not tsx since this is on server side code, so we can make it ts. Yeah, we don't need the XML. So first add here use server. Now we're gonna add here on type for email summary. So it's gonna have ID, which type will be string, on subject, which gonna be string or null, from, which going to be string or null, snippet, which going to be string or null, and then let's add here on function get header. Let's receive your headers. We need this function for communicating with Gmail. Okay, so get header like this. It's just gonna like get the header informations out from the like payload or from that our request headers, we can say. Then we need another function for listing our all unread message IDs. Yeah, message means Gmails actually. So we need an endpoint on Gmail endpoint, and the URL endpoint is not Gmail on URL endpoint. The URL endpoint is this, that Gmail Google APIs.com slash Gmail slash v1 users me messages this that unread and newer than on D means 1 day. So we are actually looking for newer emails. If you want, you can definitely make it 3D means 3 days, and level ID is inbox. So we are just checking for inbox email, not for any spam email. If you want, you can include more here. Then constant race await fetch URL method will be get, and headers will be authorization bearer access token. Yeah, that's it. Then finally, if the response.status is 401, then it means there is something wrong. So we can say on tag error for upstream handling. Okay, you can add that comment even here, that tag error for upstream handling, and it's unauthorized. Yeah, if it's giving error. If the response is not okay, we can say, meanings it got failed, we can say Gmail list error with that error message, and that is status code. Yeah. Then finally, if it's everything is fine, we're getting back our unread emails, then we can just add on JSON that res.json, and we're returning that json.messages. Yeah, and we're just adding here a map to send the array data, okay, with on loop format. After this, we need another function for getting the message summary. It's important. Why do we need this? Because we need everything for on message. Okay, let me show you. This is going to be also a small function, so let me quickly add that in here. So you can see the URL, same URL, just on encoded URI component, and the format this time metadata and me data headers subject and metadata headers from. Okay, so we're actually getting back these informations right now, some extra informations. Then JSON response.json and headers, that json.payload.headers, like this. And finally we are returning this function, so something like this, that json.id, and subject get headers and send the headers, and this subject from get header this headers, and from snippet json.snippet, and otherwise like null if it's not available. Then finally we need another very important function. This is for refreshing the Google access token. It's very important and it's mandatory. Why do we need this refresh Google access token? So Google actually work in a different approach. Suppose we are storing on token inside our database, but after a certain time it will expire if we are not updating it, and Google will not give us data then. So we have to refresh the access token when the access token is expired then, so that we get a new refresh token. That's why we are doing this. We're actually sending another request to Google server. Now another function we need for making our message, our like conversations as read. So mark messages as read. We're sending request to this Gmail endpoint again to modify it, and we are just removing the level, that unread level. It means the messages or the Gmails or emails will be read in status, in terms of status. Yeah, now our main function, that actually it's going to be an async function. So async function get unseen emails for connections. It's going to receive one connection ID, which will be string, and it's gonna receive on promise, return on promise on email summary array. Yeah, inside here, at first we have to load the connections. So load connections from where? From our database. So you can see db, so import db from our leaf auth, then connections from db schema, eq from drizzle orm. So we are looking for our connections id. Okay, without that, like logged in connection, sorry, without the connection id, and if the connection is not available, then connection not found. After this, we are looking for access token. It's very, very important. So we're gonna do here some important work right now. First of all, we're gonna look for access token encrypted one, if it's available or not in our data. If not, then missing Gmail access token. After getting the access token, we have to change it to that UTF-8 string, okay, string, and then we have to send this access token. We have to decrypt the access token. We have to pass this access token encrypted value, and we're getting here our access token now. Let's do one thing. Let add here on let IDs, which is going to be an array of string. By default, nothing, just an array. And let's add here on try catch like this. And in this try part, let's call the IDs and send this, call this list unread message IDs and pass this access token. In the catch part, if it's catch any error, then we have to handle it very smartly. Why? Because if the status code is 401, it means there is something wrong, very normal. But if there is no refresh token encrypted available, it means access expired and no refresh token available. Yeah, otherwise we can do one more thing. We can check for the refresh token encrypted, and we can decrypt the refresh token right now, and then we can generate a new access token by using this refresh token. So then finally we can rotate our access token. So we can again rotate the access token, and we can save it inside our database, something like this. So we are again calling here encrypt function for encrypting the new access token, and then finally we are actually updating the database, that connections table. Yeah, so that's it. After this one, else, this was if. So if and else, we can throw on error. Yeah, if there is no, this IDs dot length is not available, it means the IDs is not any array, then return on empty array. Yeah, now we have to fetch summarize concurrently but cap in flight to avoid rate limit. So it's very important because Google Gmail API has on rate limiting for any API request. So that's how we have to smartly do it. We are adding here on promise.all, and we're just running here on loop, and we are getting our sending a request to this get message summary for with this access token and ID, and then we're getting here on summarize the main email summarize. Yeah, so we can send that from here, and we can save it for now. Let's come back here, import it, and that's it. Our this workflow engine, our email work is actually done. A lot of work done, email work done, meanings, because that was the most complex things. Now AI generate, if the executors is AI generate, then we have to call this render prompt. If it's open AI, then we have to do something else. It's going to be a little bit big. Let me show you. If it's open AI, we need our API key endpoint, and finally we need actually one more thing. We have to query our data again. For this API keys, okay, and we have to decrypt the API keys here. Our that access token encryption means for OpenAI actually, and we have to call the OpenAI with the API key endpoint and context prompt. Yeah, you can just read it. It's not any complex thing. This OpenAI function, you can just see it's small. Yeah. After this one, next one is going to be what? Next one is going to be Gemini and Claude. So let me quickly add those two providers or executors, because all of them are going to be actually similar. You can see it's actually similar. Instead of just OpenAI, we're using here Gemini and here Claude. Yeah, that's it. Now after Claude, let's add here executors for Discord. Yeah, so when the executors is Discord, we have to receive an webhook from node config or connection metadata webhook URL, which is coming from here. If the webhook URL is not available, then an error. We haven't configured Discord yet, so that's why it might look a little bit different for you now. But after connecting Discord, we will have an webhook URL there. Yeah. So yeah, for now, fine. Finally, the HTTP request. If the executor is HTTP request, then do this. Now our last function, or that orchestration function, this workflow engine. So async function execute workflow. Yeah. Flow, if not, should be capital. Nodes workflow node ages workflow age. So workflow age and area of workflow age options, then stop if empty trigger providers, and it's going to be string, array of string actually, and it's going to be optional. Yeah. Now let's call the function. Let's come inside the function, constant order ordered. We can call that topologically sorted. We can pass the nodes or empty array. Then ages or empty array. Yeah. Now we need some more things. Let me quickly add it. This is our execute workflow files. Sorry, function, not files. Let's add like this. First context, that execution context is going to be an empty object. Then on array for steps. This is the types of the steps array, that node ID, level, result, and status, error, reason, and step number. By default, it's going to be an empty array. Stop providers, options, and stop if empty trigger providers are by default like an empty array. Then since this is an array, that's why we're running here on map. After this, let's add here on for loop, that for let I equals to 0, means index 0, and if I is less than order dot length, then continue the loop. So inside here we can add a node at first, that ordered and the index. So this is our node. Now we need step number like this, that number node data step number, then index plus 1. Yeah, now constant provider, we need here detect provider function, and we have to pass the node data level and node data configuration or config dot provider. Yeah, then or we can say or unknown. Yeah, now inside here, after this, let's add on try catch statement. So try catch in try part constant execution, so exec and executors at this provider. Yeah, if the executions available, so executions like this, then 1 minute, actually fine. Yeah, then constant delta await executions node and ctx context. Now object dot assign, we're gonna assign the context and delta here. Now here actually we need to do one just comment, okay, because we're gonna add here on to do, not for now but later one. So to do, we can say add logs. Why add logs? Meanings after this this step, we're gonna actually add the log executor delta for this node. Since we don't have the logging storing feature yet, that's why we're adding here on to do, which we'll do in the next part or the last part of this video series. Yeah, now let's come in this catch part, in this catch block. Now it's gonna receive also an error here, so let's say error type any. Now if it's catching error, then it's gonna definitely we have to call this execute node from here. So execute node uh just a minute, execute node workflows, and we have to create a new file. Don't worry, it's going to be very small. Execute node.ts. Yeah, what is this? This file is just on minimal stub, just a minimal function which is going to return the configurations for now. Yeah, just on small function. So at first let's add here on type for our workflow node, execute node, so it's just gonna execute the node. Then we can return this node id, step number and result from here. Yeah, now import execute node, and here you go, done. After this we have to again log it, so we can add this to do here to that add logs, because we're gonna do it later. Now steps dot push, we're gonna add here a node id, node dot id actually, then level, which is going to be node data level. Yeah, then we need result status error and step number, something like this. So it's going to be error dot message and string or error. Yeah, just make this to string, this error message. That's it. Then finally we can break this loop. You might be thinking from where it's starting. So it's starting from here, okay, this in this for loops. We're just breaking it right now. After this here we have to stop at step 1 if trigger data is empty for configured providers. When the trigger data is empty, so step number, if there is any error, then we have to stop it, right? So step number, if it's 1, and stop provider dot includes, send the provider, and array dot is array, context dot trigger data, and context dot trigger data dot length, If it's 0, then let's execute the node. So constant result, I would execute node and send this node. And for now, let's add here a beautiful console log that this is the node response. And we can add here that same todo message here, that comment, that add logs, because we have to add it in logs. We have to collect these data to track the application properly. Yeah, but for now we're just adding here in console log. Then steps.push, we're we're adding these fields in these steps right now. Then we can call the break here again. So break, done. Now finally, constant result, again execute node and pass the node. Then this is our node response actually. So node response, we can do one thing, we can also add here on console log for now for checking it. This is our node response. And finally, we can return this function, and this is the end of our function. I know this was kind of big, not kind of big, it was really big, but at the end we are actually good to go. Now we can see it's ready. It has 433 lines of code, so it's really big. That's it. Our this workflow engine work is actually done. It was very big, but it's finally done. We can close this file. We can close this get unseen emails and all the files one by one. We don't need any of them. Just collapse everything, go to our actions workflow, and inside this workflow, let's create a new file by giving name test workflow.ts. Yeah, so test workflow.ts, it's going to be on server-side component, again server-side function, not component. Then export constant test workflow. This is our test workflow function, which is going to receive the workflow data and user data. Then let's add here on try catch statement. In the try part, we're gonna get back our nodes and array ages from this workflow data.nodes and workflow data.ages. Yeah. Then if the node is not an array, then no node provided for the workflow. We must need nodes to run that. Then after that, if it's an array, then we can add another internal try catch statement here. So in here we can say if the user dot id is available, then constant something from await db dot select. So db is coming from our lib and auth, and from users table. So users table is actually users table is coming from, we have to import it manually. Let's do one thing, constant users, and change this name to users table from let's do one thing actually, since you're using here constant, so await import db and schema. Yeah, that's it. Now users table dot user underscore id, when it's matching with this user id, so user is coming from here, what it's saying, expected 1 argument but got 2. Actually from will be user table, I'm sorry, and while will be eq from drizzle orm, and then we can add this users table dot user id and user dot id. Yeah. Next line, limit, which is going to be 1. So this is basically a 1 minute. Let's import limit. Sorry. Limit. Yeah, it's coming by default. Yeah. So here we're going to get the row. It just on database operations, we're doing it by using our drizzle ORM. Now, if there is no row, then what we have to do, we have to insert the user plan. It means we're actually here changing our users table or user users table. So when there is no row for the user ID, it means the user doesn't have any data for the users table yet. So we are just creating on new data for the user. The plan free uses limit 1000, uses 1, and user ID with that dynamic user ID. Now else, if there is user ID, what we have to do, we have to make on desired limit. So desired limit is coming from our row.plan. So if the plan is pro, then 10,000, otherwise just 1,000. So here, if row.uses limit are not matching with our desired limit, then await db, we have to update the users table right now if it's not matching. Yeah. So when the users limit and desired limit is not matching, then only we have to update it. But if it's matching, then there is something wrong, right? We cannot say that we can update it. Then the user limit is exceed and the user have to update the plan. Yeah. So row dot users limit and desired limit, our db dot update, and we're just updating the users limit here with this desired limit, updated at this one. So basically when we're changing on plan, we're just doing it. Yeah. After this one, if row dot uses is 0 or less equals to row dot, actually more equals, not less equals, row dot users limit and desired limit, then return okay false, and we can send an error that user limit exceed, please update your plan. Yeah. In this catch, we can just console log the error. In this catch, actually let's do some more work here. Let's add here result. We have to call the execute workflow function, and we have to pass the nodes, the ages, then stop if empty trigger providers for Gmail. So Gmail, we make sure that we're adding correct spelling. Gmail, Slack, Discord. Yeah. Then that's it, and we have to return the result. In this catch part, if it's catch any error, we can just console log the error and console error the test flow error, test workflow error, and error.message. Yeah, we can save it. Cool. Finally we have to update the user uses by +1. Okay, for success. That's why. Okay, when the like executing workflow is successfully done, then only we have to add on, we have to increment 1 uses. That's why we are writing it in finally block. So if the user ID is available, then sorry, here actually, then we are updating the users table and we are just adding the values to 1 plus. Okay, we are incrementing it. Yeah. So users table dot users and +1. If it's catch any error, we can console log the error for now. We can save it now. And that's it. Our test workflow work is also done. Right now we can back to our that Slack. Since all of our work is done right now, we can come back here, this page, and we'll have access in so many things right now. First of all, I just want to check our use workflow run. Okay, let's do one thing. Constant something from use workflow run. We're gonna receive our run sequence. Running step number is running stop. Yeah. Now after this, we need another function, very important. It's going to be nodes with running. Yeah. So nodes dot map and spread the in, then data. Inside here, spread with in dot data as any step number. One minute, I did a small mistake. Let's add here another first bracket. Yeah, if it's matching with our this running step number or -1, yeah. Then finally has error, which is going to be boolean, and node errors and n.id. Yeah, now it's giving an error because 1 minute, where is the is running? Oh my god, I forgot to add it. Yeah, so is running, and actually I added here some weird thing. I don't know how did I write code like this. It should be number. Yeah, now fine. Okay, so I'm working for so long and everything is getting messy right now because my brain is just exhausted right now. The code is not easy for me because I'm engineer. I'm not experienced in this type of workflow, creating codes and writing notes. I'm just not experienced in these things. But yeah, we are doing it, and still we're doing it perfectly. So yeah, let's see, and I believe we will be able to finish it. Nodes with running done. Why do we need this? So we need this because we are updating the nodes with running state. Okay, so now instead of nodes, we have to change it nodes with running. Cool. Then we need on use effect hook here. We can add that in here. So use effect snippet, and let's add here on small function something like this, that let mounted first, make it true, then let's load our user connections. Okay, we are just loading or fetching our users connections from our internal APIs. We're storing the value in this users connections, and if it's catching error, then we're just ignoring the fetchers to avoid UI disruptions. Yeah, then if selected node, but 1 minute, I think next selected node code is already ready somewhere. Yeah, we don't need to update anything here. It looks good. Yeah, good. Now one extra thing is needed, and that is we have to right now make on function for organizing our data. Yeah, I think we need this. And one more thing, merge step configured. Yeah, we have this. So we just need to build our workflow data right now, right? We have to like summarize, or we have to make a proper structure for our data. So let's create here a function that build workflow data. it's going to be a very important function. We are making one structure for our full data. That same use callback. And here, 1 minute, I'm writing syntax mistake. It should be like this, yeah. And no comma. Why am I writing here comma? Here we have to return just template ID, then name, descriptions, and notes like this. We're just like organizing the structures. In notes, we have ID, type, position, and data. B, make sure that you are completely adding like this. So again, template ID, which is going to be Slack, name like this, description like this, notes, this is the array. The most important thing, we need ID, type, the node position, the node data. Now after this, we need our ages data. So ages and ages.map, that our ID, ages source, target, source handle, and target handle. Finally, in this dependency array, let's add Slack, template, and nodes, and ages. Yeah, we're good to go right now. Just let's do one thing. Let's cut this function. Don't delete, just cut it and add this before this handle test workflow, okay? Because we're gonna use it here right now. So handle test workflow, inside here we're gonna at first call the workflow data, and we're gonna call this build workflow data. Now if all the configured, all the nodes are not configured, then we're gonna throw an error. So all node configured, it's actually coming from another function. Let's create a small function right now. It's going to be an use callback function, and it's going to be very small. So let me quickly finish it, something like this. So we are just checking that all of our nodes are configured or not. Okay, so if they are not configured, then we're giving an error that please configure all nodes before testing, missing step. These are the steps. So even if we right now hit test, let me give a reload, test, wait, something is wrong there. I'm actually feeling super angry because in this function, in this nodes with running function, I did mistake for 3 or 4 times, I would say. First of all, in this is running, I was writing weird stops. Again, here, another mistake, because here we need our data. We haven't add our data. See, I am not doing mistake. I didn't write this background. It's done by our like VS Code. So that's what I guess last time even happened. I didn't write it, but it's automatically suggested by VS Code, and it was the mistake. But right now, if we come back here, you can see data are coming here. So if we right now hit test, please configure all nodes before testing. Yeah, so it's actually working right now. The checking is working properly. After this, if our node checking done, then we can add here on try catch statement. So in the try part, set node errors, it's going to be an empty object at first, then constant server run. Let's call our test workflow function, pass the workflow data, and user, call the run sequence, and pass the workflow data dot nodes and workflow data dot ages and delay ms 800 millisecond. Now finally result, await server run. If the result and result dot OK and steps Actually it should be on string steps in result and array dot is array result dot steps. Then we have to show here an error map. Yeah, so error map something like this, just on for loop for our result and steps. When there is an error, we have to show which step is failed. Okay, that's what we're doing here. Then after that we have to add that in here in that set node errors, and we have to send this error map inside here. Else if the result and result dot okay is not true and error in result, then we're gonna show on toast error that workflow run failed. Yeah, then after everything we can stop the executions or stop the workflow run. So stop, and finally we can actually add here on toast. So toast dot success that workflow is working. Yeah, when workflow is working, then if it's giving any error or it's catch any error, then let's make it error like this, and it's gonna throw an error that failed to test the workflow, and this is the error message. Yeah, here we have to add build workflow data now. User run sequence, then stop, then all node configured, and why it's opposite, the nodes and configured steps. Yeah, now looks good. Perfect. That's it. Our work is actually done, except one small thing in the UI. We haven't finished it yet because we didn't have the data here. So inside here we can say when the is running is true, is running state is true, the nodes are running, then we can add here on badge something like this, that running step and running step number and that number. Yeah, that's it. Now we can do one thing. Let's say let's add here HTTP request and connect it with this OpenAI model. Select our Gmail. For AI generate, let's say summarize the email. OpenAI model, to be honest, I added here on like dummy API key. Even in our database, it's also dummy API key. So we have to add on real OpenAI API key right now. So let me delete it and let me actually check back from OpenAI platform. So platform.openai.com. Let me do login and let me copy my API keys from OpenAI. We need this. So just a minute, I'm just doing login in my OpenAI account on another monitor. Let me show you now. So this is OpenAI. We can go to default project, yeah, dashboard, API keys. So for you, I'm creating an API keys, but don't try to use it because I'm going to delete it. You have to like sign up in OpenAI platform, and you have to deposit $5 at least. Without depositing $5, you will not get access to this. API will not work for you. And then you have to copy your API key, hit done, come back here and paste it, then hit save configuration. Cool. You can see we have right now our OpenAI API keys perfectly configured. Now HTTP request, Again, I did mistake for HTTP request somewhere. Let me see, guys. I always do mistakes. Mistakes is our life. So the mistake should be in this node configurations model. Let's check our HTTP request. HTTP request. It looks good. Check the case. I'm kind of sure that I did that same spelling mistake, but let me check again. HTTP request. Was it HTTP request or something different? Actually different. Instead of a colon, it should be on hyphen. Yeah. Now you can see it's coming here. Now, here we can add HTTP localhost 3000 so that it give on 200 response. Yeah. So for now, let's hit test. Something is definitely wrong somewhere. Let me check why it's still saying this. Let me do one thing. Let's come back here. All nodes configured. Here is the mistake. I found the mistake. We updated set nodes. Very good. But who will update the set configured steps? That's why I'm thinking, what's happening? Yeah. So let's add brief and step number. It's going to be true. Done. Save it. Come back here again. And sadly, we have to again hit this save configurations. Summarize the email. Why we have to do it again? Because the website just got refreshed. That's why. From here, we can add it. This one, the saved one, save configuration. No, we don't need Discord because we haven't connected yet. So let's add HTTP request here. And HTTP clone / localhost 3000. Cool. Now, if we hit test, here you go, running step. But where's the border? Workflow is working. Very good to see this. But where is the border? And in uses, you can see right now uses is 1. Something is wrong. We're gonna check it now. It's not working. It's not working because I think I found a problem, guys. Let's try to understand why it's not working, because the running step number is undefined. That's why in here, when we were watching the message, we didn't see that number, that step number, which step is right now running. It means that running step number is not working. So let's go to our use workflow run again. And I was trying to checking this set running step number, and I noticed we're just making it null. So where we're setting the value, we are not setting value from anywhere. So it was the mistake. So where we have to set the value, see here, the step we're getting the step number, which step we're running. So simply we have to add here set running node step number, and we have to pass this step inside this. That's it, nothing else. Now what will happen? Nothing. We have to again configure it, since it's giving a refresh to our website. That's why the all data are actually going. We're in development mode, that we have no other options than this. Yeah, so here we can say summarize the email from template and OpenAI API key. Save this HTTP request localhost 3000. Yeah, I don't know why it's automatically like filled in. I am not telling it to fill the value. It's just happening because of my browser. Yeah, but if I right now hit test, you can see it's working. It's actually working. So interesting to see. Even if you open our terminal, you will be able to see all the node step. And that's what I was saying, that we need to store these all of these workflow executions, all nodes execution, we have to store it somewhere. Where we have to store? You might be thinking, let's store it inside our database. No, that's not the exact perfect way, because these datas, it's kind of like logs, and you never should store your logs inside in a traditional database. Inside in a traditional database, we never should store logs. Then where should we store? We have so many options. We have options like this, ClickHouse. Let me show you. ClickHouse, an open source database for storing logs, analytics, things like high scale data, we can say. We use ClickHouse for that. But for this first part, I'm not using it. For the second part, I'll use another small SaaS. By using that SaaS, we can integrate logging within just 1 minute. And I'll show you that in that second part of the video series, or the last part actually. Second part meaning last part. So yeah, you can see our testing workflow automations is working. How can you understand it? At the end, it's summarizing the email. That's how we can understand it. You can see the summarization is actually working. That's why our execution was successful. So we can come back in this uses. This time you can see the uses is 2 because we executed 2 times. That's why. Now what next? Since the testing feature is working, we can integrate the billing features. Okay, very important on subscription, since this is going to be like limited for 1000. So suppose I'm adding here limit uses is 1000. Okay, let's say change it, come back here, hit this test. You can see uses limit exceed, please update your plan. Workflow is not going to work right now. The workflow will not run. We must have to update our plan now. So that's why we have to start to work for this billing page, and we're gonna work here right now. So yeah, that's it. Let's collapse everything. Let's go to app dashboard and create a new folder by giving name billing. Inside here we can create on page.tsx rafce and billing page. Now for billing, as I said earlier, we're gonna use here first of all our that traditional Stripe for accepting card payments. But right now it's 2025 and it's the world of, I would say it's the world of Bitcoin, and it's the world of digital currency. So that's why we should integrate some digital currency payment gateway as well. And that's why we're gonna use our today's video sponsor Cryptomus for accepting cryptocurrency payment. Alright, so right now you can see me inside Cryptomus website. This is their payment gateway page. You will find out this website link in my video description box. You can just click there, or even you can search for Cryptomus on Google or like in any of your browser. And after clicking the link, you will be redirected in this website. And from here, you can just click this get started button. And from here, you have to add your email address and password, and then you have to select your country, and then you have to agree with their terms and conditions. And I certified that I'm not a citizen of or residents of the United States. Why, I don't know. The Cryptomus platform does not serve citizens or residents of the United States of America. All right, so it's currently at this moment it's blocked for US. I really don't know why that, but yeah, since I'm not from US, so I don't have to worry for that. But you just have to create an account here, and it's really very simple to create an account in here. Since I do have an account, I'm just doing login into my account. And I just did on Google login because I created my account with Google. And here you go. You can see I'm right now logged in my Cryptomus account. After creating or after doing login into your account, you just have to click these settings. And at first you have to finish this KYC verification. It's very important. You just have to submit your like passport or your national ID card or your driving license or like any government document to approve to activate your account. It's required inside any like payment gateway applications, even on Stripe. You must need to verify your account. So after that, your KYC verification will be successfully done. After verifying KYC, it's very easy. It will be done within just like 10 or 20 minutes. Sometimes it takes long time, like highest 1 day or 2 days, but it should not be more longer than that. After activating your account, from here, we have to click this wallet icon. And from this business, since we're gonna receive payments, so we have to create on merchant accounts. So from here, we can hit this create merchant button. And in this merchant name, you have to write your business name. For me, I'm writing Becodemy Private Limited. You can just write your business name. The name must only contain letters, number, dashes, and underscores. Okay, so we can say Becodemy Private Limited. Yeah, like this. Now, here you go. We are ready to set up our account. Now you can see Becodemy Private Limited Merchants account creation done. Now we can create here payment by link, or there have some widgets. You can just click here, then you can see they have so many widgets. Like you can create here on widget's name, and you can give here form or button or QR code. It's just like the payment form you want for your user, and the currency, the amount to pay, and payment name and success pay URL. But for us, we don't need that. So we can come back here again, and we can hit this payment by link. So let's click here, and we have to select a type from here. By the way, to create payment link, please pass project moderation. So very, very important. Here we have to add on project link. So let's do one thing. Let's hit leave a request. So we have to add here our website or our Telegram bot. If you have any Telegram bot, you can just add that. For me, I'm just adding here our website link, that becodemy.com. Project name, you can add here your project name. Like for us, it could be also FlowX, but since I'm creating it for Becodemy, that's why I'm writing here Becodemy. Yeah. Now on very important thing, and that is we have to confirm the domain, our business domain, that we actually own the domain, that becodemy.com. I have access in there. So that's why I have to add this DNS record, or even I can use this meta tag on the site, or we can also use an HTML file in there. But the like recommended approach is this one. We can just copy this. This is actually easy. So let me actually go back to my Namecheap account, since I have our Becodemy domain access in here. And right now I'm inside my Becodemy email account. So here I'm just clicking add new record, and the record type will be you can see that it's saying on text record actually. So let's copy this and add here on text record. Value is this one, and host they're saying here nothing, so we can add here just add it, and we can hit save. Perfect. Now we can hit check button, and it's gonna actually take some time for confirming the domain. All right, you can see right now it's saying confirm. So our domain confirmation is actually done. So we can hit this confirm domain right now. Now project moderations will take like 24 hours or some time to approve our account. And after getting our business approved, we will have access to the API keys. We can just use the API keys for implementing payment gateway inside our project. Yeah, but for now, we just have to wait for a certain time until Cryptomus accept our business account creation request. So I'll come back when they will accept our business account creation request. All right, you can see right now our business account is activated. Our merchant settings, from merchant settings, you can see our business is right now active. And we do have the payment API key. It is not quite fast. It took around 6 hours to active the account, but finally we have our account active. So right now we can implement Cryptomus with our applications by using this API key, by using this merchant key, and many more things. Yeah. So right now let's go back to our project again. And at this moment we have to focus on the designing part, because we just have an empty billing page. We have to make here on beautiful design to just match with the vibe of our application. So let's first finish the design part for this billing page, then we'll implement Cryptomus and Stripe at the same time, because most of them, actually not most of them, all of Stripe and Cryptomus, the procedure will be kind of similar, because we're actually planning to implement a recurring payment mechanism. So that's why it's going to be kind of same. I mean, since we're gonna use on payment link, same for Cryptomus on payment link, and same for Stripe. So for payment link, we don't have to write a lot of code. It's actually easier to set a payment link, and it's also more convenient for any like subscription based or recurring based SaaS. Yeah. So at first, at this moment, let's finish our designing part. Let's add here use client. Why do we need use client? Because we're gonna add here some state. That's why we must have to make it use client. Otherwise, we cannot use context or context inside server-side components, right? Yeah, because we don't have the access of that DOM, or yeah, we don't have access of DOM. DOM means document object model. Uh, yeah, now at first we need here our user information. So we're getting back our user informations from this use user hook. If you write now console log a user, we will definitely get the user information, so everyone know. But after this, we need two more state, use state hook, on for uses data, another one for current plan. But this current plan is not in use state hook. So current plan is internally calling another function called format plan level. So format plan level, let's make it here. It's going to be very small function, just like on helper function. So function format plan level, it's gonna receive plan, not plain, uses record, and by default plan. Yeah, if plan is, if there is no plan, then return free. Or if the plan equals to free, like as like our database, then free or pro. Yeah, since we just have on two plan for this applications, free or pro, that's why. And let's add here on type for this uses record. It's going to be actually not big or not even small. It has that id, user id, sorry, it's type, so we have to add here on equals to id, user id, plan, uses limit, uses, and created it and updated it. From where I got this, from our database, I would say, actually not database, it's schema. If we go to our schema.ts, you can see this is our uses table. So id, definitely string, user id, plan, uses limit, uses, created it and updated it. We have all of those fields here with their types. Yeah. Now here property plan does not exist on uses record. Why it's saying like this? Yeah, because the p should not be capital. Yeah, cool. Now after this, we're gonna get our current plan here, since we're sending the uses data.plan from here, and we're not calling this set uses data because we don't have it yet. We have to add here an use effect hook. So use effect, why do we need an use effect here? Because we have to fetch for our logged in user uses information. So we can say constant load uses. It's going to be an async function, since we're gonna call on server side function. So if there is user and user dot id, then only do this, that constant raise call our fetch uses function. I might be thinking from where it's coming. Yeah, it doesn't exist yet, but we have to create it. We're gonna do it. It's going to be a very small function. Then set uses, we're gonna pass here race. Actually race is good enough, because we're gonna send the full data from this fetch uses function. Finally, let's call the load uses, and in dependency array we have to must add user, because when there is no user, then it's gonna return null. Definitely this if statement is going to be undefined, but when there is user informations, then it's going to work. So that's why we have to add that user in this dependency area. I think you know about like this common use effect uses. Yeah, now fetch uses. So we have to go back to our actions folder. Inside here we can create a new folder by giving name uses, and inside here we can say fetch uses.ts. Yeah, inside here at first we have to add use server to make it on server side component. Yeah, then constant fetch uses, and I just wanna write it by myself. I love to write this type of server side small functions because it looks cute. You can see it looks really very cute. So it can receive a user ID, which type will be string, and then what do we need? We just have to fetch our data. So db from our lib.auth, select, and select from where? Select from uses. So uses, and actually where? From uses, fine, but what we have to do where? So uses and where the eq is uses dot, meanings uses dot user id is equals to user id, then yeah, and limit should be 1. Done. Now finally return rows or null. Yeah, we can save it. We can come back here. By the way, we have to export it. I forgot to export the function. So export default fetch uses, and we can save it. We can come back here. We can import it like this, and we can save it. Done. We are watching nothing here because we didn't do anything. If we right now console log this uses data, you will see the magic that we do have our uses informations here. That plan is free. This is the ID. This is the updated. Uses is 1001. Uses limit is 1000. So yeah, it's already like expired. You cannot use this applications more in this month with this, like with this uses limit. Yeah, with free plan. Now we can delete the console log since it's working. Right now we can go back to our main work, to the designing. Now we need on helper variables, we can say that used runs. So uses data dot uses or 0, then total runs, which is going to be very simple, uses data dot uses limit or 1000. But there is an important thing. Yeah, I just realized, because we have to write here another logic. If the current plan equals to pro, then 10,000 or 1000. Yeah, done. Now we need on very important static array for our plans, something like this, that plans name will be free, price is $0, descriptions perfect for trying out FlowX. These are the features. Definitely these are statics. Don't think it's going to be completely dynamic. You can add here anything, whatever you want, just like for marketing, but definitely add here real things. Since this is for a tutorial, so that's why I just added here like on static data. Now another very important thing for now, let's make it static. Okay, but definitely we're gonna make it dynamic after some time. That billing story, let's add here on id, on date, on amount, on method, on status, and you can copy the same thing, just change the ID, change this method and like date or anything, and then you can like this for stripe, and this is for Cryptomus, means it paid by using cryptocurrency. Yeah, so it's just like on small static array. Now handle upgrade stripe. Yeah, this is on function. For now, just console log something. Let's stripe payment because we're gonna add it later on. Yeah. Now we need the same function again, but this time upgrade crypto. So crypto, we can say crypto payment. Yeah. Now finally another very important function, it's for handle select plans. So when the plan name equals to current plan, when it's matching, then return it. But if the plan name is free, then downgrading to free plan. If it's like different, then actually at this moment we don't need any toast message because it's not any real thing. I mean, when you are clicking free, it's definitely not changing it. We have to make API routes or on server actions for that. Yeah. Currently, let's come back inside here right now and add on class name that p6 space y6. Inside here, let's add another div with on h1 that billing and uses. Yeah, with class name text 3xl, font bold, text white, and mb2. We can save it. Here we go, billing and uses. After this, let's add on paragraph that manage your subscriptions and view your statistics. Yeah. Then right now, what next? Here we have to add on role. Here will be our uses and account informations, and this two will be our payment card. Yeah, so let's do it right now. Let's come outside from this div and let's create another div with kind of big class name since it's for grid. So something like this, maximum with 6xl mx auto grid, and grid calls 1 from lg3 gap 6 and items traced. Yeah, inside here we have to add on another div for our current plan. Yeah, and let's add here card from our card component. So card, and this is the class name. You can see the class name. We have a minimum height of 500 pixel. Inside here, let's add on card header with on small class name that flex for item center and justify between. Inside here, we can add another div with class name like this, that current title, current plan. You're currently on this current plan. So you can see current plan, you're currently on the free plan because that's what the current plan of this user. After this, we need on badge. So after this div, we can add here on badge. Let's import badge from our components, and this is the like badge name. I mean the plan name, not badge name, current plan. After this, our header work is actually done. So we can go outside from the header and we can add here our card content. Yeah. So let's import card content from components UI card. Here we're gonna add another div with these buttons that upgrade with Stripe or pay with crypto, something like this. You can see I'm just slowly moving it so you can just read the class names. It's just on button with just on text and nothing else, just basic web design. So upgrade with Stripe or pay with crypto. That's it. After this button and div, we have to start another div. It's actually for our monthly uses. Yeah. So monthly uses, let's add on small div like this with class name this. You can see the class name. Then we need to add on another div inside here, something like this, with span monthly uses. If the used run is more than total runs, then text red 400, otherwise text green, and used runs of total runs. That's why we created these variables. We can save it. It's giving on cannot find div error. Just reload the window by pressing Ctrl Shift P, and if it's not coming for you, just type reload window in here in this preview. Okay, like here. If it's not coming for you, just type reload window and you can click there. It will give on reload in your code editor without restarting the server. Yeah. So you can see monthly uses 1000 on of 1000 runs. That's why it's showing red. And this is the reason I changed it to 1001 so that I can show you the red icons. Yeah. Actually, it should be something like this. Even if the total runs is 1000 and used run is 1000, it will still give red error. Yeah. Then after this div, let's add here another div with class name h2 bg gray 700 rounded full and overflow hidden. Yeah. Inside here we need another div. It's going to be on self-closing div, but something weird styling, something like this, that use run if it's less than more than or equals to more than total runs, then bg red 500 or bg green 500, then styling like this, just on width. So just on bar, something like this. It's looking actually beautiful. After this div, we can add another paragraph that something like this, that if the used runs is like more equals to then total runs, even if it's 1000 and 1000, then still shows the error that 0 runs over this month or -1 runs remaining this month. Yeah, something like this. Actually 1 runs over this month. Yeah, extra 1 runs, it's saying. Now after this div card content card and this div, let's add here another div for our monthly subscription plan. So something like this on class name, that grid class name again. And right now we need on another component called plan card. So let's quickly create it. It's going to be a very important component. So inside this components folder, let's create a new folder by giving name billing. Inside here, let's add on plancard.tsx, and at first import here few things, or let me actually quickly finish this component. So at first import card content, card header, card title from components UI card, then button and badge and check from Lucid React, and rest from components folder. We need on interface here for plan card props like name, price, description, features, is popular, is current, or one select. So it's all basically coming from here, from this array. Yeah. Then after this, let's create our function, our plan card function. something like this. We're gonna receive all of this from this plan card props. I mean, not from plan card props. We're gonna use this plan card here, and this plan card props is the interface for these parameters, like the type. Now it's gonna return on card with class name something like this. It's going to be kind of big. You can see, you can just read it. If the is popular is true, then border green this one, otherwise this one. Then if is popular is true, then let's add here on badge that most popular. Let's do one thing. Let's come back here, import plan card, and we have to pass here all of those like parameters. Yeah, so we have to pass keys or key, name, price, description, features, is popular, is current, and one select. You can see all of them are actually we are sending from here, and it's this plans static data, these names, except few things like this one. This is current is also dynamic, and yeah, otherwise rest of them are static. Cool. Now let's come back here again. In this plan card, right now we have to add our card header. So let's add the card header with card title, that name, and the price and description, something like this. Now finally we need our card content. So let's add our card content. We need here on loop for our features, so on ul class name and features like this. Then here you go, you can see the features are appearing here. It's looking beautiful now. After this we need on button for checking or changing the plan, so something like this, that is current true, then current plan, otherwise choose plan. Otherwise you can see these class names, for is current this one, for is popular this one, others by default this one. You can save it, and here you go. Now let's come back here in this billing again, and let's add another plan card for the premium billing. So let's paste it here. Instead of 0, just change it to first index. Otherwise everything will be actually same. Yeah, here you go, choose plan and current plan. So it's looking actually beautiful right now. Now what next? Still we have to add that our billing history for any applications, like for any recurring payment, we should add billing history. Otherwise how we will know that for how many months you have paid to these subscriptions? So we need track of all the payment. Yeah, that's why we're gonna add here on card again like this. So on card header, that billing history, something like this. Now inside this billing history, inside this card content, let's add here card content. Let's add on table for our data. Then 1 minute, table is here. It's giving error because we have to add table body. Just a minute, where is the table? Table, I think we forgot. Yeah, we forgot to import it. Let's do one thing. Let's import table from components UI table, header same, table head same, table row same, and yeah, table body. Cool. We can save it. You can see we have date, amount, method, and status here. Yeah. After this, inside this table body, we have to do on map with our billing history, since billing history is an array. Yeah. Something like this. Now table row, and inside table row, since this is on loop, we have to at first add the key and class name. Yeah. So you can save it now. Inside here, we have to add the table cell for our transaction date and amount. So something like this, you can see, and method, and finally that status. So for method, it's going to be different, because for method, if the payment method transaction method is Stripe, then this icon, otherwise this icon, then transaction method. So Stripe, and Cryptomus, and finally the status. Definitely it's going to be dynamic. For now it's static, but we will make it dynamic later. That's why we are actually using an array, this billing history array, so that we can store our data with this same structure. Yeah, and then we just have to replace this billing history with our dynamic data. Then everything will be like same. Yeah. So that's it. You can see billing history is also looking perfect. Billing uses everything. It's actually looking perfect. This is what we wanted. Our billing page design, I think it's looking very beautiful, and I'm happy with that design. So right now, what next? Right now, the on and only thing is we have to implement this upgrade with Stripe and pay with crypto dynamically. So we will do that right now. So let's start it right now. All right, so right now we have to create an API endpoint for the payment link, for the payment redirect link. So in this API folder, we can create a new folder by giving name billing. Inside this billing folder, we can create a new folder by giving name Cryptomus. So Cryptomus, and inside here we can say link, a new folder. And then we can create on route.ts. So what it's actually doing, you can see billing slash Cryptomus slash link and route.ts. So it's just on API endpoint, API slash billing slash Cryptomus slash link. It's our API endpoint. Yeah. And right now we have to actually install a new library. Wait, let me check one thing. Let's start the server at first. And we have to install a new library, but before that, let me do one thing. Let's create a new folder in this src folder by giving name libs. Inside this libs folder, where's the libs folder? So libs, here it is. Create a new folder for Stripe, not folder, let's do one thing. Stripe.ts, so it should be on file, not folder, so delete the folder. Libs and lib, wait, so there are two libs. We don't need libs folder, then lib is also fine. Just create a stripe.ts, another one, cryptomus.ts. Yeah, and in this cryptomus.ts, we're gonna set up Cryptomus right now. So we need to install a new library called Cryptomus and JS. We make sure that you're writing the same spelling, Cryptomus and JS. It's on TypeScript npm library for implementing Cryptomus inside our Node.js project. Yeah, we can import something from Cryptomus JS, and here we have to import Cryptomus client. Yeah, now export constant Cryptomus client equals to new Cryptomus client. We have to add here our merchant ID, which is going to be process.env.cryptomus merchant ID, or on empty string. we also need to add payment key and payout key. So it's going to be something like this. Just Cryptomus merchant underscore UUID, Cryptomus API key, and Cryptomus API key for payout key as well. So we can save it right now. Now we need this Cryptomus merchant UID and API key. Let's add it inside here. So at first Cryptomus merchant UUID and API key. From where we will get this? We have to go back to our Cryptomus dashboard again. Let me show you this one. So Cryptomus, let me at first to log in another tab. Yes, I did logged out. So let me just to log in, then that merchant account. And actually I'm doing in a different screen, that's why you're not watching it, but just a minute. Let me at first go to Cryptomus account first, then I'm showing this to you. Yup, here it is. So you can see my payment API key is here. Our Cryptomus API key is this one, and this is the merchant ID. Don't copy paste my merchant ID and my payment API key. It's not gonna work because I can regenerate it anytime. And it's actually like based on our domain. I mean, in Cryptomus, there is a specific rules that it's configured with Becodemy.com. So right now, if I want to use it for FlowX.com, it's not going to work because it configured only for Becodemy.com. So even if you're copying it, it's not going to work for your project on production. Yeah. Now here merchant UUID. Let me paste the merchant UUID from here. I'm just copying it from here, and payment API key. I'm just writing it in a different screen since it's on secure thing. And I am coming back to our cryptomus.ts file again. Yeah. Now after this, what next? After this, our Cryptomus, this setup is done. We can come back inside our that API billing and this Cryptomus link route.ts. Yeah. Inside here at first, let's create here on API route. So export async function post. It's going to be on post request endpoint. It's going to receive a request, and inside here we are receiving the data from request.json. Yeah. Now actually I did a small mistake, not body, because we have to receive here amount, currency, and most important, user ID. Yeah. So let's make here on payload object right now that amount, then currency, user ID, and here it's giving an error because we have to add here await. Yeah, amount, not amount, amount. Yeah. So after user ID, we have to add order underscore ID. This fields are required by Cryptomus. So math.random, since we don't need order data, that's why we are making here an unique order ID just to pass Cryptomus. Yeah. So something like this we can make here on simple unique order ID all the time. Then we need URL return. This is very, very important. You have to understand it carefully. First of all, what is this URL return? This URL return is the link where Cryptomus will redirect your user after successfully finishing the payment. Okay, so we can say process.env, then next public base URL. So base URL meanings our like website base URL. Yeah. So let me do one thing. Just a minute. next public app URL we do already have in our .env. So we can actually use that app URL from .env. Yeah, this one. This one is also fine for us. Now we have to redirect the user to where? Let's see where we want to redirect the user. We want to redirect the user to here. So dashboard and billing. So we can come back here again and we can say dashboard and billing. We want to return the user again with on flag that success is true. Yeah. Now another most important, very important is URL callback. So this URL callback is going to be your webhook endpoint. Okay, webhook endpoint means if we write here, just a minute, process.env dot next public app URL slash not dashboard, because it's going to be our API endpoint for URL callback. Cryptomus itself will send on post request here. Okay, that's how it needs to be. API webhooks and Cryptomus, we're gonna create it with the same structure. Yeah, so Cryptomus, fine, that's it. Now constant race, then await Cryptomus client dot payments dot create, pass this payload, then if there any response, then return the res dot URL. Yeah, if it's catch any error, then just console log the error. Yeah, and finally we can return a new response, that json.stringify res, and status will be 200. That's it. Our endpoint is ready for Cryptomus. Yeah, it's actually perfectly ready. Now what next? We can come back here and we can actually do one more thing, but we will do that later, that webhook endpoint, this webhooks and Cryptomus. Let's come back in this billing again. From this upgrade crypto, we can right now call it. So at first we need here on new state right now, that use state, that payment loader and set payment loader. By default, make it false. Copy the set payment loader, come back here. At first, make it true. Yeah. Now, constant race, await, we can use here fetch, then slash API. We have to make it async since we're using here await. Then after API slash billing Cryptomus and link. That's what we created, billing, Cryptomus and link. Yeah. Now inside here we have to pass the method which is going to be post method. We have to pass here headers, where content type, which is going to be application slash JSON. Yeah. Now the most important one, that is our body. So json.stringify amount, we have to send here. So amount will be actually 19.99. Yeah. Currency, which is going to be USD. Then user underscore ID, very important, which is going to be user.id. Done. That's it. We can save it right now. After this, constant JSON await res.json, and if there is data, instead of JSON we can say data. if there is data or actually URL, redirect URL, then we want to redirect the user to that endpoint. Yeah, that's it. Now otherwise we can pass on error that, and you can show an error that Cryptomus payment link is unavailable at this moment. Yeah, that's it. We can do one thing. We can cut all of this inside on try catch statement. So try catch, in this try part, let's add it, and in this catch part we can say toast dot error fail to start Cryptomus payment, meaning API error, this one. And finally we have to make this to false, but then we have to add it before try. Yeah, or we could add it also here. Fine, actually fine. So finally it should be false. Let's do one thing, let's add it here, it makes more sense. Yeah, we can save it. Now if we come back here, if we hit this pay with crypto, just give on reload. Since we restarted our server, we have to give on reload, pay with crypto, and here you go. You can see it's redirecting us to pay.cryptomus.com. It's giving the amount automatically. It's asking for currency. We can select the currency like USDT, BTC, or which cryptocurrency you want to pay. Then you have to select the network for that currency, and you can proceed the payment. You can scan your Cryptomus, not Cryptomus, I mean any cryptocurrency wallet, and you can just pay to this account by using the like scanner. But at this moment, Cryptomus doesn't have any sandbox mode for testing it in locally. It means you cannot test this payment gateway in locally right now. They are working with sandbox mode, but they are not done yet. So that's why what we have to do then, you can check it with just a small amount like 10 cent or 5 cent. You can add it in your Cryptomus account or anywhere, and you can definitely withdraw that at any time. Okay, and the way I will show you, with this way Cryptomus will perfectly work with your application. You don't have to worry for testing it properly. Okay, because I'm using the same thing for Becodemy website. Let me show you. In Becodemy we are also using Cryptomus. Actually my Wi-Fi network is pretty slow. I have no idea what's happening with my Wi-Fi network from the last few days. Let me change my network. I actually cannot change it. It's very sad to see. Let me do one thing. Let me check it in Safari. So Becodemy. Yeah, see here it's working. From the source codes, we can go here, then access source code. You can see pay by crypto. So if I click here, I can again pay this with cryptocurrency. And it's actually working. If you pay it, I will receive the money in my account and you will get access to the source code, because it's actually working. I have tested it perfectly, and I'm giving you that same solution in here so that you can implement it perfectly or efficiently inside your application. Yeah. So our handle upgrade crypto function is ready, and we don't need anything else. It's gonna work right now. Now next one is our this handle upgrade stripe, another most important function, and it's going to be very easy. So let's come back here in this billing. Let's create a new folder by giving name stripe, and stripe, then link and route.js, similar like Cryptomus. But we have to definitely write here different code since it's stripe, but actually not link. It should be checkout. Stripe doesn't have link like Cryptomus, it has checkout. So checkout, and here we have to install a new library definitely for Stripe. So 1 minute, let's come back here. What is this validator? Okay, it just because we updated it like from link to checkout, that's why. Fine. So let's open our terminal and let's install Stripe. So npm I Stripe, and for connecting Stripe, we have to again come back in this lib folder and stripe.ts, and let's write code for Stripe. So import Stripe from 1 minute. Where is the Stripe? Yeah, done. So Stripe, finally done. Now constant Stripe new Stripe process.env.stripe secret key and API version, the updated one. Yeah. Now we can export this Stripe, default Stripe like this. We can save it. Yeah, our Stripe work is done. Stripe secret key. Be make sure that you're copying your Stripe secret key from the Stripe dashboard. And I guess I at least don't have to show you this because Stripe secret key, if you do have a Stripe account, if you just do log in inside your dashboard, you'll find out it in front of your eyes for the testing environment. Or you can search for API keys on the search bar. It will show you your Stripe secret key field. You can just copy it from there and you just have to add that in your .env with that same variable name, with this same Stripe secret key variable name. Yeah, now in this checkout, since we do have Stripe ready, we can do our main work now here. At first, export async function post constant session. Actually, we are checking here the API is authenticated or not. So I just want to check one thing from here. Yeah, let's copy these lines. So auth and request.headers, definitely it's gonna receive request, which type will be request. Yeah. Next response from next/server. If there is no session, then we have to return an error that unauthorized. So if there is an user, then what we have to do, let's come back again here. If there is an user, what we were doing, I just want to check few things from here. Get users connections. Okay. We need our user ID and our user Stripe ID. It's very important, but I think it's not mandatory. Actually, it's not mandatory. So let's do one thing. Let's create here a new customer all the time. So new customer like this, then await Stripe dot customers dot create. We have to pass the email, which is going to be session dot user dot email, then name session dot user dot name. Yeah, then after this our new customer is ready, so we can say constant race await stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create. The mode will be subscription, customer will be the customer ID. So customer ID is coming from here, new customer dot ID, and then line items, very important. we have to pass here price. This is very important. From where this price are coming, I'm showing you. So Stripe price ID. You must have to ensure that you are entering the correct Stripe price ID. And quantity for subscription, it always should be 1. Now we're gonna pass some metadata here, like user ID, which is going to be session.user.id. Then email, another very important field. So session.user.email. Yeah, that's it. Then after this, success URL and cancel URL. So success URL is going to be that same this next public app URL. Yeah, so process.env dot next public app URL slash billing, or what was that? Yeah, this one. So we can actually copy this entire line, I mean this value, and we can paste that in here. So this is going to be the success URL, and cancel URL, it's going to be the same but no success true. Yeah. Finally, we can return on new response, then json.stringify URL will be res.url and status will be 200. That's it. We can save it right now and it's done. Checkout is actually ready. We can come back in this billing again, and for Stripe we're gonna actually do kind of similar thing. Let's come back here. So at first, add on try catch statement, set payment loader, make it true. We're gonna send here on post request. So for now, at first, let me make everything similar like here, but this will be Stripe now and checkout. Yeah, method will be post, and we don't need any headers. We don't need any headers, and actually I just want to check one thing again. I'm kind of confused. So Stripe checkout, actually we don't need to send any data. You can see we're completely working here without any like session ID, order ID or anything like that. You might be thinking from where then we will get the order. We don't need order ID. If we are getting that logged in user ID, that's good enough for us. Yeah, so it's enough. We can save it, and from here constant JSON await res.json. If there is json.url, then window.location href, json.href. Yeah, we don't need optional chain. That's it. Else if not else if, else toast.error Stripe checkout not available at this moment. Yeah. Inside this catch we can say toast.error, something went wrong with Stripe payment. And finally we can make our payment loader too. false. That's it. Our work is done. And here handle select plan if the plan name is current plan, then return the plan name is free. Then okay, we're gonna check it later, but for now, for that payment button upgrade with Stripe, let's add disabled payment loader. Yeah, same for pay with crypto. Yeah, cool. So if even we right now click sorry, not here, if we right now click this upgraded Stripe, it will give error. Why? Because we have to add our env variables properly. So Stripe price id and Stripe secret key. So I'm adding it in a different screen because it's again on private thing and I don't want to show this to you. So I am adding actually my Stripe testing keys and it's going to be different for you. You just have to do it by yourself. But just a minute, this is the env file and let me uncomment it. Then now, yeah, price id is ready, secret key is also ready. Cool. Now let's come back here and hit this upgrade with Stripe. And here you go. You can see it's redirecting, but it's dashboard undefined, meaning something is wrong there. Let me give on reload. Actually, guys, it's not working for two big mistakes. First of all, this json.haseref, it should be json.url, not haseref. Yeah. First, like the main fix is done. Secondly, we need to create a new product. I was actually using a different product. It's going to work right now, but the product is not same. So let's go to this product catalog. Let's create here a new product for FlowX Pro. Descriptions, you can just write FlowX Pro for now. And it's going to be on recurring product with $19.99 pricing. Yeah, and it's going to be monthly billing period. We can hit this add product. After hitting this add product, you will see that we do have our product price link. How? Just click here and click this copy price id. That's it. We're good to go right now. Let's go back to our .env. I'm doing it in another screen. So .env, and inside here I am changing my Stripe price id. Cool. That's it, done. Let me take it back here again. And right now, let's come back here. Sorry, actually here. Then hit this upgrade with Stripe. And this time you can see it's taking us to checkout.stripe.com and subscribe to FlowX Pro. This is our $19. Now what we have to do, what next? Next is we have to create on webhook endpoint. It's very, very important right now. So for webhook endpoint, let's go to this API folder. In this API folder, let's create a new folder by giving them webhook. And inside here, in this webhooks folder, let's create two new folder, one for Stripe, another one for Cryptomus. Yeah, so Stripe and Cryptomus. Inside Stripe, let's add our route.js. And inside here, in this route.js, we're gonna right now write a lot of code. So first of all, let me do one thing. Let me actually copy some codes from here because it's going to be similar for you, for everyone actually, because here we're using this from Stripe documentation. Yeah, now let's create here our that main async function, that post and request, then constant body equals to await request dot text. So we're getting our data here, our body data. Now we need our Stripe signature. It's very important. So Stripe signature, we're taking it back from our header, Stripe signature. After this, we need on try catch statement. So let's add here on try catch statement. Inside this try part, we have to pass value. We have to set on value for on let variable called event. So let event, it's going to be Stripe event. Yeah. So event and Stripe webhooks dot construct event. We have to pass this body signature and our Stripe webhook secret. Yeah. A new .env variable, and we have to create it. I'll show you how. It's actually easy, and it's going to be again completely different for you, but you don't have to create it from the dashboard. Stripe system is right now different. You have to create it from your terminal. I'll show you how. For now, let's add here on console log that webhook signature verified failed. Yeah, we can say this. We can pass here error dot message. Yeah, and error is giving type warning. So let's add on type for error like any. If it's not matching with the signature, let's return on error dot message. Let's return a new response that webhook error status code 400. Yeah. After this, we have to handle the events. So we can add here another try catch statement, and we need a switch case here. So if the event type is customer dot subscription dot deleted, then we have to actually we have to do what? We have to take back our customer informations. How? We have to go to the subscription. Actually subscription, yeah, let's do one thing. Constant subscription, we are receiving it from event dot data dot object from Stripe. Yeah, and customer is coming from this subscription dot customer. We're retrieving the customer full data. Then we're checking for the customer email so that we can actually look for the user. Yeah. Now one thing we must need right now. Let's go to our Neon database. So Neon database, it's actually here, and in this uses you can see we do have user ID, we don't have user email. So we can do one thing. We actually need here our user ID, and customer will not have our user ID, so it's for subscription deleted. All right, at first let's find out our user informations with this customer email. So await db dot user, it should be db dot select, and from our user table, so user, and then we cannot give it name to user, so user data, and user dot from where, right? So we need to match it from, let's import eq from drizzle orm, then user dot email and customer, so customer dot email string. Yeah, that's it. We're getting our user data here, but we have to give here on limit that one, so that we will get here on array. Now we can update our uses database, because that's what we have to update. We have to update our uses table. So uses dot set the plan is going to be free if user is deleting the subscription. Then yeah, and where definitely we have to add here where the users dot user underscore id is matching with our user data first object dot id. Yeah, that's it. Actually, it's done. We can save it right now. So after this, our subscription deleted case is done. After subscription case deleted, I mean subscription customer subscription deleted, what next? The next one is our invoice payment failed. Yeah, so invoice payment failed. It's also going to receive invoice and customer here like this, and we're getting our customer. Now we have to check the email from the customer, what we were doing the same thing. Now we have to do what? We have to do the same thing what we did here. We have to update the user data and we have to update the users table as well. Yeah, now this all were negative, right? If there is invoice payment failed or customer subscription deleted, then but what if the customer subscription, if the case is invoice payment succeed, or if the case is invoice paid, or if the case is invoice payment I hate to write full sentence. Okay, invoice, okay fine, let me write it, payment dot paid. That's it. Now inside here, if it's successful, meanings these three case meanings we have received the money. So then constant invoice event dot data dot object as stripe dot invoice. Yeah, now constant customer id, the type of invoice dot customer, if it's string then invoice dot customer, otherwise null. So we are getting our customer id from here. Yeah, then after this what we need our email. So we are actually doing the same thing again here, that email, we need our user email, our customer email. Then what we're gonna do, we're gonna check for the user account. So we can do that like this. So user data is here, now customer is not here, so it should be just email from here. Yeah, now after this, if no user data, then we can just give here a console log or console warning, we can say. So console dot warn, actually not like this, like this. Yeah, I added twice console warn. So no matching app user for this invoice id is this one, this email, or blah blah blah, you can just see. So actually though we don't have any invoice, we just have email and customer. Yeah, that's it. Now what we have to do, we have to just modify the user plan. How can we do that? We can just copy this one again, we can paste that in here. Instead of free, let's make it pro now. That's it, done. So after everything, we can break this and default, we can add here on console log, but default should not be outside. It should be 1 minute. The break should not be here. The break should be here. And default will be here. So console log unhandled event type and the event type. Okay, if the event type is not matching with our this event, so event dot type, done. And then return new response that received and status 200. Yeah, inside this catch block, let's add on console log that error and the error message, and we can return on error to our webhook response. Yeah, I know it was crazy big, and Stripe webhook is actually not easy to set up. You have to write so much code, so many lines of code, and it's like natural when you're working with Stripe. But Cryptomus is completely different on this thing. I know they don't have features like Stripe yet because they're a new company compared to Stripe, but they're really trying to do it. I'll show you how can you how can you implement webhook for Cryptomus also. That's going to be easy, not like this Stripe one. But now the most important thing is you have to do login to your Stripe account. Like this is Stripe login. I am already logged in, so that's why I'm not typing that. Now after that, we have to write this Stripe listen forward to this API webhooks and Stripe. Let's press enter. You will get here your webhook signing secret key. Okay, it's going to be different for everyone. It's going to be different for you, going to be different for me. Okay, so let me add it in the .env right now, otherwise it will not work. So at first, let me paste the value, and the webhook secret variable name is Stripe webhook secret. So let's add Stripe webhook secret, and yeah, done. So that's it. We can save it now. You can see it's ready here. Now we can come back to our website. We can hit this upgrade with Stripe for now, first one. Then let's use on testing card here that 42424242, and let me just write on simple name and hit subscribe. Okay, done. Here you go. So success true, it means it's actually working. Let's see the webhook response. It's also giving 200. It means working. Perfect. We can come back to here. Let's go to Neon. Let's give reload. Here you go. Our plan is right now Pro. One thing we did a small mistake. When the plan is Pro, we have to update this usage limit to 10,000. Okay, so we can easily do that. That's going to be very easy. That's not any hard thing. We just have to make it 10,000 where when we're updating it. So we're updating here. Plan is Pro and uses limit is going to be 10,000. Yeah, cool. So 10,000 every month. Done. Yeah, we can save it. So it's going to work from now on. It's going to change it to the user's limit. So we can do one more testing again. So upgrade with Stripe. Let's write here our card number 424242 and same and hit subscribe. It's processing and done. So billing success true. You can see Pro and our limit is right now 10,000. So actually it's perfectly working. It's right now 10,000. And this is our current plan right now. Current plan. Cool. So for the first part, this work is done. For the second part, we'll implement these invoices because it's also going to be easy. But for now, I actually don't want to make this video too more long because it's already very long. Let me finish this by implementing this webhook for Cryptomus, and it's going to be actually easy because implementing webhook for Cryptomus is very easy. So inside here, let's create on route.js. Inside here, we can import something from our libs. So actually lib, then Cryptomus, and here we're gonna actually import Cryptomus client. Yeah. Now let's create here our post request endpoint. So post export async function post, it's gonna receive request as a parameter. We're gonna receive the body, our request body from here, that request.json. Now we're gonna check the validity with just this Cryptomus client.payments.verify webhook signature. That's it. We're providing here IP and request, and Cryptomus webhook verifier will actually match it for us. If it's not valid, then we can throw an error that invalid signature. Otherwise, we will get our user data. How? If the body.status equals to paid, and then we will get our user ID. How we will get our user ID? Let me show you how. Try to understand when we are creating the payment. So the payment is inside this billing, Cryptomus link and this route.ts. We're passing here user ID in this payload. So that's why right now we will be able to get back this user ID inside this webhook right now. Okay, it's easier for us right now since we already sent it earlier. Yeah. Now after getting it, what we have to do? We have to search for our user. So we can do one thing. We can copy it, that user data, come back here. At first db import from our auth, now from user, so user is same auth schema. Now eq drizzle orm, user email, so actually no, user id and body dot user underscore id. Yeah, that's it. So this is our user data right now. So now what we can do? Now we can update it. So we can copy this line, we can come back here, we can update the uses table. The plan will be pro, users limit will be this, where users.user id is matching with this user data and this id. Yeah, that's it. Our work is actually done. We can right now return the response that success true status 200. That's it. Our Cryptomus webhook work is done. We're receiving everything here and we are doing our work, and then we're returning 200 to Cryptomus so that Cryptomus will understand, yeah, the webhook is successful. I mean, when there is sending request, it's getting 200. Yeah. So you'll be able to see that on our dashboard. That's it. Our Cryptomus webhook endpoint is also ready. How you can understand it? You just have to activate your account. You have to like deploy the website right now, because right now if you pay here, you will not receive the webhook endpoint. Why? Because here Cryptomus doesn't work with localhost. You must have to deploy your application on this domain. On which domain? On this, just a minute, on this domain. Okay, this project URL. So if it's in the same project URL, then it's gonna work. Otherwise, it's not. You are not gonna receive the webhook endpoint. And the same thing also even happened for Stripe. You might be thinking how then Stripe is doing it. You can see Stripe is providing on CLI. Otherwise, also Stripe cannot send request to this localhost, because localhost is just inside your computer. It's just mapping on IP behind it, behind the localhost, like 192 point something. Okay, it depends on your network. So they doesn't have your IP address access. It's not possible from their end to send request to your local IP. That's why Stripe added this webhook endpoint, which actually makes sense because it's works well. Yeah. And Cryptomus, as I know, they're also working on this thing, and I believe they will be also available. They will be able to make it soon as like Stripe, like for sandbox mode. Yeah. So that's it. Right now, if you pay through your website, your account will be updated as like the Stripe one because everything is similar here. Yeah, that's it. So for this part, I would say for the first part, our project is done. For the next second part, what we're gonna do, I'm gonna give you a recap. First of all, this billing story, we will do that later. I just don't want to make this video too more long. Then templates, we just finished on templates. We have many more, right? So we are gonna like fix them if any of them are not working. And finally, we were just testing our like templates. We were not creating any workflow. If you notice in our workflow, we even don't have any workflow table yet. So we're going to create that workflow table and we're going to store those inside our workflow table. Yeah, we're going to do that, and we need ingest for that. Why do we need ingest? I'll explain that in the second part of this video series. We need ingest for so many things since we are using Next.js. That's why ingest is kind of like a lifesaver for us. Yeah. So we need ingest, we need applications for storing logs. So the second part is also going to be crazy level interesting because after all of this, we're gonna save everything in the second part. Like we're gonna save our template as a workflow. We're gonna execute that by using ingest on our internal logic. Yeah. So I'm super excited for the second part. See you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye.